All right, everyone. Welcome to a new After Dark stream. It's summer in the northern hemisphere and things, so it's very bright for us North American folk, as you can see in several people's backgrounds.
And to cut off all of the pedants in our fandom, because we know our fandom. Yes, it's still technically spring. Deal with it.
Yeah, it's summer as soon as my spring term is over, in my opinion.
Meteorological summer begins on June 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm a June guy.
Yeah, like June summer.
Yeah.
We had a freezing, rainy May. That works for me.
Yeah. I mean, well, where I am, it doesn't get like truly summery until August, September, but it's beautiful out today. Not that I can see with my blackout curtains.
It's fucking 98 degrees today.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it was quite comfortable. I had my window open
in Kansas City today, and one of my friends was like, "It's too hot for Pride. I'm picking sloth today."
I like that. That's good. Happy Pride, everyone.
Happy Pride.
So we call it an After Dark stream because we are drinking. Hey, and so there's going to be drinking and swearing and not safe for work things, even though hell yeah.
I noticed. Okay, Argent usually is the alcohol guy, but I think he's actually the contrary guy because he showed his water.
Yeah, so let's go through and do the introductions. Argent, what's up? How's it going?
What's up? I'm here to chew bubble gum and what was the thing?
Kick ass.
Take names and chew bubble gum.
Okay. No, take names.
Eat ass and chew. No,
the one. Temptation for me to just cut your intro off and do my intro very high. It's like great, that's great.
Please do not put bubblegum in anyone's ass.
Yes.
No, but just imagine the
bubble.
I read on one of the Ask Reddit threads that's like, hey, what's something that like people should really know? And it was like a medical professional. It's like, if you're gonna put stuff in your butt, please use a leash. Like we know it didn't accidentally get there if you're at the hospital. It's like true.
We are starting strong.
I am Origin.
Hello.
And I fuck intros up. I fuck up intros.
For a minute, I thought you were going to say you fuck introverts.
Shame, man.
Yeah.
What are you drinking?
Yes,
I am drinking. So I've gone back to kind of a classic, which is
oh no!
I don't know.
It's gonna be in front of your face.
Which is some tonic water with some Wild Turkey 101 bourbon whiskey.
Wow.
What's up? I'm Eric. You probably know me. I am drinking a pina colada.
Bad baby milk.
This is actually absolutely delicious, actually, and I'm gonna plow this in probably like 10 minutes.
That is in fact about the drinks.
Why did you use the word plow?
I am fucking
the nail this. Hell yeah.
It is going inside me. Okay,
really likes that drink, guys.
But okay,
fine. We're mixing metaphors. It doesn't matter. I also have a Di Serono and ginger ale because we're entertaining, so I got to be prepared. I also have water as well. So my desk is a disaster, but I moved my monitors back, so my positioning is all different. But I have lots of space to put more cans and glasses on here, so that's great news. Alex, how's it going?
Hi, I'm Feather. If you know what bad baby milk is, you're very cool in the chat.
You are cool.
I'm not drinking
Surely,
it, though,
okay. I was concerned.
Nope. We're starting with a grapefruit liqueur shot from Bonfas. And then we also have, it's a little bit melted because I made it before our sound check, but we have a mocha coconut frappuccino with made with Kahlua instead of regular coffee.
Yeah.
And because I really like cocktails, I have a special summery margarita prepped in the fridge for later. So
baby milk.
Lovely. And SR, yes, I do have monitor arms. I actually removed my 4th monitor. Whoa. I know.
Ooh, whoa. Are you okay?
You know, I
Yeah.
honestly, my neck has hurt being on this desk for a while, and so I'm trying to figure out what I need to do to fix that. Next up, we got Shannon. How's it going?
Hi. You also might know me as Gray, which I also go by. I have a Jack Daniels and Coke that they made pre-mixed for you. I wasn't sure. I was like, this is a branch out from rum and Coke, so I like it though. And then after that, I have wine, just a rosé. It's Canadian.
Just a casual bottle.
Nice.
It's gonna
We
hurt
gotta be
so
summery.
bad tomorrow. I got gravel already because my body loves to make me nauseous.
Hey,
Three of
what
us
if
are
you just
recording span reads tomorrow, so we're ready to go.
Sucks for you.
That's why
What
it's
if you
fine.
didn't drink an entire bottle of wine? What a novel idea.
That
That'll
is a
be
screw
at
top.
10
I
a.m.
could stop.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Rosemary, how's it going?
Hi everyone, I'm K-Myth. So I haven't actually grabbed a drink yet. I do have some Madeiran wine that I can pour
Ooh.
myself a little glass of, but I'm probably gonna take it easy tonight. I am on a dose of naproxen for handling certain achy things, and
Oh shit.
naproxen and alcohol are processed by the same enzyme in the liver, so I don't want to overdo it too much. And then
I
wind
was
up
on that
being-
once. It hurts the stomach so bad. So yeah.
I mean, it's either that or ibuprofen for me, and I have to take so much more ibuprofen in order to get a reasonable effect, that because you have to take it more often and in more pills. Just like the naproxen is easier on my stomach, and acetaminophen or paracetamol, for those of you on the other side of the pond,
True.
does
Paracetamol.
absolutely fucking nothing for me. So
True.
Hey, can you guys tell this is an aging fan base?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I'm not exactly the middle of the bell curve there.
All I need to do is go on the forums, and then I'm like, oh yeah.
I turn 47 in 2 months.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Happy
Oh,
birthday.
I don't want to think about it.
well, speaking of that, there are some June birthdays. One of them is Jess, and she will be on a bit later. She's actually the one who wanted the After Dark stream, but she's not feeling super great right now. But she will hopefully be on a bit later. But you should all wish her a happy birthday anyway. And we have one more birthday as well, which we'll get through in the intros. Mystery. Woo!
Will
And
we?
that's- Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
if we make it that far before the end of the stream,
Yeah, no, we'll get there. We'll get there. Also, we have Ben. How's it going? You're across the pond. What time is it? Midnight?
It is 11:11 right now. Picked a good time.
Oh, make a wish.
It's 11:12 now, so it's gone.
Wow.
Yeah. I am Ben. Hello. I'm in the UK, across the other side of the world where it is night time. So it is definitely after dark stream for me. What am I? I'm Overlord Jeebus, also just sometimes Jeebus. I'm drinking rum and Coke. Howdy, howdy. My medications are.
That would be really if we tick all stream, because Jess's is long. She has a spreadsheet
We're
and everything.
We're gonna update our overlays to have name, nickname, pronouns, and medications.
Medications.
Please support our Patreon so we can afford medication. That's how you know we're old.
Yeah, that's like the American issue. Yeah.
We will abstain.
yes.
We got it.
Yeah. Look at you with your healthcare systems. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm okay. So I'm on rum and Coke right now, but basically we just got rid of our bar that we have, which is basically where the unit that we put all the bottles of alcohol that people have bought us over the years, and we don't really drink much, so it's just gained in size. But we had like
Brits
bottles
are
of-
you?
I don't drink at home. Like I drink socially. I'm not like
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
That's why you're drinking
and
now.
so That's why I'm drinking now. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm getting rid of all the drinks that only had like a bit left. And so I've had 2 rum and cokes, and then I've got some dandelion and burdock gin upstairs, which I'm very looking forward to having because I can drink that straight.
We have a very upset person in the chat going, "You got rid of it?"
We had to get rid of it. So it was there was like 2 bottles of Jack Daniels, and neither me or my wife drink whiskey. Like, and I actively dislike Jack Daniels, so they went into the sink.
That's
guys.
fair. No,
Yeah.
Jack
I will
Daniels.
say,
That's
I
where
think
Jack
the Coke
Daniels
is
is.
saving this. Yeah, I think the Coke is what's making this. To be honest,
That's
it's very
fair point.
sweet.
My
it's
dad
sweet.
drinks Jack Daniels with Mountain Dew, and I find that a questionable behavior on his
I don't even
part.
drink Jack Daniels, and I'm offended. I'm like,
So
oh,
the thing about mixing Jack
No.
Daniels with other things is that you cannot make Jack Daniels worse, regardless of what you put into it. And so it like you are either doing a lateral move or you are improving it with some weird thing.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
You can just pour it out in the sink, though. I think that's an appropriate.
Yeah.
spot.
If you didn't pay for it. If you didn't pay for it.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
I got a friend, and his name is Jack. Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, not Jack is paleo.
I'm Marvin. It is past
I
midnight
totally
here.
screwed that up. That was awful.
Fine. It is past midnight here, so it's also after dark for me, and maybe we'll go until it's light again, so it's truly after
we're not.
dark.
We're not going 6 hours. No,
Don't do that.
no.
It's turning pretty.
It's light
already
here. It's
the
like
sun is
4
rising.
a.m.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's rising pretty early
Oh,
already. So yeah,
God.
and I'm drinking some Lagavulin Scotch, 16-year-old.
Ooh,
And yeah,
very
I don't drink much, but
fancy.
if I do, I like to.
So-
You drink Dos Equis?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Socially.
You have a question in the chat. Where is your beautiful background from?
So this is, you might be able to read it. This artist, so this is the Venture Keep Ballroom, and let me grab the name. Or the,
with the
the-
deep
Oh,
name.
that's
That's
Lorena,
cool.
isn't it?
Yeah, Lorena. Yeah, exactly. Lorena.
A fellow German, I believe.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Damn.
Just judging by her name.
Damn.
Whoa.
That was good. Very good.
Yeah, I thought like, what is an appropriate party setting in the Cosmere? Like, yeah.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
didn't want to go with a
Works.
nightclub and a disco ball.
That's era 3. Come on. We're not there yet. We're also not in era 1, but whatever. I'm also rocking it here. Also, we have Ala. How's it going?
Hello. Oh god, this took him by surprise, despite the fact that I knew I'd be next in line.
Yeah, we're actually going in screen that you all can see.
Yes,
There's no
yes,
surprises.
and yet,
Welcome.
well, yes, I'm Rasar, and I'm not actually drinking alcohol today, despite my general discombobulation.
I mean, when it gets later, you get
Yeah, it is midnight here, actually,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, I have an apple and grape juice that is 0 alcohol.
cool.
But if you let
We
it
love
sit
a
long
zero
enough,
proof.
I don't think that's how wine works.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. Also joining us, who has a birthday this month, is Ian. Happy birthday!
I'm getting old.
Happy birthday!
Yeah, I know. It is. That's relatable.
Yeah, yeah. I'm also known as Weary Writer. I'm on a lot of things. So
You're on
you
almost all the
probably
things.
have seen me before.
You're
Yeah,
on
you've
every
probably heard of me.
On a
I
horse.
am on it.
Probably heard of me.
Less short caps
Oh.
than usual recently, I feel like.
Yeah.
But,
I thought that was another prescriptions joke. Like you're on a lot of things.
very good.
I am
Our
on
content
things. It
too.
Just I'm on one very big thing.
Yes.
Crack.
That bumped me down to the second row. Ugh.
Well,
I'm
not
on-
on the
no,
stream, Alex. Not on the
No,
stream.
you're
You're
on-
still
oh,
on the
nice.
You're on the-
first
Cool.
row.
My resolution's different.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is 1440p.
No, I am on the second screen.
Come on. Yeah, you are.
You may know me as Weary Writer, and I am, as I always am drinking drinking a Fireball and ginger ale, and this was very heavy on the Fireball.
Ian, I haven't
Yeah.
tried Fireball and ginger ale. I should.
Yeah, you say that every time.
Yeah, but I forget every time. which is
Write it down.
which is maybe the most quintessential Eric thing that I could possibly say.
The concussion continues.
The concussion. Well, not
Okay.
last now, but last in the list is David. What's up?
Hello. I am Windrunner on the various things. I have been watching Andor this morning, the first two episodes.
Oh
and
my
been-
god.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Life
it's so
choices.
good.
No, it's
Thank-
so good.
I'm so glad you think so. It's my
Yeah.
favorite Star Wars.
Yeah. Well, I was watching The Acolyte and I was like, I should put this on. I've heard such good things.
Hey,
I need to
it's
watch it,
unbelievable.
but I don't have Disney Plus anymore.
Yes.
Maybe I'll get back to it and I'll
Okay,
finish
I
the
can
second
actually
half that I never
feel it all
finished.
now.
I like, David, how you have like some extra lights hooked up
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Like, I like that.
Plants
That's good.
The plants need it badly.
Okay.
Okay. I was wondering because yours is basically the most bright background, and then you also have
Yeah.
2 more beacons, which is very funny to me.
I would turn them off, but it would ruin the timer that they're set to.
That's
so I
that.
have
You know, that's a fair
No.
point. That's a fair
Yeah.
point.
So
You're
I did
prioritizing
go ahead and get
things.
myself my wine.
Ooh. Why?
This- that we
Oh.
bought we stuffed this into the luggage over from Madeira,
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Portuguese island off the coast of Morocco, and we
Hell
got
yeah.
the sweetest variety, and it's
Beautiful.
Sweet wine, that's
Beautiful.
great.
and we are looking into beginning the visa process of moving there.
Ooh, it'll
This
be
is a
even more
taste.
fun to do Diceborn planning. Hey.
No, I'll be in the same time zone as Ben.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Wow.
That's true.
Yeah. It'd be great.
Yeah. Just
Nope. So just the normal level of difficult.
Yeah,
normal level.
just
Higher
you know, make
level.
sure when you're across the pond, you get good internet access.
Yeah, that's a necessity for us,
It's a necessity.
and it shouldn't be hard. Madeira has pretty good internet
Good.
on the
Oh,
island.
nice.
That's
I did
exciting.
not expect that.
You know, for an island in the Atlantic Ocean, they're pretty
Yeah.
well connected.
That is kind of surprising. Lastly, but not least, but is late, is Matt. How's it going? That's fine. That's fine. How's it going?
Lastly but lately.
Matt.
Lastly, but lately. I like that.
Last
Matt.
week,
The other arm,
lately.
Ben. Other arm.
Happy birthday,
other-
Ian, or whoever we
Oh,
were saying happy
Ian.
birthday to earlier.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I thought it was. Yeah.
Indeed. Hey. How's it going?
Do you have a
Good.
drink? Are
Yeah,
you
do you have a drink?
drinking?
Or
Or are you in abstention
Oh,
tonight? Okay.
I'm
Don't
know,
peer pressure people for alcohol. We
they-
are responsible friends.
it
Maybe
is
you are.
day here, and day drinking does not go well for me.
Okay. I mean, a lot of us are day drinking. It's
No.
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's
fine.
medication issue.
That
not age.
seems
Okay.
totally. We were actually talking about
Speaking
medication.
of
earlier.
medication,
That's true.
Welcome to Medication Cast, where we're going to talk about how medication's going to work in Mistborn Air 3.
We're
Are you
all
going to get?
in our 30s, hitting our 30s, and boy, your body changes, guys.
Oh, you darlings who are only
It's
just
the-
hitting your 30s.
Yeah.
The second round
I'm-
of
I'm
your body's
acting-
going through a lot.
No, I'm in COVID brain, where I'm like, COVID hit when I was 29, so I feel like years were robbed from me. So in my mind, I'm still like, I'm just turning 30. I promise. I promise.
Yep.
No,
Jess
I'm
is just
marching my
turning
way-
30. She's just
Marching my
turning
way
30.
through my 40s. My husband turns 50 at the end of the month.
Oh, yeah. He got his AARP thing.
I
Yes,
just
that was funny.
remember. It's just like when I remember my parents turning 50, and then I'm like, it's coming. Hey guys, Stormlight 10. Stormlight.
oh god,
No,
do not,
do not
no,
finish
no,
that
no,
sentence. Do not
no,
finish the sentence.
no.
We
We already had this mental breakdown
we actually
on
did have
the
this
Era
mental
3
breakdown.
cast.
Yeah.
What
We
about-
I wanna do it
actually
again.
did.
What
Oh,
about
no.
what about Stormlight 8 at 45?
I'm leaving.
I've already had 45.
Well, I think with that, we gotta take shots. No, just kidding.
Okay.
Oh god. There was
Yeah.
one of those.
My
Yeah.
my shot's a little big, unfortunately.
I don't know. I can't see it.
I actually have
true,
a shot
Rin.
glass still on my desk from when we did. I don't know if it was Gray's birthday or Enid's birthday.
Yeah, it was the
Um,
January
been there
After
for
Dark
6
that we
months,
did.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my god, that's a long time.
Yeah.
You should like watch those.
Yeah, you know, and I want to
Whole
apologize to
period, what are you talking about?
patrons for us not doing anything for our Patreon. Yay! We'll do
Thank
patron
you for
chats.
still giving us money.
the highest that we've ever gotten, even, which is like okay, interesting.
I thought we were pretty steady.
We are pretty steady, but we're higher than we normally are right now.
Oh, okay.
In that we're past 1,500, so
Oh, okay.
which is good. So we'll start to buy yet more technology and things. But yeah, no, we literally did. We did a Mistborn Era 3 speculation podcast, which was a lot of fun until we started going through the timeline of when things would be published, and then we got sad. It was very sad. So that'll be out at the end of the month, actually. So that's the fun.
You got that to look forward to.
It is fun to need to buy time for Stormlight because that's what we gotta do.
I know we've talked about this before, but like on the topic of Mistborn Era 3 and Cosmere drugs, I did once participate in a like modern day Mistborn RP where part of their like modern setting was they had street drugs that temporarily gave you allomancy. It was really fun. They're like injections, but you leave the needle in because it's a little bit hemallergic. Kind of a fun little thing.
Sure.
That sounds like something very cool for the
Hope it
cyberpunk
doesn't
era
run
that
out.
apparently is happening.
Yeah, hope it doesn't out mid coin jump.
Yep. Yeah, we have absolutely nothing planned at all. We're here to
good.
vibe.
Would we?
We're here to vibe.
Thank
Well,
God.
in that case, I can talk to you about Stray Gods.
No,
The
no,
role-playing
no,
musical.
we don't need to do this. No.
Why not? We don't
You
have
get
anything
me-
planned.
If you get us onto the topic of what games we've been playing lately, like that'll just be the whole time, and it won't be that
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, no,
Let's-
I don't. Yeah.
Let's quickly jump back to buttholes, right? Because one of my best friends is a butthole doctor. And sorry, he's actually a butthole
That's the-
surgeon now.
That's the technical term.
It's on his name tag. Yes.
I need to know what I need to know what
Not the
Greek,
inside, just the hole.
I need to know what the Greek is. Like, what's the whatever
We
type?
asked him. He told us, "Oh yeah, I specialize in like when people put stuff up their butt and someone needs to get it out. He gets
Gastroenterologist?
Something like
No,
No,
gastroenterologist is like internal stuff.
Yeah.
That's
It's
like
like
your
intestines and
digestive
stomach.
system.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
tell you, I got stomach issues, and that's gastro.
Yeah.
I mean,
But they
Proctologist?
also do it's the
Proctologist?
whole
The
like
whole
it
digestive
is a
system.
part of that.
yeah, like your butthole is the end of that chain.
process.
Proctologist does.
There you go. Yeah.
Proctologist.
Yeah.
Or a
Oh, yeah,
colon-
that makes sense.
Anyway, yeah. But that's his job. Anyway, he had a funny story to tell me this one time. Because I can tell the story, so I'm gonna go and jump into the story. So he had a guy come in, and the guy was like, "I've got something stuck on my butt," as all of his patients generally do. And so
All 100% of
all
them.
of his patients are doing. And so he's like, "Okay, cool." So he like says they get the X-ray done. And he's like, "That's pretty big." Well, he's up there. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's my first time. I didn't know what I was doing." I was like, "That's your first time? You sure?" I don't think so. Anyway, so he
People lie. That's what I know about this process
Yeah.
is that people are always sticking shit up their asses. And they are always lying to the doctors about it.
So he has like a special table, so to be able to reach in. And he's over reaching it, and he starts pulling out, right? And he's got a special stool just to sit on for when you're pulling stuff out of people's buttholes. And he's pulling it, and he's pulling it, and he's pulling it. And he says for the first time in his career, this was this year, he told me the story. He had to shuffle back on his in order to get more room, in order to get it out. And so that's the whole story. Was just, did you know there is a job for this? There are little stools for this, and sometimes you've got to shuffle back on that little stool because you're too close.
I mean,
There's
I
a
do
lot.
think you have to be careful about the use of the word little stool in association with buttholes. A little
Yeah.
imprecise.
Welcome Welcome to the show, everyone. Welcome
to the show.
Whatever the hell this is.
It's called After Dark for a reason.
Yeah, where are we at in terms of Patreon funds? How many people just left?
Well, I mean, there's 28 people viewing, and half of those are us, presumably, to see the chat. So.
Something a little more wholesome and a lot more dumb. I have my ribbons in for Dragonsteel Nexus, and here we go.
Ooh, excellent.
My name is Doug.
Nice.
That's good.
And I have a ridiculous number of tiny plastic ducks to seed around the con because why not?
Excellent.
The Doug hunt is getting a little silly.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Right.
Very good.
Walmart PC. I couldn't find a good image. I looked.
You looked.
Oh, yeah. No, Walmart PC, you're totally right in chat. I know exactly what you're talking about, but this is live, and so I didn't plan on... It's impossible to know what we're going to talk about here, but imagine if you know what we're talking about.
Unlike Shardcasts, which are scripted, and we always follow our agenda precisely, this is different. This is a different experience.
Our agenda...
Our agenda? Our agenda? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yes, Shardcast is all scripted. It's a well-edited show that is not a rush editing job that I start the day before it's supposed to go out.
The balance on drink to water is already bad, so I'll just...
Well, you gotta... So, you can't do, like, a linear... Like, so imagine...
Is this math?
Yes.
Okay.
Imagine a graph where... So it's, standard XY axes, and there's a line in the middle, and the line represents the ratio of water to alcohol that you're consuming. So let's say water is on top, alcohol is on the bottom.
I really wish I had my iPad connected, and so I can.
No, it's not 45. No, it's meant to
in my green
at
screen.
any point. So if the line is in the middle and it's kind of going steady in the middle, that means that over time you are maintaining equal ratios of water and alcohol. And then
so
if
right
the line,
now my alcohol's like this.
Yeah. So I'm saying. With a drinking stream, you got to do like a roller coaster thing where you speed run the alcohol up front to kind of get the vibe going, and then
I'm already there.
And then you dip into the now let's catch up with the water, and then it evens and like tapers off towards the
end. As long as we don't do what Alex did last time, that was bad.
Well,
what did Alex do last time?
What did Alex do?
I think we went pretty hard last time. I think we were ill.
Well, Alex can't usually feel anything, so...
I have a very high alcohol tolerance, and therefore, in an attempt to be entertaining and inebriated, I overdid it and just had way too much alcohol in a short period of time. I mean,
you did feel it, but that was bad.
I did feel it. It worked.
Sometimes feeling it is nausea.
We're not gonna.
What you're feeling is nausea.
I am doing mixed drinks. Aside from the first shot, mostly mixed drinks. The problem was I did too many shots. There were like four shots sprinkled between the mixed drinks, which was
true.
It worked.
Yeah. Oh yes, there will be who's that Cosmere character, of course. Who is designated?
Where I can hopefully extend my lead against all. Comers.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I liked the bad stats that Ben had in the Shardcast chat where I won 20% of the time or something. I'm like, there's no way that's right, but I like it.
I do think I'm at the bottom of all active players, so I'm like, you know what? Someone's got to be there.
Yeah,
someone's got to be the bottom.
Right. So someone else asked, can we rank the numbers from 1 to 10? In order of 1 to 10.
I was working on that in the chat already.
I was actually, I've just posted a poll on the Patreon Lounge. So if you guys want to jump in Patreon Lounge, unfortunately, you can only have 9 answers. But actually, we're actually ranking.
Best number.
So if I vote in this,
you only get to
what am I voting
select
for?
one.
You
only get to pick your favorite number.
Yeah, and so then everyone's picked
Why
their
is
favorites.
this 23 hours later? Is that the shortest poll? We can't get this going. Like
I didn't edit things.
Great.
I just remember the default option. This is a 24-hour poll. For the next day, people can rank.
See, I can't do it on mobile. 404, something not found. It's the same problem. But
Interesting.
yeah. Well, I
Oh,
mean,
it's because I got 5 in there twice.
Oh, is it because
Are
are you
you
still not updating the app?
oh, yes, on mobile that is the
Rate the
problem. But
numbers
it
from
did
1
also
to
happen
10.
on
You
desktop.
only put up 9 options.
It's because I put 5 twice.
Oh.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just vote.
Which 5 is better?
Yeah, we'll add the 5s up later. When we-
The bottom 5 is
Yeah.
actually a 10.
Yeah. Bottom 5 is.
No. I'm done. No.
Radio button. You can
Why are
only
we
vote
doing
for one. You
numbers?
can't rate them.
Yeah.
This is
Numbers.
Can't believe you put 5 twice, you dingus.
I feel like the patrons should ask us better and interesting questions while we're socially
You can
lubricated.
please give us questions.
I'd like to
We
wait.
would
for,
love
like, a
to
little
answer
bit
your question.
before we resort to the audience. I feel like we're entertaining enough that we can.
Do you
we
think
can
1
just
to
I mean, you're
10 is
pretty
like?
entertaining, Ben.
Thank you.
You really liking the 1 to 10 rating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going really well. I think.
I'll just say my favorite number from 0 to 9 is 2. I like 2. It's good. I like
That is
it.
what I wanted for.
even
Yeah.
and prime makes it special.
Yeah, it's the oddest prime. So
true. It's true.
I feel like
Mm.
being math people has to make this question different for you guys.
Oh, I'm
for
not
sure.
choosing it for a math reason.
I am.
Okay.
I
I
this
feel
has
like-
always been my favorite number, my whole life.
I feel like most people go for 3 or 7 because those are like significant numbers and they stick in your brain. For
Mm.
not math people, like there's cultural, conscious reasons.
Okay.
Consciousness.
So,
Okay.
Lotus, let's put a hold on the FMK. I feel like we're not at that point in the stream yet. I think we all
I'm
needed
getting
more.
there. I'm there. They're not
No,
there.
no, like we.
I'm there.
I'm not saying that we cannot. It's usually that comes later.
Okay, just
That's true.
saying.
That is true. We need to be more tipsy.
Fuck.
Lotus,
Fuck.
he's saying we ain't drunk
Let's-
enough yet.
Yes, correct.
Let's talk about.
We
No.
I did plow through this drink.
do
though.
have. Very,
Oh, that's a very well
Okay.
plowed drink.
we have a question about the Stormlight
I'm a farmer.
RPG. Are
Yeah,
we
that's
looking
what I wanted to
forward
talk
to
about,
it?
yeah.
And
Favorite
are we
Cosmere
planning on
swears.
doing shows for the Stormlight RPG?
Oh,
Do we
boy.
wanna talk
We
about
have
Yes
been
and yes.
discussing
Yeah.
that,
Yes.
in fact.
Um,
and
Mhm.
the short answer is yes.
There's a long
Yeah.
The
sign
long
up
answer
list
is
of lots of
yes.
people
Yes.
interested.
I think like Stormlight also has like kind of more variety and interest than
Yeah.
than Mistborn too, because it's like I like Mistborn, but I don't love it. Whereas like I'm like, oh, everyone has like lots of different ideas for Stormlight. It's just like we're waiting for this Kickstarter because not we haven't seen it either. Some of us, so it's like we need to know if it can support some of our ideas for games.
Yeah. We're
for
also
stories. Yeah.
producing Diceborn Season 2. So.
Yes.
That's still,
so
that's still happening.
Sure.
we,
I
we,
can
um,
talk a little bit about how Diceborn Season 2 is going on the production side, and the cast could talk about, but we should talk
Oh,
about
no.
Stormlight Archive plans first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
So we have learned many lessons about the production of actual play shows. And as fun and as rewarding as a long-term campaign is, they're difficult.
Yeah.
So I would expect more shorter limited series things in the style
Yeah.
of Secrets
With-
in Stained Glass rather
With
than
different people probably playing in different games.
Like
Mhm.
me and Ian,
And-
we've spoken about this a bit, where it's like we'd love to do the long form because like the whole point of Stormlight is kind of like people being on journeys and
Mhm.
and it's about that long thing, but just so we'd love to do a long form, but we have learned that it's far more realistic for us to do the shorter ones where it's only 4 or 5 episodes of these. We're like
because it's been a year and a half
Diceborn
before
season-
since we started season 2.
Yeah.
we,
Diceborn
okay.
Season 2 scheduling has been cursed. And I will admit there is a sizable percentage that has been because of me. I was extremely difficult to schedule around last year because of World Fantasy. That is no longer on my plate, and that's helped us a little, but it's still been tough scheduling. We're getting I think we're close to being able to start releasing episodes reasonably.
Yeah.
We just want it made.
I don't. I
apparently
wouldn't
not.
say
I'm
that.
wrong.
I am
If Alex is taking ahead,
inspired by this confidence.
look at Alex's reaction.
It's the production.
Time to talk about production.
I'll talk about production. Hi, I'm I wasn't expecting to necessarily be your producer for Diceborn Season 2, but I'm your producer for Season 2.
Hello, producer.
So we are currently working I am working through the raw edits of the early episodes. The cast has recorded much more episodes than I am actively working on right now because I've started from the beginning. So we have raw edits. Did I finish 4 or was I about to start 4?
I think you were about to start 4 because
I think I'm about to start 4. So I think I've raw edited 3 episodes. I think yes, it was after I finished raw editing 4. I'm planning on going back and doing the polish pass, which is when I would do things like special effects or soundtracks or putting
Giveaway
graphics on screen. We're gonna have some new graphics for season 2, which will be very fun. I will say, please do not expect something as graphically and production intensive as Secrets and Stained Glass was, because as people said, this is a much longer series, and I can't do that for that many episodes.
No,
you were
you-
very
no.
explicit in our conversation with Alex. You
Cannot
can't
do
do what you did for Cystic because
No,
you
no, no,
nearly
no.
you were
No.
That
put
was,
yourself
that was
in
5
the
It was a labor
episodes.
of
It
love,
almost
and it turned out very
Mhm.
good. But
Yes.
also, that was too much for you.
Yeah.
so it'll be a little bit lighter, but yeah, I'm thinking once we have sort of 4 episodes probably like fully finished in the can, ready to go, and I've made decent progress probably on the next set of 4, we might start thinking about a release schedule. I believe the cast have talked about potentially doing like a mid-series break.
Yes.
we
might
have
get-
There's
we have a
there's a good point in the middle.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
just
may
so-
get a chunk of episodes and then another break for production, and then the second half of the.
Because I think we've recorded, I want to say 12 episodes.
I think you guys are
Like
right.
this is how bad production. Like this is how difficult it's been to get these live. Is yeah, we've recorded a load. But like I
feel
was
like 12
originally
is
supposed to be doing it. Yeah.
more than we've gotten to, but
I think we're at 11. I think we did
Okay.
11. I can check
11.
this. I have my
numbers are
budget.
hard, and time is hard, and memory is hard.
Yes. Yeah, I only recently handed off to Alex to actually edit and release them.
Diceborn is by far the biggest and most expensive show we do, and it doesn't get very many views, which is fine. But like it's a lot.
Doing it.
Yeah.
And like I'm very proud of Diceborn and Secrets and Stained Glass, and like season 2, lots been learned since Diceborn season 1, so that's awesome. And I think
Can confirm 11 episodes.
hell yeah,
Because I've only paid for 11 episodes.
there you go. Yes,
I just checked my notes.
there's like the advantage to doing some shorter things is that, like, I imagine one of the problems with Diceborn season 2 is going to be people might not be able to get through like a less well produced season 1 to get to season 2 type thing, right? Like I can imagine that is
It's a bigger backlog.
yeah, it's a bigger backlog, whereas like more of an anthology show where there's several shorter things, we can be like, okay, here's the production lessons for this. You don't necessarily need to watch this to enjoy this other thing.
And I think the real, like, being able to switch up casts, A, it gives more people a chance to play, and B, also, oh, I'm in a busy time. Well, let's
I can't commit,
pivot.
yeah.
And so we could have more consistent filming, more consistent releases potentially too, and then
Asterisk on the
also
editing. But
if we there's still going to be bottlenecks, but the other thing is that's not for closing the idea, if we wanted to do something a little longer form of doing like sequel campaigns, right? It just be in like shorter blocks, and then
too.
yeah, or like with Dimension 20, what they've done with like the Fantasy High, for example. even though like they've switched it up, like they've come back to some of the same settings. So
I want to answer some. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to go back to some chat questions.
Oh, I was going to talk about was Secrets filmed in one sitting? No, absolutely not. Secrets, well, Matt intended to record it over a weekend, and I always knew that was not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
But we recorded 3 episodes in 2 days. It was like two
8-hour sessions. Basically.
Yeah, like 6 to 8 hour. Like they were long days. And then we waited a few weeks, and then we had another recording session, and then there was the last one, which is the week before my wedding.
Basically, every time we have different clothes, it's a new day.
Yes.
It was within basically a month.
Like 5.
That we got all the
weeks,
recording
think,
done. So which I want to say, Sisig, we had like 3-4 months of pre-production.
Yeah, started
like a month of filming.
Yeah,
and then probably it was like 5-ish months for main production. Because
it went March to June.
Did I do it in less than that?
It was March to June.
Yeah. I was doing too much editing if I did that in 3 months.
Yes, you were. I don't know how that happens.
How did that happen?
Well, but you weren't when we released the first episode, though. You were editing.
Yes.
I think you'd finished 3.
Or like really
I was
close
most
to
of the way
3.
through 3 when the first episode was coming out.
Yeah.
Which we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary for that.
We are. In terms of how long it takes to edit a Diceborn versus a Shardcast, so for my editing process, the Sisig episodes took quite a while, often because they just happened in many passes. For these Diceborn, I haven't done a full episode start to finish quality on the season 2 Diceborns, but usually you got one pass for cut out the breaks, cut out the ums and ahs, put everybody's faces in their little frames. We don't have to do that for Shardcast. Shardcast we record with an overlay, so the raw recording has everybody in their right spot with their little frames around them. Diceborn is not the same way because we have to be able to sort of switch between different screens. If you want to put a graphic on screen, you need to be able to move people's faces around. You also, because of the software that you guys are using for Diceborn, it's a different recording software, which does the fabulous thing of putting everybody's audio on a different track. I love this. It's unwieldy and unnecessary,
Alex,
for Shardcast. They come up every so often, but I can fix them. If somebody's audio gets unsynced, it's fiddly, but I can do it.
That stresses me out.
Yeah, it's a lot more fiddly, but it gives you so much more control over the final product.
I'm sorry, I'm just having horrors back to the one Shardcast episode we recorded that way, which usually Shardcast takes you 6 to 8 hours. That episode took me 24 hours to edit. But,
yeah. I also end up doing a lot more audio post-processing than I think we do on regular Shardcast. I often send entire people's audio tracks over to Adobe Audition to do noise filters, pop removers, things like that. So yeah, the raw edit for if a final episode is, let's say it's gonna be 2.5 hours long, the raw file is 3.5 hours. That's probably gonna take me 7 hours to go through and process it the first time. And then I get to do the fun edits on top of that, which is probably going to be another 5 to 7 hours. And I have a full-time job that's not this. So I do this in my evenings and weekends.
This is why I designed Shardcast to be as easy for me as possible, because I also have a full-time job and I want to be an author, so I don't have time.
When I was making these decisions on how to record Shardcast, I was going to be the one editing them. So I was like, cool, I'm going to be the one that suffers from my decisions. It's fine. Sorry, Diceborn, yeah. And then I handed it over to Alex, and I'm like, best of luck, Alex. Have fun.
Yeah, anytime they talk about editor Ben, you can do that. It's editor Alex.
We know that now.
Yeah, and there is You guys will find out. I can't remember which one it was, but there was an episode of season 2 that we didn't get the first chunk recorded, and then we had to stop and start over from the beginning and
bad.
try to
That
get
was bad.
things. We had
Yeah.
to redo a chunk of the episode. And fortunately, the Paleo's dice roller is amazing, and it keeps all of that history, so we didn't have to try to fudge the re-rolls. They were all just there in the history, but that one's not going to be fun for Alex to put together, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
You probably will not get the dice rolls on screen for that section because I think they're lost at this point.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, that's sad.
I can get them for you. if you need
I was
them.
gonna say, I feel like Paleo would be able to like generate a dice roll with the correct results
With,
if we
result,
needed
yeah.
them. This sounds like the
that's
kind of
not-
wizard thing he does.
Paleo magic
wizard.
strikes again.
Is it worth
There
the
are better
extra
uses of
work
his
for
time.
for the two of you to actually go through with it? though?
Paleo will crank it out in like 2 hours and be like, "Hey guys, it's done. What's up?"
It's like
I don't know. Maybe,
Mhm.
maybe
a
more.
minute.
I mean, it's a dice roll. You just instead of letting it roll randomly, you say what do you want to roll.
I'll tell you
Well,
what,
it's also like we didn't necessarily like say out in the recording. These are like the 7 numbers that came up.
But
yeah,
unbeknownst to
you just
I
say
have
what the
a-
winning result is. It's fine.
I have an
Yeah, which-
AI model of all of your voices already, and I can generate them.
Next episode was purely AIs entirely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someday, Paleo is just going to quietly take over and
Yeah.
do Shardcast
Produce
without
Shardcasts,
any of
yeah.
us, and you'll never know the difference.
Giant
and we'll
K
finally have
pseudo.
free time.
Yes. I know that there are some issues with doing the separate audio recording because it's like you need to sync the videos, right? Like, and it's the audio video sync that's the really hard part, because when we didn't have video, I did have everyone do their own audio track, and there was a different weird desync issue, but like you need the voice to be coming out of the mouth at the right time, and like what I'm recording of the videos would be desynced to what local people are like saying, right? Because it's going to be slightly off. So that's why like you need to do something pretty specific to make that work.
Yeah,
You should see
I will
how
also
aggravated my husband gets when the audio and video get out of sync with each other. He will like stop a show in the middle and restart the whole damn thing because it drives him crazy.
Yes, I do
Meanwhile,
that too
I'm
all the
sitting
time.
I'm sitting there crocheting, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching the screen all the time, so I didn't even realize it was
It's like it's 5 frames off. I can tell. Chromecast, why don't you just sync it? Yeah.
in terms of there are definitely like disadvantages and advantages to having everybody's audio on the same track versus everyone on their own. Several of the cast members have watched me edit the episodes because they've been a while and they kind of want to remember what they experienced. But they can see my premiere timeline because there's 6 cast members is very large for me to be able to see 6 audio tracks worth of waveforms, and I have to like color code them to remember who's on what track. And
You don't just remember who's track 1 or track 4?
No, because that would be like 12 lines of just random waveforms, who's who, stuff like that. So yeah, for a Shardcast like where you don't really need that kind of granularity in the audio editing, it would be overkill to try to like have to sift through everybody's.
It definitely would have been great for Secrets and Stained Glass, because there are a few times where it's like it would be great to just meet someone there. So for sure. So
Yeah.
it's going to make the show better. And I do hope we can fix whatever Video Ninja thing, as long as Premiere can actually run the files that are recorded and it does not take 15 seconds every time I press play to play it. That would be great. I think that problem's fixed.
I'm currently recording in 15-minute MP4s, so we'll find out how how Premiere likes those.
I think
Yeah,
I
everyone
think BMKB. Anyway, this is
Good,
very
good
nerdy.
appreciation to Alex for editing these, despite not being on the show. We love Alex for stepping up.
We have Edward Guest wondering how many people will be at Dragonsteel in the afternoon of the book release, because it'll come out on Kindle earlier, and if people disappear to read, I'm like, it's a freaking Stormlight book. Not only that, it is the longest Stormlight book.
It's
to
the
date.
longest
I can't
Stormlight.
imagine anyone would be able to get through the entire thing.
Someone will. Someone will.
Someone will, and we will all point at them and go, why? And how? And just generally be confused at their existence, because that's a lot of book. Those of us who have been betaing and gammaing it some have been working on this book for a year. And it's a lot of
since
a
June
year.
last year. Yeah.
A year.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It is a lot of book.
A lot of book.
You get
So show hands. Who's going to Nexus?
Wow.
Most
Quite
of
a few of us.
us.
There we go.
Yep.
Is it everyone but
Many.
me?
And
Ben is
Ben
also
isn't
not
going either. But yeah.
Ben isn't.
Okay.
I know David
Ben
is.
isn't.
Nor is
Sorry.
Lucius, since we've lost Ben and got Lucius instead.
God, I hope Lucius isn't coming. That would be bad.
But
Speaking
it's
of
going to
the
be a
Lucius
wild
art.
time. Some of us have shenanigans plotted.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Speaking of the
Lotus
Lucius
knows
art,
the shenanigans. Lotus is
Oh
involved in
dear.
shenanigans.
Ian, go ahead.
speaking of the Lucius art, we did get new character art for season 2, and
Yes.
We did.
I really want to change my icon, but we agreed to wait until closer to release.
Yeah, they'll know the shenanigans we're up to. Yes.
Mhm.
Yep.
Unfortunate. It's very
Is
good.
this going to be spoiler chat? We usually do spoilers in these, right?
There's
We do
usually
spoilers.
spoilers. I don't think there's
Yeah.
going to be Stormlight
Yeah.
5 spoilers.
Yeah,
But,
there will be no Stormlight.
I don't.
5
I can't
spoilers.
answer any Stormlight 5 questions.
Yeah,
I haven't read.
Don't
the
make
readings.
us try to remember what is publicly released and isn't
It
for people who are on the
surprisingly
NDAs.
hard, yes. Yes.
I
No.
don't know. I don't know what the readings even cover.
The
so.
the dance battle is not released.
Yeah. So, and also there was a question earlier if they thought void binding would be in the RPG, and my money's on no on that one.
Brother, I don't think Void Binding is gonna be in the mainline books.
While. Like, maybe, I
Brandon
don't know.
put that in the book because it sounded
Binding?
cool and has no plans. for it.
Stormlight 10, we get a chart that doesn't matter anymore, and it sucks.
Watch
Well,
that
let's
one
just-
be.
I say we just intentionally Mandela effect this. Void binding was never a thing. Don't worry about it.
Chris is wrong. Chris
What's a
is
void
wrong.
binding? Yeah, it's just wrong. Yeah,
It's the wit
ATM's always
epilogue
been an
from
alloy,
Stormlight
guys.
10,
Yeah.
And it ends with, "These are the secrets of void binding." ... End of the Stormlight
See
archive.
see you in the Space Age Mistborn trilogy. Bye. You'll have to actually wait for Dragonsteel to come out, and then you'll get it.
Lotus
Which
is all,
would-
that's not Mandela effect. That's called gaslighting.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
There's a
They
fine
don't have
line.
gas from Roshar. That's not
one
gaslighting.
leads to the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
on
will
a-
say, since we've... Oh, no, you go ahead.
Yes, on a slightly more serious note, I am willing to bet that if they do want to put Void Binding in the Stormlight RPG, they're going to sell it as a supplement.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
oh,
true.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost definitely not going to be in the base game.
It's not gaslighting, it's void lighting.
That's pretty funny.
Since we've kind of wrapped back around to like our original question, and we're talking about the
That was an
Stormlight Archive
original
RPG,
question.
in
Yeah.
terms of like actual play shows that we
Oh,
might
right.
want to
Yeah.
do, I have kicked around a few ideas about games I might like to run actually as the
Ooh.
GM, which would be fun. I kind of have two different ideas that one would maybe be modern day and one would maybe be like historical Radiance, because I feel like the problem with modern day stories is there's so little space to have stories about Radiance where you aren't running into main characters who are doing plot events.
Oh, so by modern day, you mean like current book?
Like
Yes.
current book.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sorry, not
Not
like cell
like-
phones, internet. No.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure it's
Contemporary
modern.
Stormlight.
Yeah.
We
No,
already
no,
have
no.
cell phones. There's
We do
science,
have cell
Yeah,
phones.
that's true. We do. That's
Yeah.
science.
There you go.
You
It's
don't want to
Sprint
have
internet.
just like a little adventure up in Bavland where no main character has ever gone.
There's
Well,
like
it's like-
3
Exactly.
random
Having to
radiants who've
work-
never heard of Erytheru and they're
who've never
solving
heard
a
of
problem.
Dalinar, who have never heard of Dalinar Cullen somehow, who have never heard of Kaladin if we want to be a
Yeah.
Windrunner. So it's like, are you going to do a complete AU of the Stormlight books? Are you like, I'm the bondsmith now of this story?
I mean, that could
And
be a lot of
Dalinar-
fun, honestly. Yeah.
I think it could be, but it's like also like a lot of work for people who like, there's a kind of creative work that some people I think it's not their jam. And I think it's my jam, but also like
Mhm.
as soon as I heard about the RPG, like I was like, Silver Kingdoms,
Silver
and then I realized that
Kingdoms.
probably wasn't like the vibe of the stuff that's being released.
marketable.
Yeah, I would love if they
Silver
actually gave
Kingdoms
us.
was the actual like that's what I thought it was gonna be. I was like,
Mhm.
so we can do it like away from the book, and then I realized, oh, they're doing very book focused
And
timeline.
if
There's so
anyone
many-
is doing one involving Biodomishram, please let me know. I will be there. So.
I'm just
so
like,
you know.
Ado Mishram.
I feel like if they can get answers out of Brandon just about some of the basic historical concepts, it's a much better campaign setting to have like we have several hundred years where radiants were an established thing and there were all of the
Yeah.
orders and they had
They
their
had
own
culture
hierarchies.
that we don't really know or
Yeah.
have,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
in
and, like,
the main series. Yeah,
If you want to throw in like a fun cameo of the canon characters, like have a herald drop by, sort of a thing. But
Yeah, they're always
yeah.
chaos. So yeah.
Mhm.
You
I
have
hope
so
they-
many
they do
female
their
heralds to
best.
choose from.
Yeah. Yeah.
With no
So many
established
blank
canon.
slates that you can just use to your heart's content.
Add whatever you want with. Yeah.
Free real estate.
There are so many
Mhm.
gaps in the story that I'm like, I'm making a dark-eyed woman because that hasn't happened yet. Like
Yeah.
that's gonna be a main character. So spoilers for whatever we end up doing, I guess, if I'm involved. Oops.
At this point, we have so many ideas that it's probably going to be several things we'll be doing.
Yeah, so some
Which is
miniseries
good,
is
because
probably
so
good.
many people want to be involved. We can have different groups doing
sign up
different games.
Yeah.
And then I kind of want to
I-
do a thing, but I know I don't have time. I know I don't. It would be 6 months of my life, but I can't do it.
Totally.
Walmart, I can assure you that the games that I'm thinking about running would heavily feature interesting stories involving Skybreakers. I have many thoughts.
And it's the what I call the "Oops All Skybreaker" campaign. Maybe I don't know. I don't actually know her idea.
Player
but...
characters don't have to be Skybreakers. I will bring my own Skybreakers. Don't worry about it.
I have already pitched a Dustbringer for one of Alex's Skybreaker.
I've been
Dustbringer
thinking
was
about a combination Dustbringer Skybreaker, and I'm like looking at these multi-class rules. Like, can I get away with this and have it still be cool?
Because like self mastery, that's
So,
cool. Yeah,
I think there's an overlap. In
Yeah, no, I
interesting
agree.
ideas.
Absolutely.
I just love the
Mm.
idea of like the Dustbringers being like internal affairs. Like if this was a combination role, I have ideas. I'm just because like the whole
Mm.
thing of like breaking apart and like to see how it works, like combined with the Skybreaker sense of like still like there's a right way to do things and we're like to do the right thing but in the right way, and like try and like a Dustbringer really attacking the way of like what's the right thing. I'm just like I have ideas. I have an idea for this character. I'm making
No,
an OC
Rosemary. It starts in August.
I'm doing an
Yes.
OC.
Almost.
It's 2 months away.
Whether
Yeah.
or not,
Almost.
yeah.
It's still enough. There, I still don't know that that's enough time for them to get the book. Really, I do not expect them to be even trying to release before Wind and Truth, but
No,
But,
I
like the
absolutely-
open beta will be available.
Yeah, so there's gonna be
Yeah.
stuff around. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's what I know.
Oh, if we want to talk about fun little ideas, I think I only told Gray about this, but I did have a fun like non-radiant player character idea, which could
Okay.
be fun.
Oops, all bugs, all bug rays. No, sorry.
Not No, I had like the idea of someone who's sort of like the emotional support best friend to a radiant who is like, you know, radiants go through a lot. They've got a lot of mental
Adolin.
health
So
issues,
Adolin.
Oh, so you're gonna
and
play
like
best friend.
Oh, Adolin,
Yeah.
yeah.
it's just Adolin, but like less healthy in terms of like, oh, I'm the person your spren keeps running to when you're having a breakdown, and I don't know how to say no to the fact that I have to drop everything and help you through. Oh, you got your next oath. That's really great. I'm like dealing with stuff though. I'm really tired from being my radiant friend's second spren who's helping deal with all of their issues. Sort of.
The spren of your radiant spren.
Yeah.
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 Adolin Blade gets a new meaning.
Your spren is treating me like their spren, and this is getting really emotionally difficult.
I am the spren's friend.
I'm the spren's friend. It's like I'm doing emotional support for 2 people right now. Ignore me.
Yeah, you can go to our news channel on Discord or 17show.com. In fact, there's a news article about the Stormlight RPG stuff. If you're watching the VOD, it will be further back there, but you could go there eventually. It's June 2024. Look, go back to that date, so you'll find it.
We've got a few of us signed up for like potentially DMing games, and I'm like, my thoughts recently have been about just like, I've always wanted to do Metal Gear Solid 3, but in fantasy. Rather than
play Metal Gear Solid 3.
No, and your experience will be enhanced by not playing it because you won't know.
Great.
You won't know the references.
Yeah. You won't know.
You won't know the twists.
I played half an hour of Metal Gear Solid 1, so
yeah.
Is that the one with the naked lady who breathes through her skin? Because that's the only thing I know.
5,
Okay, that's the only thing I know about Metal Gear. Cool.
I know Snake. I died a couple times. So I got that
order is
Otakon
Snake?
saying.
What order is Snake?
What order is Snake? Which one? Are you talking about Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, Solid as Snake?
Dude, I don't know, Ben. Pick one. I don't play these games.
I knew enough that the answer to that was going to be very funny.
I did know there were other ones. Yes.
I would say Solid Snake. I would say Windrunner or Dust. No, oh my god. Oh my
Lightweaver, where the only illusion he knows how to make is a cardboard box.
He's much better at the soul casting than the light weaving.
Oh my god, like Metal Gear Solid style like Lightweavers would be so funny.
Oh my god.
That's a new character idea for the RPG.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm full of these. Take something from another property and like what order are they, and all of a sudden you have a character concept.
True.
Yeah.
And then you just don't tell anyone that that's a character concept. It's like, yes, sounds very smart. Oh, yeah.
Sorry to Spencer Mullerstein. It wasn't Solidus Snake. It was Solidus Snake. This is the villain from Metal Gear Solid 2.
What's the difference between Solidus and Solidus Snake?
Oh god! All right, so Solid Snake is Jack. He's the clone of Big Boss who got all of the recessive genes. I want to say, and Solidus Snake is the villain of Metal Gear Solid 2. He's a perfect clone of Big Boss and also the president of the United States.
Are you saying Solider Snake or Solidus
Type it in
Snake?
Chat. Type it in chat. I need it in chat.
It's like legendary.
We didn't let Argent talk about Stray Gods. I feel like this line of conversation was a mistake.
Keep going.
Hey,
don't get me on a Metal Gear Solid track. I will.
We could have had a good game to talk about. Instead, we're talking about Solid Ass Snake.
Listen, if we want to talk about games, we can talk about games. I just finished playing a game and I could talk for hours.
Yeah, that's why we should.
Is it Destiny 2?
Yes, listen. I was just doing side missions today, and they finally added like NPCs joining you in missions, and I got to do a mission with Mithrax, and it was the best thing ever, and I am still hyper 2 hours later. You will not stop
I told the Destiny chat, because I keep getting pinged in there because I'm a mod who like has been associated with Destiny in the past, even though I haven't played in years, and I was just like, they're having so much fun. I would have bought it already if my credit card wasn't frozen. My credit card's frozen. I'm in hell.
All y'all talking about these big complicated RPG games. Me going, Battle Gem Ponies is going to be finally released soon.
Is that like Candy Crush or like Bejeweled or something?
It is. It is basically Pokemon battles with tiny ponies.
Oh, that's cute.
I can see why you're interested.
Combining Pokemon with My Little Pony.
I play Neopets and like the dragon version of Neopets, which is Flight Rising.
I think
It's
this is
like,
a great
listen,
time for me to get more drunk. I'll be
get
back
another
in a
drink.
sec. Yeah.
Listen, as a Neopets kid, they've revamped Neopets a lot, and like they have it for people who are adults. And like, hey, they set up a bunch of dailies that like I can do in 5 minutes, and I'm like, great, I'm still playing Neopets, but it's like I don't have to waste a million hours on like their silly little Flash games. Flash doesn't exist. It's so crazy. You have to use like
Flash is
a
dead.
browser extension to like play these games and stuff. It's so
Wait, so they're still
insane.
going despite Flash being like gotten rid of, and they're still
They're redoing a bunch of their pages, but they only have like 2 engineers, so it's like it's taking time. But yeah,
Ouch.
they're redoing the pages into something
Yeah,
not
there's
Flash.
so many games I'd love to play, but I have been halfway through Final Fantasy VII-R and Horizon Forbidden West for like a year. And
No, finish
I
Horizon.
but the good people also want to watch Iceborne someday. So you know,
So she has to edit.
it's
She has to
difficult.
Fuck the people.
And I'm still
Aw,
I'm still working through Act 2 of Baldur's Gate 3.
that's so funny.
I'll
I haven't
finish
started.
someday.
It's just like
Yep.
this is I've been watching the season 2 like editing process for Diceborn, and I never watched season 1. I keep meaning to get to it, but I'm getting there. I promise you guys, all the people on the cast here right now.
Someday you'll understand what's going on.
But I'm
Yes,
watching.
okay.
I started watching the editing process version of season 2. I haven't seen the edited version of season 2, so it's like this is a very interesting way to watch. I don't think there's anyone in the world who's having this experience. Right now.
This
Hey.
particular viewing experience.
I had that experience
Oh,
editing episode 11 without having watched any of the previous ones. So, you
I
know,
don't
starting
know
in the
what's
middle of
going on.
Iceborne is the way to go, I think.
I'm
Yeah.
developing all kinds of opinions based on how these characters are, based on how they ended season 1. It's crazy. I don't know. This is wild.
Hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Okay, I think going by the chat, we should really just let Argent talk about Stray Gods.
Yeah, go
Arjun,
on.
tell us about Stray Gods.
3 minutes. Go for it. It's a great game.
3
I'm gonna
minutes
go
is
get
not enough.
my third drink. Burp.
No, it's a role-playing musical where it's like a visual novel, but you no, there's no gameplay. It's all dialogue. But the way and there are battles, but the way you do and there's like dialogue trees and stuff like that. But the way you do battles is through song, and the song plays, and you get to choose which way the song goes, and like the song not only changes like genre or lyrics, but like the previous decisions you've made in a song can affect how the rest of the song looks like. So if you go the choices are color coded, blue, red, and green. So if you go blue and then red, that second red is not necessarily going to sound the same way as if you were to go green and then red, or red and then red. So like the number of permutations for all the songs is in the thousands. It is insane, and the characters are great, and the art is great, and I love them. And it's also themed after Greek gods, which is also fantastic. And the voice cast
Zoe?
is incredible, with the main character being voiced by the inhuman Laura Bailey.
The Incredible.
Who doesn't love Laura Bailey?
Yeah.
It's true.
I do want to talk up Austin Wintory, who is I followed him.
Yes.
He's the composer and like did a lot of the music. Well, all the music. I don't know if he did the songwriting, but he did the actual music part of it. I've been following Austin Wintory for years, so like he's actually the angle I heard this from, because I see his updates and on his new projects and stuff. If you never heard of Austin Wintory, he's the guy who did Journey, Abzu, a lot of like that kind of stuff, and he does a lot of like teaching composers like who do game music, because game music is so wild in a way that I think Stray Gods really, really digs into, in the sense of like a game has to be able to like go off on a branch, but then like be able to continue based on like, is the player pausing here for like a million years where they think about something, or do they go in right away, or do they want to go back and do something else? So it's like, how do you loop and get back to something cohesive and still make this a complete sounding song while still being so different? He's an incredible guy, and Stray Gods I think is like an example of like what makes like game music so powerful and amazing. And like if you know what you're doing, it's great, and I think he's so good at it. Austin Wintory, please listen to his stuff too. Go support the guy.
And it's not only game music; it is also gay music.
It's game music.
I do need to play with Stray Gods. Everything about it sounds so up my street, like musical video game.
Greek
Greek
gods.
gods. I'm like, this is Laura Bailey. I'm like, this is so my jam.
It's so gay.
There's not
And
enough.
it's Pride Month.
It is
We are
very
all
gay,
obligated.
And it's on Humbo Bundle or something, and GOG and all of these things. So
Yes.
and it
Is
has
there
a
like a
DLC coming up.
Abzu guy. Oh, but the Pathless guy. The Pathless. I can't believe I forgot the Pathless. Oh my god, please pay the Pathless too. I follow games that Austin Wintory makes. Yeah.
He actually, I'm gonna share.
Let me type his name in the chat so everyone knows how to spell his last name.
I just watched him present at GDC, and it was last year's GDC, where he talked about. It was a funny talk where, like, he's doing a Stray Gods postmortem, but Stray God had not come out at that point, and so you can watch the video with like extremely minimal spoilers for essentially like the first few minutes of the game. But he is a great presenter, very fun to like watch him talk about this thing and talk about the creative process and the decisions behind all of this stuff. So I'm gonna send a video of that in Patreon launch.
Isn't there like a DLC for Stray Gods coming out too?
Coming out in a couple of weeks.
Oh, so they are making it in making it in time for Pride Month still.
I want to say yes. I'm not 100% sure. Like in my head, I have June 24th, but I'm not 100% sure.
I need everyone to realize that Matt's cat Zoe is extremely cute and is here now.
The cat is looking at Matt, and Matt never looks at the cat. And
Wow.
The
So he's just
saddest
like,
thing.
pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. So floofy like Aona in the sky.
Just doing her thing.
It's cute.
She makes appearances on Diceborn quite often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She feels left out when I'm
Recording.
streaming.
Yeah. I have the door closed, so they can't knock over my green screen. So, and also because I'm very loud, and Jess would hear me across the house.
Naughty. Oh, okay, Alex. What is that new drink?
Yes. What are you drinking?
Hello.
Hello.
This is
Creepy.
a strawberry cucumber margarita.
Ooh.
It is with my fresh farmers market strawberries and
you can see
farmers
the
market
salt rim. Holy shit!
cucumber.
Like
So
on
good.
the camera.
Very fancy.
Ooh. I will put the recipe in chat because I got this recipe online. Also delicious with mezcal, but I used Patron this time. So
Patron's really good. Patron's really good.
no,
Every time we talk about Patron, we talk about your wedding, which is not a bad like plot to follow.
It's
but
good.
it's
I'm
like,
sorry.
You had Patron at your wedding. It rules.
It's good. I never had it before.
I definitely remember what I drank at Eric's wedding. Those are memories definitely that are in my head.
I was
no.
way drunker than you, and I remember what I drank. I never got one of that pink drink. I never did. I
just had the pina coladas. Yeah.
See,
The
and
pina
this is
coladas were amazing.
The pina coladas.
Eric's wedding was detrimental to my health because I drank a lot at your wedding and I never got drunk, and that's what convinced me I needed to go so hard on the last after work stream. I was comparing
so good,
experiences.
We were trying to have a conversation, and then all of a sudden, that one song that we all love that's really gay and awesome by Fall Out.
Yeah, probably
and
one of
we
the
just
ones on Jess's actual playlist and
Mr.
not what the DJ
Brightside.
did.
Mr. Brightside by the Killers.
We had to run inside and like dance to Mr. Brightside and sing at the top of our lungs. It ruled. Hey, I think I'm like 2 drinks in. I think I'm like feeling it.
Yes, I can confirm.
I was Mr. Brightside was like the
Definitely
second
not.
last song, maybe the last song.
It was late.
So see, here's the annoying thing, which still makes me bitter. And this is one of the things that I mainly remember, is that how our DJ did not play Jess's DJ list for the dancing. Jess had an entire list of every song to play. Like, just play it. Don't think. Just play from the list.
Play
Here
the
are some
song.
mandatory songs. And he's like, playing some other stuff and was like, well, I didn't want to play the stuff until you guys were here. I'm like, we're drinking because the songs are bad and you should pick the songs that are good.
Every time they played the song we
ears.
requested, we
from
ran
the
back in to
outside.
dance more.
We specifically told him, and he also, didn't do some other things. So I'm
It would be
still
like 2 or 3
irritated about
songs,
this.
absolute bangers, and then some like I assumed they were American wedding songs would come on, and I'd be like, I don't know what this is. I'm gonna go get another
I
drink.
guarantee that's not what Jess put. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We didn't play the fucking chicken dance.
No.
Yeah, we'll do we'll have a do-over.
We'll have a do-over.
Yeah,
We'll do
yeah,
some dance stuff. We'll have a.
I mean, I
What
think
else
this
do we
is
get
Support our Patreon for
inspired
wedding
us.
number 2. I'll see you in 3
Just
years.
do, like shard retreat. It doesn't. Nobody has
rumor.
to get married.
Vote
I
in
heard a rumor
our
that there's going to be a dance party at Dragonsteel Nexus.
I will embezzle all the funds from Patreon, and we'll have another wedding.
vote in our next month's Patreon poll on who you would like to see get married for our next 17 shard wedding.
Well, that's a terrifying prospect.
Okay,
Thank
guys,
goodness
get on
I'm
the
already
Coppermind.
rich.
I haven't edited a Coppermind since Words of Radiance Dalinar page, but hit me up.
You know?
I did a deep dive on the Renarin page and Words of Radiance, and that was kind of my last.
I was gonna do
Coppermind
Oathbringer
contribution.
Dalinar page, and then all of a sudden the I'm bad at school part hit me, and I'm like, this is too much responsibility. Oathbringer was a huge Dalinar book. I can't do this. And then eventually I had to I just took my name off it. I'm like, this is too stressful, guys. I love Dalinar, but
I mean, look, I'll update the shard page eventually. I haven't done that since 2011. It's been 13 years. Oh no, that's bad. I don't like this.
Oh dear, yes.
Oh no. Somehow I'm still doing stuff on the Coppermind admin stuff. Yeah. Are there any 17 shard drinking events at Dragonsteel?
No.
Probably
No.
not.
Jancy's BarCon
There's-
happened though.
There's hotel bars.
Yeah, but we
where
can't
people
be
can
in that
hang.
hotel bar because it's too small. There's going to be way too many people. We have to go somewhere else. There's no way we can go there.
yeah, it's true.
It
I've never
got
been there,
packed
so
so
I'm
quick.
trusting you. Yeah.
I mean, all of the hotel bars, they're all small.
Yeah, because it's
At
Utah.
least the
'Cause
one
it's Salt Lake City.
at the Hyatt is the one at the Hyatt. I think is bigger than the one at the Radisson.
Yeah, the Hyatt one was
Fine.
It was
fine.
better.
It was acceptable.
If it was twice as big, that'd be better.
I really wish we
Yeah.
could do. I really wish that we do what we did at World Fantasy last year, which was we had the hotel. Actually, there's this huge terrace, and we said we want you to fill that with tables and chairs and an extra bar, and they did. And we had this giant bar space, and it was freaking brilliant. But you need that for World Fantasy because all of the publishers and the agents want to talk to their authors over drinks. That is how they do it at World Fantasy.
Nice. Yeah. I
And
talked with
Amazing, and
Josh as
I
well.
don't see that happening in Utah.
Yeah.
As
Even the bars are
local-
not amazing.
Yeah, coffee person who loves finding a fun indie coffee shop wherever I go. Pretty sure Salt Lake is not going to be really the scene for that. And I'm like, dang, that
we're
word of
also
wisdom.
in downtown, right? We're also in downtown. That's not-
there's more places. That Jess did find a really good cafe she liked. It was good. But because she's that person, right? Yeah, Jancy forced me to talk with Brandon's agent, which was very good. He was incredibly
Really nice.
intimidating. He's very nice.
He's such a soft-spoken person.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Mhm.
I think I'm never intimidated by the people I'm supposed to be intimidated by, though. So
Well, that makes sense for you.
I
mean,
know
sometimes
there's
it's a problem, but
I know there's coffee places. I know there's Starbuckses and stuff around, but in terms of a really indie, fun, high quality coffee shop, I'm I don't have high expectations.
yeah, it's
Morador, hilarious.
Yeah.
he showed up to BarCon because Jancy invited him, and she was surprised when he actually showed.
Mormon Court.
which was pretty cool. He was just chilling with everyone, and I was like, good. Everyone's being chill around him, and it was fantastic. I think he must have enjoyed himself because he came back another night.
Yep. It will be really nice that there's another day. I'm really excited about that because it was exhausting the 2 days.
Lotus said something about like not being able to drink for 2 more years, which is like, sorry. But this happens. This is a Canadian story. In my student group in college, we sometimes went traveling elsewhere for New Year's. Like we would go visit our student group was countrywide, so we would go, like there would always be like a setting like, oh, this year like our big New Year's party is in Alberta, or this year it's in Vancouver. Vancouver's very popular, it's always warm, and we always like had our t-shirts on because we took off our winter jackets, and they were like, what the fuck, why are you taking off your winter coats because it's so cold? And we were like, we're from Winnipeg. It's so warm here. But one time I was 18, I could drink in Manitoba, went to Alberta, and then they were like, they carded us and like, it's 19 here. And I was like, it was so embarrassing because you're with your friends and you think you can drink and you think you can go in this place, and then it's like,
oh, it is 19 there specifically?
It's really
it depends. Like it's province based, so it's like I only know my province in Alberta because this experience was burned into my brain. It's either 18 or 19, and I have to look for each other province.
Oh yeah, that's annoying for sure.
Yeah, so I'm like, I know it's 18 Quebec because Quebec is wild. You can go into a pub at 12 and they don't care because it's like family.
That sounds like the most Quebec thing I've ever heard. Really.
It's French.
In French, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like a European thing, yeah.
Yeah, they're the most European, and they'll give you alcohol at 13 because they're like, you'll learn someday.
It's pretty late. Like you start at 8 usually.
Yeah. Anyway, it was one of those memories that burned into my mind. I'm like, I understand. It's so hard.
I believe drinking age in the US is technically set at the state level. It's just everybody has set. Well, they didn't used to, and the federal government apparently kind of bullied them with funding. This is why the roads in Louisiana are really bad, because Louisiana's drinking age was 18 for a while, and the federal government was like, we're not giving you money for highways until you raise your drinking age. So
wow,
that's totally true, Clara. People are always driving across, not just even to Quebec, but across the border. Because I think it's 19 in Ontario, but 18 in Quebec. So it's like, if you can get to Quebec, you'll obviously drive there. But
this drink's really good, guys.
We hear all about like the people, like the American kids, college kids who like drive up here to party for a weekend. Because like you meet people at the bars and then they're like, oh, you're American. Oh, I get it. And then it's fine. We have bars on campus because that's not illegal.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Bizarre. This is a bizarre thing.
I'll just say, as a professor, I'd love to have a bar on campus because professors are depressed.
I looked for a bar. Like I was visiting Alex one time, and then I was like hanging out at her campus for like an hour, like while she had to do some errands, and I was like, oh cool, let me go to like the cafe. I bet you I can order like a wine there or a beer there. Could not, because they don't sell alcohol there. It's so weird.
You can get kombucha if you want a little bit of alcohol.
Does that even count?
Bad.
No, it does not.
Look, just get some rubbing alcohol and dilute that in a lot of mixer.
Like at least go mouthwash if you're gonna do ill-advised alcohols. At least that's
okay. Why is mouthwash and this medical alcohol better than kombucha? What is kombucha and why is it such a terrifying thing?
It's not terrifying. It just has such a small, tiny amount of alcohol in it that it's not
like
worth...
a fermented tea, I think.
Yeah.
It sounds absolutely disgusting, actually.
It really does.
It depends on your taste.
The
like
people who like it love it.
Yeah. The people who love kombucha really love it. You know, like you know that one meme picture of like the girl who's going like, that's her tasting kombucha for the first time.
That was a good rendition. That was a good rendition.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know exactly the meme. Yeah.
Thank you. That's actually like a meme of like screenshots of a video of her like tasting kombucha for the first time, not acted, just like complete like Oh, like she's like reacting to like all the different waves of like the kombucha aftertaste and stuff. And
I can't imagine that it would be something I would like because I don't like tea and I don't like
It tastes
beer.
nothing like tea, and it tastes nothing like beer.
What does it
I
taste
love tea.
like?
I've never had it.
Like
I hear people do. It's like a yogurt sort of a like you do this because it's good for your gut microbiome.
Oh, yes,
all
yes,
of the
yes.
fermented stuff.
I was like, how do you get
If
yogurt
it's not
kombucha?
sweet,
What?
I'm probably not going to like it.
I have
it's not
so many
sweet,
teas.
no.
I have
It's-
so much loose leaf tea, and I will bring it.
I think it's a little bit like in the weird wine department, but it's not like describing it like wine is. So it's like a little tart. It's a little, yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it's going to be good,
I mean,
Lotus, but I'm glad you like it.
It doesn't. It tastes better than it sounds, but it doesn't taste good. Is my opinion.
But it doesn't taste good.
You
This
know,
is a
again, you
kombucha
give away with
slander
words.
stream.
Lotus,
Give away with
my
words.
question about the kombucha is there stuff floating in it?
I
Does it
literally
have-
know someone who drank
No, it
kombucha
doesn't.
who got sick for like a day.
Okay,
That is
when
so-
making
If it has
kombucha,
anything
there's
floating in it, I can't drink it.
You are
If it-
really
when-
not
no,
selling this
no, it doesn't
drink.
have any floating. No.
Okay.
well, when you're making it, you float a thing in it to like do the fermentation, but
Yeah.
you don't drink it with the thing still floating in it.
It gets
You filter it.
filtrated.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the thing with like the worm in your drink?
Oh,
Those are
I
cheap
like
ones.
tequila
Like-
and mezcal often put agave
Mezcal.
worms in them.
Mhm.
I had a mezcal that had
Don't
a
eat the
little-
worm, I think, or maybe you do eat the worm. I'm not sure.
I think some people do, you know.
I
It's just like
Lotus,
Lotus, I do not believe it tastes like soda. I believe you are telling an untruth
Okay,
to
okay.
the chat right
Lotus-
now.
What kombucha tastes like soda?
I will have some at Dragonsteel Nexus, and I feel like I can tap into the spiritual realm and say that you're fucking lying, but you
That's
know,
a fucking lie.
but like, you know, the sweetness is part of why soda's good. Like, why would I want bitter soda?
Gray, where
I
did
mean,
that,
you also
that
gotta
Elden
remember
Ring confession
with-
come
with-
from?
my
I'm
taste
thinking
buds are
about I
not-
don't know.
my taste buds
I
are
can't
not
answer you on that.
factory settings.
Yes.
Something has to be really sweet for me to actually register it as sweet.
Mm. I'm actually attempting to stop drinking Dr. Pepper. I realize
Ooh.
ginger ale is not that different, really.
What is Matt's face right now?
But no.
Okay,
Well,
wait. No.
It's either Dr. Pepper
What?
or water.
That's
Eric's
said.
Dr. Pepper is part of his identity.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's getting part of my belly. That's for sure. It's
That felt
really
like Eric
increasing the
being
identity
excised.
of my stomach.
I'm
That's
thinking
for
about
sure.
closing tabs. That's what that just felt like just then. You know, I was like, "Are you okay, Eric?"
Oh my god!
I've since the pandemic, I've gained an amount of weight that I do not like, and I think me not drinking soda constantly was good.
It's so
finished-
good for you.
I finished
not
a part
drink
of my
soda.
book, which
Okay.
was really bad
I
the
knew I
week
had
when
to
I
fix
was
that.
cranking through that because I was literally drinking 4 Dr. Peppers every single day to crank through that. But then it's done. It's done. It's done. It's fine.
Hey,
it's usually not
you
that
know-
bad. It's usually not that
You know
bad.
what?
Okay.
You know what was the impetus for me buying an exercise bike and doing 15 minutes a day?
Uh-huh.
I was trying to get to Alex's place, and
Oh yeah.
there was a delay, and I had to run across an airport, and I managed to sprint for about 30 seconds, and then I literally physically couldn't keep up a run, and I realized, oh, I didn't even realize how conditioned I was in high school because they make us run all the time.
Right.
Even just the pace test, but like sometimes it's just like go to the gym room or go to the weight room or play soccer, and I'm like, oh shit, it's been many years and I've lost all my conditioning, and this is so embarrassing.
I
So bought an
went for a
exercise
walk
bike.
and my legs hurt like all day. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
no. I'm going to Australia for my honeymoon at the end of July. I need to like be able to do some walks. here.
I don't.
Oh, God, yeah.
My thing about like I can't. The reason I bought a bike instead of like a gym membership is like I hate chores. I hate tasks. Don't ask me to go outside of my house when I don't have to go outside of my house. It's like, oh, before work or after work, like go to the gym. No, I'm never gonna do that. It doesn't even matter how well intentioned I am. I know I'm never gonna do that. Even like it's like in the summertime when the sun is bright and I have the most energy I ever have all year. I know I'm gonna manage to go to the gym about 5 times this summer, an entire summer. So I'm like, I bought an exercise bike and I'm doing pretty good. I'm like 80% of like the days I've had it versus like days I've like used it. So I'm like, this is great. It's boring, but I put in a YouTube video. They're usually about 15 to 20 minutes.
As Spangs
No,
just
15 to
said,
20 minutes.
listen to us, subscribe to YouTube Premium, and you can watch in the background and make us money. No ads. It'll be good.
Look, the best gym
It's so funny.
soundtrack, undeniable, is the Doom 2016 soundtrack.
That's
you go to the
such
gym,
a good idea.
Doom 2016 soundtrack, you're gonna every day.
I actually should probably do that. That's actually a great good idea.
That or Metal Gear Rising. That and Metal Gear Rising.
Metal Gear Rising has such a good soundtrack. Yes.
I have a problem with like upbeat, like strong soundtracks for working out and for like walking and running and stuff like that.
Gotta keep it beat.
And well, so the problem is, I don't realize when I'm speeding up because of the soundtrack, and I end up like I'm not maintaining my pace, and instead of doing like an hour of walk or whatever, it's 20 minutes, and I'm like, why am I so tired? It's only been 20 minutes. Oh, it's because I've essentially been jogging.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like my speed monitor is like I notice like when like I'm tired, so I drop to 10 kilometers an hour, and I'm really like I'm in the last 5 minutes, so I should push, and I go to 15 kilometers an hour. So it's like I notice like I know I got to be more consistent. I'll keep up a speed. And like this is also being in my 30s is like I really care about my exercise routine.
Yeah, that's the thing that happened in my 30s.
It's new, and also the benefits are obvious immediately because after 1 week of using the exercise bike, I noticed that all of a sudden I had more breath for singing in the car, and I'm like, oh, this is really bad. This is really bad.
The worst thing I find is the singing thing. Right, so when I'm doing Metal Gear, I'm running to the Metal Gear Rising soundtrack. Right, so the boss themes one after the other, and I want to start singing because they're so good, right? But then you get to things like you get like I think all of the boss themes are about 23 minutes. You can tell I've got this down to a science. It's about 23 minutes. Each song's like a minute and a half to 2 minutes 20. But I'm like I get like 15 minutes in, and Stains of Time comes on, which is the monsoon boss fight, which is a song that has an RPM of like the song opens. It's like. And I'm like, I've got to sprint this whole song. I'm like, okay, cool.
Get that interval training, a short interval of
It's short interval, and then you switch on to like a soul can't be cut, and it's like, okay, all right, this is a nice little break after that. That was good. Yeah.
I'm pretty good about going on like walking breaks at work, but I do actually need to do other exercises because. I don't. And it's like last spring, we did a push-up challenge at work. And I got able to ended like that with like doing 100 push-ups a day. And then I stopped doing push-ups. And now I can't do that.
So
anymore.
I bought 2 of these. Not on my PlayStation controller because that would be bad. And I bought one of these.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's if anyone has a kettlebell exercise regimen, please send it to me because I know what to do with the barbells. I don't know what to do with this. So
I'm going to send you some stuff.
I did really like having a personal trainer, which I did until March 2020. I was the fittest one of the fittest I'd ever been. And then the pandemic hit and I didn't do that again. And I need to be healthier 4 years from now. Like by the time I'm 40, I need to be a lot better than I am.
Well, I was actually thinking I was actually thinking about Dragonsteel Nexus as like my big impetus for getting in shape because I'm like, I'm gonna be on my feet and walking all day, and it really sucked that day in the airport because let me tell you, after I sprinted and failed to sprint and keep up a run in the airport, the time at Alex's She lives in a very walkable city. Now it was very sad. I don't have stairs in my life. I have an elevator down my apartment, and that's it. I live in a very flat city. It was very sad. Very sad.
So I do probably need to do like actual workout stuff. Unfortunately, I'm extremely busy and my job is on fire and I have things to edit and video games to play. But at the very least, I think moving to my new place has been good for me because, hey, any of y'all come to visit me, I have 3 flights of stairs to get to my front door. There is no elevator, and a staircase within my house. And I do public transit for my commute, so that's about a half hour of walking in between the like bus stops and train stations that I take to get to work. So I have decent low level intensity endurance, like I can walk for a while.
That's good. That's good.
However, I've been doing therapy lately. It's good. I highly recommend it. Everybody should find a good therapist and do therapy because you can think like, I'm a really well-adjusted person who's decently happy. I think I just have a few minor things. And then you start working and you're like, oh, I could be so much happier than I am. Wow, this is amazing. I cry every time, but I feel better afterwards. Anyway.
Wow, I've never had that experience at therapy ever. Maybe I have
a very good therapist now. I really love. She's great. But I was like, I think I want to like try some new social stuff and like maybe I should do something active because that'll be good for my body. I'm gonna go try like a self-defense course. That's a good life skill. I think that'll be interesting activities. So it's not just like being in the gym. I find being in the gym very boring. And all I can do is think about how much I hate being there whenever I'm doing it, so it doesn't work.
Oh, that's like Jess. For sure.
Yeah, I can't. I hate just like gym activity. I can't motivate myself to do it because I find it miserable the whole time. And I was like, yeah, I'll go find this beginner's self-defense course. I'll just they've got a little $10 entry fee if you're new. It'll be great. I had to leave halfway through because I literally collapsed and couldn't keep up with like. They were like, we're doing groundwork today is what we're starting with. So it's getting up and getting down and falling and putting yourself back on your feet. I was like, cool. I just don't have the... That was instant.
Pay attention to me.
Both paused. I left that class. I had to leave early because I literally couldn't, like, my muscles didn't work anymore. And then the next 3 days were just an extreme level of pain where I could not climb the stairs up to my house, and told my boss that I would be working from home due to a injury. I was like, I fell at a class the day before, which I did when my muscles gave out, but it was more the full body aches that my legs didn't work correctly.
You repeatedly
anymore.
Fell several times.
Quite a bit. One time not on purpose. So that was my last, like, I'm going to do a workout activity experience, and it was not fun.
This is the most, like, millennials, like, 30s, like, oh, our bodies are all dying. We should really, like, go to the gym. Like, this is,
And for the Gen Z members of staff, this is what you have to look forward to.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely.
It's really great.
And from the lone Gen X member of staff, it just gets worse from there.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Everything I'm told says that if I can get consistent now, it'll hurt less later. So I'm like, I'm trying to invest.
It should theoretically, like, really pay off, when you're 60, right? Like, getting in, like, somewhat shape.
If I'm wearing sunscreen and doing a little cardio every day, I won't hurt as much.
As much. You'll hurt differently.
I highly recommend hybridcalisthenics.com because this guy, this isn't cardio, but he does a lot of like stretches and stuff that's like, sometimes I put my leg up on a step and like it hurts on the side of my hip and I'm like, oh, something's really messed up. Do bridges. Oh no, I can't get up from the floor. Do planks. You should do it if you're 20. Get up and get down on the floor and get up off the floor every single day. You don't even know that this is a skill that you're going to need. Get up off the floor.
I definitely didn't have that skill on the
When
get up
you're-
and down off the floor day.
When you're 60, you don't want 60 plus. You don't want falling down on the floor to be scary. Let's not be scary. Let's live our lives and stretch.
You don't want to need life alert.
Just dive that floor.
Speaking
my,
of,
Yes.
Apparently, my father-in-law fell last week
Alan?
and broke a rib. So
Oh no. That sucks.
it's not the
Alan?
first time he's fallen and broken a bone.
Ella, what's up?
Ella,
yeah, I just want to say, speaking of falling over, it is like 20 minutes till 2 a.m. and I spent like 6 hours today just walking around the city, so I have to drop out of the
sounds
stream
pretty
now.
good.
Go sleep.
Yeah, thank you for joining, Ala.
Thank you for
Bye.
hanging out with us.
Bye.
Thank you for hanging out. Yeah.
I was
now
worried
down
when
to
she
this.
said
We're way bigger now.
worried
Another one bites the dust.
my layout didn't change at all.
Yeah,
Depends on whether you got
Good.
the chat up or not.
Yeah.
And how
Ours
wide
sounded
your screen is.
insane.
Yeah. But,
Do you know, whenever I'm at the gym, though, I always get the temptation. You know how like Goku is like wearing like weighted bands on his wrists and ankles.
Oh, you want to be
I wanna,
Lee
like,
from Naruto?
Yeah. No, I want to be Goku.
Okay.
I'm
You
like, man,
watched that bit from Naruto though, right?
I've never
Goku,
watched
not
that
from
second of
Naruto.
I understand the Naruto reference.
I've
that was
never
cool.
watched
Samurai
That was
right now,
intentional.
but,
I
yeah.
know. I just couldn't resist.
But yeah, no, every so often I'm like, man, maybe I should do that. And then I'm like, no, because that's not how exercising works. You'd fuck yourself
Yeah.
up way before you've. It's good progress.
It's how it
Gotta-
works in a fantasy shonen anime.
Yes. Do not use that for exercise.
But you know what?
advice.
But honestly, I think you should use shonen anime for inspiration because sometimes I think like sometimes if you want to be like active, use what or this is actually not even active. If you want to do anything, use whatever inspiration works, right?
Yeah, like Henry Cavill.
If it,
I mean, yeah.
Is
I
that
saw-
inspiration
Am I
or
wrong?
like sad that you'll
No,
never achieve that?
it's like it's kind of like a mental health kind of
Inhuman.
inspiration, kind of like it doesn't even have to be about exercise. I saw this Tumblr post which I thought was really cute. Like if it makes you feel better to imagine Naruto saying, "Good job, Datsubayo," if you brush your teeth at night, then do that because you're brushing your teeth at night. Like, if it helps you to imagine Goku being proud of you, by all fucking means, do that.
Just do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get my dinner because
Hell
it's about
yeah.
that time.
Hell
There you go.
yeah.
Fun.
I have a dinner planned for post this because I don't want to eat on stream.
Yeah.
I ate I had
Eating's
no,
after
Ella
stream.
left. Ella
Yeah.
left, so she can appreciate
Ella
this.
left.
Like I live in a zone where it's like extremely German / Ukrainian / da 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 da. So we're big on pierogies. We love.
If
fucking
only there was
pierogies
someone
here.
else on the stream who could be could be relevant.
Be
to
proud
that.
of me for having. I had pierogies before stream to like. I gotta carb up. I gotta have
there's
like
no one
cheese, potatoes, like dough to like absorb the alcohol.
I don't know what a pierogi is. Oh, it's like a dumpling, like a Polish dumpling.
It's like a
It's like
yeah.
a potato
It's
dough.
like-
much.
Polish
Eastern
dumpling.
European.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Polish-
that's definitely more Slavic than it's German.
Slavic.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
Ukrainian.
Because like sometimes there's like a bunch of Mennonites here, but like they called like it's a group of Ukrainian, Polish, German. So it's like that's why that association is in my.
well, because they
We do
speak,
have
They speak Low German here.
Well, yeah, and like the Mennonites, like they're ethnically, I think, from the Netherlands, and then they moved like through Poland to Ukraine, and then the border changed a bunch of times because Poland didn't exist for a bit.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
And then they went
Yes.
to Prussia, Russia, and then
Mhm,
came
mhm.
over to Canada.
So this is
So-
really like a group that is just European from the country of Europe, smack in the heart of
Yes.
the dab, sort of a.
But the thing is,
Yes.
but the thing is, they
Yes.
were really
Yes.
That's a
in-
specific area. That specific
were really
area
Smack in
came
the
over
dab
to
of it.
southern Manitoba,
yeah.
and yeah,
Watch very
I'm
important
glad Eric
people. It's
got
very
my-
funny.
I'm
It's
glad
very
Eric got
funny.
my VIP joke.
Yes.
did not
Yes.
get that.
I haven't watched
Right
all
in
of them,
the
but I've watched
smack
most
of the
of
heart
them.
of the dab. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
No,
good.
nice.
Pierogi. It was. I think mine was potato and onion. It was great.
Also, I gotta throw out if we're talking about marching band. I was in marching band.
What did
B
you
to
play
the
in
third
marching
state.
band, Alex?
I played French horn in concert band, but you can't
yes, of
march with a
course.
French horn if you're in
Yes.
Texas. So I played mellophone in marching band, which is like
Yeah.
a
That was
trumpet
common.
if it was obese. And it's very heavy to hold in front of you while you're marching for an 8-minute show. But the first time I ever met Mr. Brandon Sanderson, I was in my marching uniform, having just come from a football game. This is like baby high school Feather has basically just read. I'd read all the Cosmere at that point, which was like 5 books.
Back in the day,
got in on the ground floor
at that time.
And I think
the
it was
Emperor's Soul was a big time.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
I want to say it was the Towers of Midnight tour, and I was like, Brandon Sanderson is going to be in my area. This is such a big deal. But it was a football night, and if you're in marching band, you are required to go to the football games because I don't like football, but you got to do it. And I asked my band directors if I could have like an absence, and they were like, "This isn't excused. You can't go." I was so sad. I was miserable the whole night at the football game, and I got special permission from the directors. They were like, you can leave as soon as the like 4th quarter timer hits 0. You don't have to ride the buses back to the school. And my mom was like, your dad went to the bookstore downtown. It was like an hour away, and held a spot in line for you. So we can go drive down there to meet Brandon Sanderson. And like they'd already the event was over. They'd already closed the doors. I had to like knock. They just had the line of like people waiting to get their book signed was all that was left. And I managed to sneak in and take my spot in line, and like that's how I met Brandon the first time, wearing my marching duds. And it was a big deal.
Hey, everyone raise your hand if you've met Brandon 0 times.
No 0.
We always lift the hand up.
I was also in marching band where I played
guess what?
the best
I live
instrument.
in Canada.
It's Jess. Hi, happy
Yeah.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
We're talking about marching band, Jess.
In college,
Wow.
in college marching band, we had an interesting carry for our instruments. We would hold them like under our right arms like this, which for the flute wasn't too bad. But when I was marching with my saxophone, I'm holding the whole damn alto sax here with my hand gripping the bell. There would be times when we were marching along the street, my arm would fall asleep.
But alto's the smallest one, so.
Oh, Jess, could you actually talk? Uh-oh,
But
I need to adjust her microphone. I screwed something up setup. This is my fault. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay,
go away.
Eric.
So Shannon,
Hi, Jess. We're so happy to see you. Hi.
Yeah, Shannon, the angle of such though was that I had enough slack in my in my
the cord, the wrapping cord. Yeah.
The bigger ones had enough taut where their neck was able to take some of the weight of their instrument.
I haven't played a woodwind instrument since 2008.
I was bringing my flute to Dragonsteel Nexus.
Oh shit! I love that.
As someone who hated how heavy my
Matt's
instrument
laughing at me.
And what I was like, I picked French horn before I knew I was going to have to carry this monstrosity on a field 4 years later. I was always so jealous that like whenever it started raining, all the woodwinds got to put their instruments away in their cases. And I was like, your thing is light. You don't even need, what do you mean water damage? Shut up. My mellophone is going to get watered. I should be able to put it down too.
Yours is made of metal. Yours is made of metal. Ours is not.
Hated the mellophone. I hated my mellophone.
Yeah, ours we had reeds which had wood, and wood were gross. You had to lick it all the time.
I want to rewind to a statement because I wrote it down because I want to forget about it.
Yeah.
Alex, earlier you said you can't play mellophone in marching band in Texas.
No, you can play French horn.
French horn. Okay, so are there statewide regulations on what marching bands can play?
No, it's just like there are bands that march with French horns. The Texas schools just don't. You use a mellophone instead.
Okay.
Can you guys hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
We cede the floor.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, and that's not just a Texas thing. There are a lot of high schools and colleges that just, as a matter of course, don't march with a French horn.
Is it like
It seems
in college, instead of mellophones, they were usually on euphonium.
It just seems like French horn is like the most marching band instrument. I always thought in my head, like it seems like the perfect instrument. Like French horn is, so it's like.
See, when you say marching band to me, I imagine the people with the sticks. I don't imagine any of the actual band.
No, that's drumline.
Marching.
That's the movie Drumline.
Yeah, they're throwing the sticks up in the air, twirling those. That's why my brain goes in marching band.
You got it.
I'm sure they're troubleshooting.
Part of the thing with the French horn, with the French horn is the way you hold it. The bell is sort of to
you
the
gotta
side
hold your
and
hand
going
in the
back.
bell and go like.
It's behind you too.
It's aiming more behind you. And with a marching band, you want that sound to project forward, so or up. In the case of
that fucking sucks,
but mostly forward, which is why you'll see like in the marching euphoniums or like sousaphones as opposed to a sousaphone, the bells face forward instead of up.
If you've ever heard a beautiful brass sound in a movie soundtrack ever, it's a French horn. Star Wars, that's a French horn. It's a beautiful.
French horns have a gorgeous sound, but they do not project well enough from the middle of a football field.
They're so good, though.
We get the prettiest cinematic lines and the worst lines in marches. I hated doing marches as a French horn because you just play upbeats the whole time. Only trumpets get cool brass parts in a march.
It's because trumpets are the best, obviously.
That's such a trumpet thing to say.
You know, that's a trumpet thing to say. The trumpet,
such a trumpet thing to say.
The trumpet boys. It was always boys. I never knew a trumpet.
We had female trumpet players in my band.
There's always a personality. I don't do this with any other instrument type except for trumpets. There's a trumpet type of person, and they're all so proud of themselves.
Brandon's main flaw is that he was a trumpet player in his band. This is,
to be fair,
this is
I
the Brandon
was a
Sanderson
bad trumpet player, but
you gotta stop putting that on your beta feedback. It's just not useful.
Trumpets are like the surgeons of the marching band. You know how surgeons always have an ego in like the medical field? Trumpets
even the
especially the higher types of surgeons. Like if you're a brain surgeon, like you have a way bigger ego than like a normal we do normal torso.
Like I'll say in my experience,
unless you're a bug doctor,
ego is a. There are many nice doctors who don't have big egos, but there are many doctors of various specialties who have big egos.
If you ever meet a brain surgeon, just say to them, "It's not rocket science, though, is it?" You know, and it's...
Ben, your butthole surgeon friend, what is his ego like? Like, has he a big ego?
No, I wouldn't say he's that egoistic.
I don't think you can maintain a big ego when you are, elbow deep in people's butts all day long.
That whole extraction seems like it's a humbling experience.
I feel like most of the experience has to be trying to convince the person to tell them what happened. If I'm being honest, is like most of what you're spending the time on is like, please be honest with me. Like, what is this?
Before he works on people, he meets them for like 2 minutes. Like the doctor's done the legwork on like what the problem is, and he just comes in. He's like, "Cool, this you? Cool. All right, get in the chair." You know, like that's his role. You know,
you have to take it out somehow. And the one thing I know for sure about modern medicine, they do not want to cut you open unless they have a damn good reason. It's like they're going to do everything they can to avoid cutting you. So it's like, we're pulling this out the hard way. It's like the way you put it in is the way we're getting it out.
It's a two-way street.
Combo for Jess to come in.
You made a two-way street.
This is a weird part to come back to.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about like marching band in high school, and now you're talking about cutting people open.
Yes, we're talking about butts.
This is the
if you ever get something stuck in your butt in Birmingham in the UK, it'll probably be my body that gets it out. That's basically where we're at.
We somehow switched to egos.
I know a guy.
Egos and egos that the surgeons have, or surgeons have like massive egos. And fair, I know why.
Players.
Compared to trumpet players. I know why surgeons have the god complex they do, but we all
because they played trumpet in high school.
I think they do. I think they do.
Jess, what did you
I'm gonna
play
go
in
get
marching
pictures
band?
of Fall Guys.
Just because until we moved too far away from marching band, I wanted to say I played the tuba in marching band. I literally had to strap it to my body to be able to do anything.
Yeah,
like
but
I
did you
couldn't
have the
carry it.
sousaphone?
Real tuba and not a sousaphone?
It wasn't like,
Like
a
a tuba
wraparound sousaphone, but it was a stand-up one that looks
Yeah,
like
that is a tuba.
looks
They
like
are
a
two different instruments.
Yeah.
They play almost exactly the same, but they are technically different instruments. They were making
like I wasn't on the
regular
sousaphone, I was on the
tuba.
actual tuba.
Those sadists.
That's
No,
terrible.
give this woman a sousaphone. Retroactively, go back in time. They're so much easier on the body.
There was 5 of us, and at least 2 of every other tuba player was male, and 2 of them were like some of the biggest males in our entire grade. All of us had to have straps. Like it was non-negotiable. Every one of us needed to have a strap so that we could carry that thing around while we were marching, because otherwise it was not happening.
We didn't have marching band. We weren't big enough.
Yeah, I don't think my school even had that.
We had regular band, like we had concert band, jazz band, and I was invited to join community band, which meant an evening commitment to like adults who were still playing, which meant they were very good. Even in my small town. So it was like, here's our thing. We're doing a concert at X time, so get good. And I was like, oh, this is not like school at all. They're like, the only person you need to impress is Peter Hayward, who is my conductor, and he's the only person you need to think is good. I think that's his name. Forget it.
Yeah,
we played movie soundtracks. It was amazing.
Oh, those are always fun. We had our like you have to do these bands, so like the concert bands. I was in brass band as well, which was like half you have to do this, half you can do this. You can choose to do this. But most people who played a brass instrument did brass band anyway because it was the same person who did the brass lessons. But then you had like the next tier of bands in my school. And they were like up there as like some of the most professional people you can find at a high school level. And oh my God, listening to them play, like our string quartet was incredible. Like they went to nationals levels, like going up against people who are twice their age. And it's like, oh my God, you're my age. You're making me feel very incompetent right now.
They're always someone better and from a bigger school, bigger district, and they were always amazing. And I'm like, yeah.
I do just love imagining Jess, who's tiny. It may not be clear, but Jess is.
Who's tinier? Who's tinier?
You're the same height, I'm pretty sure.
Well, do you know your height in centimeters?
157, but that's on my driver's license, which means I may have bullshitted it. I know my American height more than I know my Canadian height, if that makes sense.
Gray, I feel like I used 157 for Majon's height. I'm so sorry.
You also use 5'2", which I am, except at the doctor's when I'm 5'1".
I did the conversion. Yeah.
So
okay.
I know we've known a Majon's height the entire time.
I just didn't realize we did the centimeters the same. Yeah.
I'm 158, and I have been 158 since I was 16. That has not changed
These
in like
are for
14 years at this point. No,
nice.
That's not how time works. 12 years.
Yes.
And I put an extra decade on there.
Well, I mean, since I was 12, I've been this height, so yeah.
Yeah, it's like it hasn't changed. So like if you are 51, 57, then you're slightly smaller than me by a centimeter, which is like only like this big. So it's not that much, but also I think Spencer's that height from memory.
And Braid's around that same height.
What? Yeah, she's tiny.
She's trying to think about it. In my head, I am a 5'7". Well, I won't finish that sentence.
Well, in our hearts, you're actually 6'0".
I think we all said before we found out who you were, Shannon, is that you have tall energy.
Yes.
I think we all said
Tall
that.
energy.
True, yeah.
Everyone was
Yeah.
shocked to find out how tall I am. But like, listen, I got big boots for DSX, so you guys are gonna be like, oh, that's a little bit closer to how I imagine Shannon when you see me in person at this time.
Okay. I was like, what does that have anything to do with anything?
Because when women buy boots, we can buy them like with inches on the heel.
Yep.
So
Right. So
when
yes, I was
Yeah.
not. You said big. I was imagining, size 9 or 10.
not
not
shoe
heels.
sense. Not in the clown shoe sense. Yeah. I mean, in the sense of like how tall my heel is. Matt was about to say something because his hand was raised.
Craig just got home, so I'm gonna say goodbye. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Matt.
Bye,
Thanks for
Craig.
coming.
Yeah.
Bye, Zoe.
We love all you.
Bye, Zoe.
Yeah, bye, Zoe.
Bye,
She's gone
Zoe.
already.
Bye, Zoe.
Zoe.
Okay, peace out.
Jess has a pretty big birthday very soon.
Yeah, I guess I turned 30
Is
next
that
week.
also like a birthday with heels, or?
Yeah, no. It's,
I mean, I have a lot of heels. I
She
have
has
a
a
lot of
lot.
heels that have several inches as well.
she has a lot. Like honestly, maybe too many.
I actually
only
haven't
have,
gotten
like,
that
3
many things with
pairs.
heels.
Hey,
Yeah.
my prom shoes had like a little bit of a heel to them.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a little bit of a platform, so you're a little bit further raised. And as long as you've got the platform at the front, then you can have like a giant heel at the back, and it'll look really big, but it's still comfortable as hell because your foot is entirely moved up. You're not just like going like this with your foot.
You're
You
not.
just gotta
You're
move
not.
it all up.
You're not ballerinaing it up.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, big
So-
birthday for you, Jess.
Big birthday.
Yeah,
Mine
birthdays,
was.
and
I
cannot
can't
lie.
emphasize enough. My 30th birthday was the first year or the first COVID birthday I had. So
Oh
like,
no.
Terrible.
Yeah, we're
I
gonna go to a
was-
nice like spa
you
place.
please have a better 30th birthday than I did.
We got some good plans. Got some good plans.
I had a really nice like first COVID birthday. I'm sorry that yours wasn't as good.
It was actually a perfectly fine birthday, but it's just one of those like, what am I doing with my life? We can't do anything kind of, situations. It wasn't about the birthday itself, if that makes sense. It was more like, oh shit, that was my 29th year. Because COVID hit like 2 months into being 29. So I was like, what if I go back to school and I pretend I'm still 29? Because that was kind of like on the rocks. That was on the books before this all happened, and now everyone's getting back to normal. And now I'm like,
that was
okay,
my
now
30th
I'll go
birthday
back.
too. Yeah.
Now I'll go back to what my plan was before COVID.
I was like, I didn't do anything for that birthday at all.
My first COVID birthday, I took the whole week off from work and I binge watched Teen Wolf. So that's
Oh my god, yes!
Great idea.
And I 100% watched that show because of Shannon reblogging Teen Wolf.
I really had to adjust my brain.
It's
Because
specifically the No Kitsune styles.
Styles,
that
like
I'm
the dark style.
Yeah.
Starring freaking Michael J. Fox. So I'm just like, oh yeah, there was a TV show.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay. I have to go back really quick to a previous topic because I thought about it and it warmed my heart. Marching Man things.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody is still watching
gonna be
the
on this
Try
forever.
Guys. But
sometimes
so they have officially announced that like Eugene is leaving the Try Guys, and in order they're going to do like a final season of the guys actually try things because that was the original thing. But they just released the first one,
Color
and
Guard.
they try Color Guard, and it's
Guard.
really wholesome of like them learning the routines and caring about Color Guard. And I was like, oh, all my marching band feels came back, and it was also very funny because they judged them in the millennial division, so they were the only ones competing as millennials. And it's really good. I teared up. It's very heartwarming, actually. So if you ever liked the Try Guys, it's maybe a cute one to check out.
Okay,
I'm gonna
what's
check it
Color
out.
God?
It's the flags and the rifles.
Oh, that's super cute. Yeah,
I'm a small
Australia
town
doesn't
Canadian,
have
never
that,
had
so
that, but I learned about
didn't know the name of it.
Yeah,
it's
big rifle culture here in the States.
Yes.
Flags,
I guess
sabers.
that is kind of a thing.
Yeah, we just have high schoolers, spin rifles. Yeah,
I mean, they're not actually rifles.
It's mostly
and like you can have prop rifles as well for things like drama adaptations. So I could see like even if you put on Hamilton in Australia, they're still gonna have prop rifles for Hamilton. I know because I went to see it.
Yeah.
Imagine having Broadway.
Color Guard is partly there will be some concert band people who play instruments that aren't marchable in Color Guard, but I think more of the crossover though is from the cheerleading side of things. So it's kind of an interesting side mix of people.
The way it worked for our band was if you played an instrument that was not marchable, you joined the pit, which is like the marimbas and the big drums that just stay at the front of the field. So if you were like an oboe or a bassoon player, you did pit.
Or you could pick up a different instrument.
The Color Guard actually mostly were not band members at all. Like they didn't do an instrument normally. They were a separate thing that came together with us for marching band, but in the winter, when the band people are doing concert band, the Color Guard does Winter Guard, and they just compete on their own without a marching band with them and do their own routines to like recorded music. So yeah, it's like you come together for the fall and put on a big marching show together, but then you separate for the winter and do your own separate things, and they're their own team.
Admittedly,
really cool.
my point of view is a little skewed from going to a very tiny high school in a rural town. It was the only high school in the entire county. There were like 53 people in my graduating class. So
hey, that's more than double of me.
Yeah, there was a lot of crossover between the different groups just because there had to be. Like we would have football players who were part of the band who sometimes would be able to run out to play with us at the halftime show and sometimes not. It just sort of depended on how things went.
Man, I didn't do any of this shit in high school.
No, we didn't have a lot of this. I played soccer, I played basketball, and I had concert band. It was like
I did soccer as well. That was fun.
The entire marching band thing is completely
this is American.
Non-existing. We don't have anything like this. We had like a school orchestra and like a string quartet or a string class.
We don't have class. I honestly think this is bullshit. This is bullshit. The whole concept of marching band is bullshit.
Yeah, I did concert band.
I like seeing the YouTube videos every now and then. I did.
And then I did tech crew for drama club.
Oh, drama club.
Yeah, we had a drama thing. We put on like our school presents every single year, and it was like one of the highlights in the like entire town's like theater thing. There was like that and the actual dramas, like outside of schools, drama societies putting on an actual musical. Those are the two things every year that people were like, wow, these are the two big things to look forward to.
Chad, are we back? So apparently OBS said we were dead for a second, but then we reconnected. So are we back?
In the chat? Hello.
Yeah,
I don't think too many of us are here.
Very
so
American. Yeah. You don't understand how annoyed I am that.
Okay, all right, cool.
All of these people watch football, and then the football cuts to commercial right when you get to the good part, which is the halftime show. It's the only part of the game that's worth watching, and they never show it. Like, what's the point?
I got a quick question.
That's exactly why they do it, though.
Can I ask Martin something?
Can we hear from Ben, who's been trying to speak for the past 5 minutes?
Has his hand up for a while.
Mine's a super quick tangent. I've been waiting since we were talking about our first COVID birthdays.
Oh, okay.
So I was just scrolling back on my phone to see what pictures I took on 6th of November 2020, which was my for COVID birthday. And I have pictures of the Dustbringer cake that Lucy made me, which I'm sure I've posted.
Dustbringers.
I have a screenshot of the Gombe Chimpanzee War, which was a 4-year war between 1974 and 1978, where 2 tribes of chimpanzees went to war. And so that is what I did on my first COVID birthday. Is I researched chimpanzee war.
As
Yeah.
one
So-
does.
They're not that
As one
different
does.
from us.
They're not. They're not.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I just want to talk a little bit more about Drama Club because they were usually like a fall play that was much smaller, and then like the big spring musical.
That's great.
And my freshman year, the big spring musical was High School Musical, the musical, which we did more
Show?
shows of that than any other show before or since. Probably we did 5 shows, and it was. I know, or at least I knew all of the songs to High School Musical very well, and it was not fun. But the following year, we did Beauty and the Beast, which love Beauty and the Beast, one of my favorite Disney movies. But at one point, Mrs. Potts has a line, "We're all in this together," and it was just like
All in this
trauma
together.
flashbacks.
Yeah.
God, the younger members of the chat might not know what that is. I just realized, and that kind of terrifies me.
True. Yeah.
They're not at this stream. Except Lotus.
Yeah, that's true.
I think mine was
Totally.
quick. Mine was quick, but I can't remember what it was. I think it. Oh, Marvin, I was going to ask how
Yes,
late do you usually
yeah.
stay up? How you? Is this like
Well,
how late? Are we
In
getting?
preparation for today, I stayed up like so it's 2 a.m. right now. I stayed up until like 3 a.m. yesterday playing Chance of Senna, which really good game.
That sounds like a
yeah,
great
that's
game.
a great game.
Yeah.
It's on my wish
I-
list.
I watched a Let's Play
saw
of
that.
it. It looks super fun.
So you're
It is
ready.
really
I also
fun.
I also stayed up till 3 last night, but
Yeah.
for no reason
So
because
I'm good to go. I'm not tired at all yet, so
I just wanted to
You're doing
check.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did do drama club, although we didn't do musicals in the summer. Or in the spring. We just did.
What's the point
drama.
if you don't do musicals?
Look, honestly, I probably wouldn't have done it if it was musicals. I'll be totally honest. But like my sophomore year, I had a very minor role, but then I had the lead in my junior year. So I was in every scene of the entire thing, and I had like a 10-minute monologue to start.
What was the
What
play?
was it? Yeah, what was it?
I
Go on,
think
go
it
on, Lisa.
was Arsenic and Old Lace, some adaptation
I
of that.
love Arsenic
and so I
and
was the
Old
main
Lace.
character.
It's
You know
such
why
a
it's-
good.
The
I love
only
Arsenic and
reason
Old
I
Lace.
know Arsenic and Lace is because of Dr. McNinja comic, I think.
Mm.
No, it's because of Runaways from Marvels. They named it characters.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Arsenic
so-
and Lace.
So did that, and then my senior year, I begged to not be such a goody two shoes, so I was the villain in some western. So that was fun. I had my hair slicked back, and my henchmen were
It's
idiots.
Such a funny play.
As all
It's
henchmen
so
should be.
funny.
God. Yeah.
So Jess, you've had your hand up for.
No, you had your hand up before me.
Okay. I was just gonna say, so in addition to marching band, I also did broadcast at my school, which is why I know how to video edit because they teach you in
Oh, right.
broadcast.
Ah.
And academic decathlon or ACDEC
Academic.
for short.
yes, you did do that.
Which is our. If you ever really enjoy test taking and thought I wish someone made a sport out of this, maybe ACDEC's for you.
Just Brennan Lee Mulligan, really.
Yeah.
No, I really enjoyed the fact that it showed up in Spider-Man and he went to an ACDEC competition. I was like, my people.
I feel seen.
They had the
I
US
did
ACDEC
it.
like logos and stuff, and they were doing super quiz. And I was like,
I did it like a very like small town equivalent of that because they invited me to because like they kept like being like, you know so much trivia, Shannon. Why don't you like do this for real? And I didn't really know like Jeopardy style, like real smart like trivia, but I did know like random stuff. But one, I did get a question right, and I remember this is burned into my memory. It was like, what is like the Latin like prefix for everything? And I was like, I buzzed in and I was like, pan, and I was right. And like I remember
That's
this
Greek.
Greek, whatever. Yeah, it was like the Greek
Omnis,
/ Latin, and yeah, like
Latin,
what
yeah.
is what's the correct prefix for this? And like I remember this because like the senior, like he was actual senior, meaning grade 12. Was like he shot me a look like he wasn't confident I had it, and I was like, I'm right, I'm right. I know that this word is pan, and I was right, and I got the win. And he was like, "Cool."
That's the most like
Nice.
Gray story. Like someone giving you the stink eye, yeah, when you knew the right answer. Yes.
I know the right answer. I don't know what I do wrong that like people think I don't know what's right, but I know what's right. I do a lot of good things and I'm correct. And I do it in such a way that like being a woman on the internet, you always learn to play defense first. And sometimes people like recognize that you're playing defense and think that means you must be wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm right.
Jess, what you got?
So I have a follow-up to like what Alex was talking about of like what we all did in high school. But I now also have a story that I feel like I must tell to follow up what Gray just talked about.
Yeah.
So for a while, my mom was working with people at universities. Kitty cat.
She doesn't
And-
want to say, but
No.
She
Sorry.
knew someone who, when he was younger, just learnt Latin for the hell of it because he wanted to.
Like
there
you
was
do.
no reason, but he just learnt Latin. And then she'd known him for a long time, and then they ended up in this meeting or something together, and the speaker started talking and then brought up this Latin phrase or this Latin name and was kind of like, oh, we need to talk about what this is. And this guy was like, oh, it's this. And just like gave the answer. And they all just looked at him and were like, what? How did you know that? And yeah, he just... I don't know if you could speak it, because I don't know if you can really speak fluent Latin, but he could read fluent Latin as best as you probably can. And they were just completely blindsided by it.
One of the biggest flexes is to just say to people, yeah, I speak Latin. What of it?
Yeah.
Veni vidi
there-
vici, bitch.
Dimension 20.
Well, you wouldn't pronounce
Everyone
it
should
that
go
way.
watch Dimension 20. But there is in I think Unsleeping City season 2. There's a point when Brennan like gives like reads off like a Latin thing on a building, and Siobhan Thompson is just like immediately like figures it out, and it flaps.
It's just like, oh,
because he was meant to be like, oh, this is a mysterious writing on the, and like that's a little
just
bit
like,
of a
oh.
mystery.
Oh,
And she just knows it.
Yeah, she just.
Oh yeah, that's what that says. Siobhan,
Or at least
is
like
great.
she
I
got
love-
close enough to it that
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
he's like, there's no point in like hiding this at this point.
He was
Siobhan
just like,
is
I went to
great.
school in Britain. I know Latin.
It's true. Vini Vici Vici, you know. Yeah.
Very
Veni
Vici, but yeah.
vidi vici.
Yeah.
Vicky. It's not.
Is it
Vici.
Vicky?
It is.
Is it
I'm
Vicky?
pretty
Is it-
sure
is
that
it
they say
Vici,
the
I think. I would.
The
I would
unfortunate
lean
part
for-
about
I
Latin
thought
is
it
that they
was
pronounce it
Vici.
with a W. It's Weni Witty Vici,
Oh god.
which is unfortunate, but
It's terrible.
Just
I
I'm
also
pretty
was
sure
already
they
got
I would
pronounce
lean towards
C always
more Italian
as a
pronunciations of
K,
C.
because it's also Kaiser for Caesar. Like that
Yes,
was
yes.
how they would pronounce it. So
That's where
And I
you
had,
guys got
like-
it from.
6 years
Oh.
of Latin. So
what we need
Okay.
to hear though. Someone asked for it in
Fine,
the
I will concede.
comments. We need to hear
This is what
Eric.
you're all here for, like us talking
Yeah.
about how to pronounce things in Latin.
Eric's gonna do his Western accent.
no,
That's what
I'm
Eric's
not
gonna
going
do.
to
What's a
go do
Western
that. I'm not doing that.
His cowboy.
No,
Cowboy.
I'm
voice
not
accent.
prepped for this. This was
Yeehaw.
16
You
years
just
ago
drink
now.
alcohol. Just drink more.
I'm a cowboy.
I mean, I can do
Or-
a southern drawl if y'all need a drawl.
Yeah.
Or we got a Midwestern drawl over here.
I can hit that.
I was like a knob you just turned
because-
up there. I was like, I'm gonna be slightly more K-myth than
And I'll do a
I-
Yannick accent.
Listen,
I feel
I
so
used to
bad
work.
saying this, but like those two draws sound exactly the same in terms of they're
Yeah.
both south.
yeah,
Look,
And I feel so bad saying that
No.
now that I know that they're not.
no, Jess. So
It
the thing
takes
is, I think
To train your ears.
Americans make it up, like they pretend they have different like Southern accents.
Yeah.
to like fuck with people.
Wow.
No,
It's
that
a
was
lie.
very distinct from
They sound
Alex's
different.
usual voice.
The differences are subtle, but they are there.
Those are different.
At least to like the
different.
people I know outside Australia, outside America. And I know now that I'm here and like definitely engrossed a lot more in the culture. It's like, oh, of course people have different accents when they're in different places. And like we know that there's like the Boston accent and there's the like New York kind of accent, but really there's just American and there's Southern, and that's it. There's nothing else. Those are it.
I have a New York accent, so you know, like I'm walking here. How you like?
You gotta do that.
Like, everyone's got
which
to
is
walk
the only
here.
which is the only phrase that actually has New York doesn't have an accent. The phrase "I'm walking here."
I'm walking here.
Yeah, I'm walking here.
only that individual phrase. Has New York.
You try and do it for anything else, it doesn't work.
No.
What was fun was going to Portugal and visiting going through the mainland and then to the island. Is I could start picking out slight differences in their pronunciations, which was kind of cool.
As a Canadian, I keep thinking like there's so many American quizzes like on Tumblr and stuff. They're like, oh, like say this in a Maine accent, and I'm like, what the fuck is a Maine accent? I'm sure I would recognize it as a Maine accent if someone performed it for me, but I'm like, I can't fathom it right now. Like I'm like, what does that mean?
It's the primary accent.
No, the Midwestern
Maine
accent.
with E. Oh,
Maine with
is
E.
Oh, I
not
thought
a
it meant
Midwestern.
Maine is like a place.
You kind of
Honestly,
like
yes.
we're
did
too
not get
jumped
that.
at
I know.
Argent's little joke. I get it. I got it, Argent. I know you.
I did get it.
Remember when I tried
the
to do a
thing-
southern accent for a D&D character? That was fun.
You should keep doing it. I've been talking about D&D
think you
drunkenly
did
in our
well.
other.
I tried really hard.
You should keep doing it. You should keep doing it, man.
I'm just gonna do the rest of this stream in this whatever the fuck this
That
is.
reminds me, I also gave an NPC a
Friend,
southern
this hurts
accent. So.
Leghorn, foghorn, leghorn, whatever that fuck the name
It's
that
Foghorn
character
Leghorn.
is. Thank
Foghorn
you.
Leghorn, yes.
Jesse, that's
I
something else you
appreciate
wanted
when
to say.
people can do other accents because I can't do them whatsoever. And when I
Oi,
try,
governor!
Oi, governor! Blimey!
Roy to might.
Blimey!
Blimey.
Oh no, just
that's not a knife.
Usually in it.
Actually,
This is
actually
nice.
triggering. Actually triggering on multiple levels.
I've been practicing.
We've all seen Fantasy High junior year. I'm a
Not all of us.
left.
No, we all have not.
Bring
Not
me a
all of us.
bottle of water, please.
So I did actually want to bring up
Yes.
something that I find very fascinating that I didn't know about until Eric mentioned it to me, is how
Yeah.
accents can change depending on who people are talking to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My God.
Because in
Yeah.
general, I don't really get people asking me about my accent anymore. Like it's become soft enough that they're either they either think it's too rude to ask or they're just like don't notice it. Whereas when I first got here, people ask me all the time, "Oh, where are you from?" And even when I was in Australia, amusingly, people always ask me, "Oh, where are you from?" Because for some reason I had a very faint Australian accent, and people thought I was either British or American. And
That's
talking
really
to Americans, they're like,
That's crazy.
"Honey,
One of
that's not
One
the
of the
case."
first times I was
One-
in the US,
That's
someone asked me if I was
crazy.
Australian. And apparently,
No,
apparently I
we
did
do
not.
that.
Sounds
We actually
nothing.
can't tell the difference.
No,
We actually
not at
can't
all.
tell the difference.
We absolutely
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
I'm so sorry. A lot of the times I had an Australian person in my life, and I'm like, "Is that a British accent?" And like, I'm so sorry.
It's probably
I'm
one
so-
of the two,
No,
but I'll
see,
always get
I
it wrong.
don't particularly.
I'm so
care.
sorry.
Commonwealth.
But yeah, I talked to my mum,
Commonwealth.
though, and my mum has a much stronger Australian accent, which is funny because she's from New Zealand. And my accent gets so much stronger. And Eric notices it,
Mhm.
and he's just like, "You're so Australian when you
it's-
talk to your mum."
It's literally like when we were long distance, we would like talk on my on Jess's lunch break, and I was done with work because it's like a 7-hour time difference, right? And Jess would just go to a cafe and talk and put in her order. And I'm like, oh my God, you sound so much more Australian when you're putting in your order. Like literally 10x more Australian. It's like, good day, mate. Like maybe not quite.
Yeah.
Mate.
Like, oh
When-
my God.
So my mother's family is like from the boonies of Bulgaria. Just a village of like a couple hundred people or whatever up in the mountains, just about as boonies as it gets. And they have a strong accent down there. And so when my mother speaks with her mother, so my grandmother, I can always, like, immediately my mother reverts to like not 100% that accent, but she gets like 60% there, and it's instant. And then she will end the phone call, and she's back to her regular kind of.
That's my problem when I play D&D is like our DM will put on a voice and all of a sudden I'm doing the same voice, and so I just have to make that part of my character. Like, oh, I'm mirroring. I know what it is. I know what's happening here. But
It's your customer service voice. Like you pick up the phone and you're like, hello, welcome to X. How may I help you?
That's actually shockingly really close to what it is.
I know, I
it's
think
like,
that's the same thing.
I'm playing a conciliatory character who wants to make everything happen smoothly, and all of a sudden, like, I hear myself using a voice I wasn't prepared to use.
Alex, okay, so when I was playing D&D in Ian's game, right, Alex, your Roshani accent is so addictive.
Powerful.
I don't even think Rashani's accent is a real accent. It's just like
it's just
a weird
It's French-ish.
It's French adjacent.
Can you demonstrate for the audience, Alex?
Rashani,
is that okay?
Talking Rashani's voice.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
It's been a while for you guys, yes.
It's been a while.
It's been like 7 months.
I
don't
know what he's going on.
It's been since October.
Ooh,
I went back and checked, and I was very sad.
Say that.
I was very sad. Which, by the way, people should check the scheduling channel. I asked a question.
Hey, so the way that Rashani talks is she kind of gets into, because she's Tabaxi, I really wanted an accent where I could dig into the arse really hard, kind of like it's got a little bit of a growl.
It's so good.
A little bit of where this comes from was actually while I was learning French, one of my favorite things to do was to listen to Disney songs in French, and the Lion King's French songs, they have the like dark growls on like the scar, and like the be prepared in French is like one of my favorites, but that's kind of where Rashani's voice comes from. She's very fun.
You should watch Beauty and the Beast in French. Le Belle et la Bête en la français. C'est très beau.
It's very.
The lyrics are quite good in French, because I live in a place that has a lot of French, so I have a French person's opinion on this, and it's like one of those things, like it's very different, but like they've translated it so that like it makes more French and more sense in French than if you just translated it straight from English. I think I just said it makes more French, which doesn't,
it makes more
French.
That's such a good voice, Alex.
I think if I was actually doing a French accent, it would be a lot airier. Rashani's accent hits consonants a lot harder than natural. French.
It reminds me a lot of if anybody watched the Dragon Prince, the like sun elves there. It sounds a lot like
a little bit. I can see that. Yeah,
I've been
a little bit.
My thing for Maddie is like in my head, he's like more kind of Scandinavian, but I'm like, I don't have the confidence. I don't have the confidence to play a voice in D&D, so I just do myself, and I'm like, in my head, he's a little Norwegian.
Yeah,
that's why I just have to do a voice for my character, because he's so insane.
I think I discovered. Not. Sometimes you don't have to do an accent, but you can still do a voice. Like when I do Cerulean. Cerulean's like really soft spoken. It's still my voice, but it's softer, and he's a bit less confident in what he's saying. I love doing things to Cerulean. Cerulean's great.
Every time I play in person, I just start yelling because Maddie's way angrier in person than he is when I make him in text.
I have the so if everyone is Cerulean is my sorcerer character who's like a little sweet boy, and
he's a little sweet boy.
And then in my other game, I play
people not in this game.
Yeah, in my other game, I play a guy called Deluxe Bellington, who's a prick, and Deluxe Bellington speaks like this, and I have so much fun.
I think
Bellington.
Deluxe Bellington. How do you do? You've probably heard of me. And then
it's like Zeb Brannigan. You're playing Zeb Brannigan.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I think Deluxe sounds the way you would expect someone named Deluxe Bellington to sound.
He sits right on the tin,
Yeah.
Everything you need to know about him.
Hell yeah.
I feel like part of my thing is I don't do much of a voice for Majin when I'm doing Majin. But when I
there's
do,
a voice.
It's similar. It's a little bit similar to the Dier voice, but it's not quite as like sarcastic
you do like
all the time.
He's so mad all the time. You're like, I'm so mad.
Majin's he's very even keeled. He doesn't have a lot of
He's
like
so mad all the
inflection.
time.
He speaks very specifically.
How
and
dare
it's
he's
very
so
like
tense.
low.
He's tense.
He's very tense.
He's low
Majin
and
is
tense.
always very tense, and he's always very But I don't do any kind of accent for him.
And he sounds angry. And when Maddie's in the room, he's like, "Fuck you for being angry. I'm gonna be angrier."
Yeah. It's like I have a very clear image in my head of what Loxley's voice is like, and I have like actors that like and like voice samples in my head that work for him. I'm not very good about doing it or sticking with it, so.
Every session we play, my character's voice is different. I have no idea what's going on with her.
It's different, but it's slightly the same. Like it's all within the realm of that makes sense. That's all the same.
She's crazy.
I
have to play the crazy girls.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say, like, so I read Cosmere books out loud to people. So I have lots of different voices for all of the Cosmere characters that like make sense in my head.
This is how you're so good at it.
And the Colon ladies, like Yasna and Navani, always get my British accents because they're like posh nobles. So, but I always feel I feel weird about doing the British accent. Without like having dialogue to read. I'm like, I can do it if I'm like reading Yasna dialogue. It just kind of comes.
It's very easy to do with Yasna, I feel like.
You know what I've noticed? I've noticed that Michael Kramer gives all male villains the same slightly British voice. And like I was listening to Rhythm of War, and I'm like, the pursuer, all I'm trying to think of anything. All have the same voice.
Pursuers should not have a
They
very
should
similar
not have
voice.
the same voice.
Those are very different characters.
Yeah, but they've got the same voice, and I'm like, Michael Kramer's got a male villain voice that he just uses. Everything.
I mean, think about movies, though, right?
Yeah.
This is how.
Well, I think about one of the first things I think about when I think about this is, I am so sorry, Supernatural. There's a character. Her name is Jo, and she's an older woman, and she has I don't even remember the older woman's. The younger daughter is named Jo. The older woman is something else. And I remember reading a post about like, oh, this older woman is an actor who's clearly gone through voice training because she doesn't have like a crazy accent, but it's something where you can tell her voice is deep and measured and something she's practiced and like and putting on in a way that's attractive and appealing on camera. And that's something like I'm like, oh shit, like that's something you can actually practice. You don't have to use your normal voice when you're playing anything you want to play. It's great. So it's just one of those things that I try to be conscious of, but I don't think I'm achieving. But I have a goal. I want to be that lady, you know? I think I was really incoherent, so thank you guys for following me.
That was very coherent. That was.
Thank you. I go to Toastmasters, guys, and let's hope it translates
President
into
of Toastmasters.
James used to do
Stephanie
that.
Beatriz and like her character Rosa Diaz on Brooklyn Nine-Nine
versus her character on Encanto. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like where Mirabelle, like from Encanto, is much closer to her normal speaking voice, and Rosa is so different. And for like people like me who knew her from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, then going and hearing her actual voice, it's like, oh, I was not expecting this.
Yeah.
Or like finding out that like a lot of the children's shows that I grew up with, all of the same characters that I loved across these shows, whether they be male or female, same person. Tara Strong was the voice actress for so many of the characters that I loved. And I was just flabbergasted, and I did not know how to process this fact.
Good voice
because
actors
she was
are
just
like
so good at her job.
Yeah.
Someone's mentioning Stephanie Beatrice in Her Has Been Hotel. Does she do the singing voice of Aggie? Or is she just the... Yeah, I didn't know she could sing like that.
Sing. She was
That's
in a
amazing.
Disney musical.
Yeah. I'm like, that's so good. Man.
So fun.
So, yeah,
my only problem is like with voice actors is after you've watched too much Critical Role, even though Matt Mercer is a
I see Matt
voice
Mercer
actor,
everywhere.
he does a lot of good different voices.
I don't think
always
he
tell Matt Mercer.
I can't. He doesn't change his voice enough away from Matt Mercer.
Yeah.
He has Matt Mercer. There's a world within Matt Mercer, but he doesn't really step outside Matt Mercer, if that makes sense.
There's
Well, you
still
playing
like
Tears of the
quality there.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's that's Matt Mercer. I'm like, oh
no, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you just hear,
Yeah, it's like I think he's got a great world within Matt Mercer, but I hate that I can always tell. I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry, man.
Yeah,
it's getting me in like Final Fantasy VII R because I haven't actually met the real character that Matt Mercer voices in that game yet. But every so often you just hear a passing NPC who clearly got a Matt line. And I'm like, that was Mercer.
A similar thing. Like
Cody Christian, you're killing it. Cody Christian, who plays Cloud Strife in Final Fantasy VII.
Go back to Has Been Hotel very quickly. Keith David has such a recognizable voice to me. I notice every single time he plays a side
David has
character.
a pretty good voice. Yeah,
He's got a great voice. I love all the characters he's played, but like, there's like side characters. I'm like, okay, look, they got Keith David to do the side characters as well.
You know who can we? I'm just so sorry. Lance Reddick. I'm so sorry.
Hi. How are you? How are you?
I love Lance Reddick, and I'm very sad, and I'm grieving still.
Yeah, it took me years to realize because I watched when I was at university. Me and my housemates, like the show we watched together was Fringe.
Oh my god! Yeah,
and so like it was so good. Every Fringe
critically was so good. Then it wasn't.
Yes,
but it very suddenly wasn't, and and yeah. I didn't realize Lance Reddick was the was he director? The director,
like the police chief or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And I was like, so whenever I started hearing him in Horizon, I was like, oh, it's the guy from Fringe.
It's Horizon. There's still a third game where it's like, oh my god,
it's gonna have to be without silence.
They would have wanted him on like Alan Wake and that entire universe, and it's so sad that
Alan Wake. Alan Wake is the one.
Actually,
Keith David?
They had lines recorded from him. No,
is it Keith David?
No, it's some completely different guy. He's pretty good, really good as
Mr. Wall.
Boss,
I'm thinking of Mr. Wall.
But okay, yeah.
I've seen him in other things as well. I just I don't know his name.
Mr. Wall. Mr. Door. Mr. Door. I'm so sorry.
Door,
oh my god, I'm drunk.
Yep.
I'm drunk.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I played Night Springs today, so like it's fresh in my mind.
That's fresh, yeah.
I have a very random factoid that people may or may not already know about Fringe. But did people know that the two main leads of that show actively hated each other? Everyone knew it.
Anna Torv and Josh Joseph, what's his face?
Like, yeah,
oh my God.
Like everybody knew it. Like they were so opposed to each other. And they worked so well on
I did not
together on camera.
I did
actually know this. Absolutely hated each other.
Yeah, like the same thing was on Castle.
Oh no.
Where
I did know.
her
I did know
name?
about Castle.
Santa Caddick and Nathan Fillion hated each other, but they had great chemistry on screen.
I hate it because it's like
it's so strange.
It's so sad when you like, oh wow, they work so well together on their relationship on camera, but then you find out later they hated each other, and it's like, how did you manage that?
Sometimes that the passion of hate can be turned into a different kind of chemistry. You know,
Tom Hardy and Charlize Theron in Mad Max Fury Road. I was like, what? But I think that was like the Namibian desert. I'm blaming it on that desert that they filmed in because apparently that's a 2 for 2 on like the Furiosa prequel, like that they've been having these horrible experiences in that desert filming, and I'm like, it's okay because Anna Taylor-Joy played Furiosa. Yeah, I haven't watched the prequel yet. Anna Taylor-Joy is like, don't ask me about Furiosa and filming in that desert right now. Ask me in 20 years. And I'm like, what happens out there? What happens out there filming these things? Like, what is George Miller doing? Is it George Miller or is it the desert? What's going on?
Like, I don't know which desert the one
Namibia.
That Anna Taylor-Joy was like in the same one. Look, there's a reason that you don't go into the Australian outback, guys. Like, there is a reason for this.
Like, don't it's like
go
they,
to the
they don't
Australian
film. I don't think they
outback.
film in Australia. I don't even think they film
No,
there.
I think they do.
I think it was
Or at least,
Namibia.
like, they might have done the old ones in the Australian outback, but I know they've done at least some of them. Maybe not the new ones, but like my understanding was they all were.
It seems horrible.
It will be. It absolutely will be.
Right. This is why we didn't do an Outback tour.
I'm doing a fringe. I'm looking up this fringe thing, Jess, because you've got me on a hole. Lance Reddick nearly quit acting because of how toxic the fringe filming situation.
Wow. You know what? The only thing I heard about Fringe
being in that position, like, why would you continue doing it?
The only thing I heard about Fringe behind the scenes was the racism that Jessica Nicole, who was what's her character's name?
Astrid.
Astrid received was like the kind of like bullshit of like she was the only one who was like not offered a ride to set. You know, like what all the other like mainline actors were, even though she was like so central, like she was always there in every scene when like what's this
and she was so good.
She was so good. Jessica Nicole. Let's prop up Jessica Nicole.
She was great. I had no idea she had problems like that. That was this
racism. Like I heard about this like from a Nicole Bahari on Sleepy Hollow as well. Like I'm just like, fuck this. Fuck this. They roll. They're so much better than the sets that they have to work on. They make their shows.
There was I remember reading I remember vaguely enjoying Fringe in general. And then I remember I think there was a scene in the later half of the show that there's like a John Noble scene that just stands out to me as just like
there's a lot of those.
There's a lot of those, but there's one later on where, spoilers, he's talking to his past self or something, where he just goes on like a massive monologue for like minutes, and I was just like gripped my chair, and I'm like, oh my god,
there was a lot to like about Fringe. It was really good, but I mean, it sucks that when you hear about a good project that you thought was fun has problems. Like,
oh my god, exactly that thing. I love Lost, and it's taken like 10 years. But all the minorities on Lost were like, "Hey, we were treated like shit the whole show," and I'm like,
I hate hearing that because it's so
the
miserable.
BA test kitchen experience.
I think, or at least I like to think that the early 2000s, or like up to like 2010, early teens, were a lot worse than the decade after that, or the 2 decades.
Yeah.
Like there was a decade where things were allowed, like they were allowed to get away with things.
Yeah.
Like oh, there you go, Arjun.
I wanna throw out just real quick. Daniel Green has been doing kind of a Fringe retrospective recap thing.
Has he? Yeah. He's done a lot of Fringe.
He's got two, like, they're very long videos that take a buttload of time to create. So he's only got 2 of those on his channel, which cover, I think, the first 3 or 4 seasons of the show or something like that. but they've been like a great trip down memory lane, because like he goes episode by episode, and some episodes he's got more to say, some he's got less to say about, but it's been a really fun trip down memory lane.
That's fascinating. I'm going to check that out.
Really quick, just want everybody to know that I don't think Gray is acting very drunk, but I'm in like 4 different chats with Gray, and Gray's very
Gray's
no, Gray's definitely drunk.
Gray is really
it's
drunk.
coming across in chat.
I know.
Far more than it is coming
She's
across
fooling
on
no
camera,
one.
and I'm
if you guys are in you people chat right now, you guys know.
Are you in you people? I have to go check out you people.
Oh, no.
Just the way you
What are
said
you-
that was
I was
very drunk.
all over.
Gray.
You're
Very
not
drunk.
flashing people, why are you?
You guys like I'm in our
Oh,
D&D
you're talking
chat.
about munches.
Oh, fun!
I'm talking about kink and stuff. I'm talking to your chat about like stuff. I'm talking about our D&D
How much we
chat
love
about
Maiden.
Maddie.
But
Yeah,
how
yeah,
do you
Maddie.
try
Maddie
in
and
so many
Maiden.
chats? I can't even do like looking at
Yeah.
the screen and looking at YouTube.
I go into a chat, I keep my ears on, and then I keep rerunning it every 30 seconds. Like, is there anything in that last 30 seconds I have to pay attention to? No, cool. I don't have anything to say there.
I
Then
don't
go-
have that ability. Can you send me this ability?
And my ears shut
Even
off.
when I'm drunk, I'm neurotypical and have the ability to, I guess, process different streams at the same time. I wish everyone like
That's true.
had this ability.
That's true.
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Severely
I love having this. Like, let me just process the last minute of that conversation. No, I don't need to comment on that. And you guys can't tell because my eyes are still here. I love my D&D characters, is what I'm saying.
I
so
kind of-
excited.
Everyone
Sorry.
should love their D&D character.
Quickly
Of
sorry about
course.
Fringe. I can't
I
believe
am
you agreed
pretty
to about
narrative.
5 hours of Fringe content.
I mean-
didn't know.
My latest D&D character, I wound up writing, going so enough from the
Yeah.
background that I made my writing group read some of it because,
Mm.
like, well, this is what I'm writing right now, so this is what y'all get. And then they bullied me into pulling some of it out into a short story that I just ripped all the direct D&D references out and then threw in some like actual sex and then submitted the story to a spicy romance anthology.
Oh,
So
is
yeah,
that you're
Oh,
writing?
that's what that was.
Yeah.
Part of your
it
D&D,
started
yeah.
out as D&D character background, and it sort of spun out of control. And yes, writing group totally bullied me into that. No, Lotus, I am not reading that out loud to you all. You missed out on that because of school. Ha ha. Lotus,
Lotus is done now, right? I think Lotus is done now.
Moral of the
But
story: drop out of school, kids.
no, don't do
Yeah.
that. See,
No.
I've learned that I'm incredibly single-minded at doing tasks. Like, yeah, Jess is nodding.
Yes,
So, like,
I
this
can't tell you about Lost.
this week, I read Oathbringer because we're doing Oathbringer spam
Never
reads
read
tomorrow.
All of Earthbringer in 5 days.
I mean, that's all I
I
did.
still
though.
have 250 pages.
You can crank
That's
that out.
tomorrow's
You're in Eastern
problem.
time. You'll be fine.
Y'all are weird and like I hate you for this ability.
Like, I'll just crank out a shardcast, or like I'm writing my book. And so my problem with D&D is it's for that exact same creative energy that I need to use for my book. You know, right, Rosemary? It's like if I'm writing D&D stuff that I'm not writing, like other stuff that I should be writing, right?
I mean, I've managed to switch back in to working on the book. I
Okay.
actually turned out a couple thousand words
Nice.
Yeah.
yesterday. I am back in the groove. I am on track to get that fucking book done. at
Okay,
some
so tell
point.
us about the smut.
Yeah.
About the
it was
smut.
not-
It's true. It's after
Yeah.
dark. We have been so
It
not
is an
spicy.
Yeah, we've
hour.
just been
Legendary's
talking about
name,
media
yes.
things and just
It's
swearing
true.
occasionally.
Okay, you don't have
Right.
to, but I'll
East
tell you
Coast
about
is
I'll tell
dark.
you about
No,
smut that I write.
fine. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
read it to y'all like Lotus.
No,
thinks
please.
I
It's
should.
a yeah.
I'll tell. So, my character, I'm finally actually playing a fucking bard because I've
Nice.
been playing
Yeah.
offbeat
Turn
D&D
this light down.
characters for long enough. I'm like, all right, I've got a bard, and oops, well, I guess my bard is married, so I guess I'm not actually writing a proper bard, but whatever.
No, it's great. Bards can be married.
But
There's
so part of the background
married
is
people
like-
have good sex. I assume. I think.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
If they're still
I can
married,
agree.
presumably,
So
hopefully.
It's like, hey, you're speaking from experience. Like, what's going on
I
there?
can confirm.
I'm just pretty sure, based on like what I know about my married friends. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Hopefully.
And no
the
one has
Marge
shared things with me.
story-
I just got the idea.
The chunk that I extracted from her background is her. So she and her tiefling buddy, who is a sorcerer, were hanging out with a traveling musical troupe because, why not? And she doubles back. She has written this parody about a duke that lives in this town. She makes sure to go and perform that parody in the middle of his town square on festival day to make sure that she could start the rumor mill going and make that story spread. So she does the thing, and she bounces off, and she's ready to duck into the crowd. And then there's Malachi, her tiefling friend, who's just like, he's like, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? And I'm like, I could task you the same thing. And so the story is them escaping, and then finally them, having to face their feelings, and there is sex. And yes, she married a tiefling because of course she fucking married a tiefling. I did some very interesting things with the man's anatomy, like you do.
Okay,
You gotta.
interesting.
You
All right.
gotta.
You got it.
Every smut scene should be a character development scene.
Lotus, the best
True.
lovers start out
Much
as
like
friends.
fight scenes.
Yes.
The best
Yes.
fight scenes, yeah.
You know,
It's
it's
gotta
the
be
fight or
about the
flight response,
emotion.
but
I
it
think it's
translates to fight or fuck response.
Yeah,
A fight or
like,
flight. I know how to do it in a smut scene. I don't really know how to do it in a fight scene, but I think I can get there. But it's like most of the time, I'm like, if I can make it a sex scene first, I'll do that because
Just
way
have
more
them
fun.
just have
They're way
them
more
use like
fun.
have them use real swords, and it's the same thing.
Oh my god, you're so right. Have you guys ever seen girl fan art? It's really good.
Yeah.
I was gonna
So
say,
what-
if you use a sword for some of these things, you might have to go see Ben's friend. So
Yeah, be careful with that. Yeah.
Be
go ahead.
careful.
Okay, there's a commercial, and I don't remember what it's for, but it's very much you find out at the end, and it's somewhat random. But it's like these, like a man and a woman having a sword fight, slowly cutting the clothes off. of
Clothes
each other.
off. Yeah.
And it's like it's very dynamic. It's a very good commercial. Like it's a great
fight
scene.
scenes
It's
are
very
sex
sexy.
scenes. Fight scenes
but
are
yes,
sex scenes. Fight scenes are sex scenes.
very flirtatious. It's good.
That sounds great.
one of
Great.
my favorite fanfics that I've ever written was a Hades fanfic,
Written.
original Hades fanfic. No Hades 2 spoilers here. But that
Haven't
game
played it.
is already so like blurring the lines between everybody just fights to the death, but we're really horny about it.
Oh,
and it's
yeah.
really
Yeah,
like
yeah,
It's
kind of
violent.
sad. And I
It's
was like-
violence is sex is violence is sex. It's so good.
Exactly. And so I was
It's
like,
so good.
Except for
this is the
Skelly.
fic that I
Skelly's
think I
outside of that
tagged
circle.
it
He
with,
doesn't
like,
fight you. It's fine.
this could be genfic, aka like not a ship, not a romance. I was like, this could be genfic if you squint, but let's be
Everything's
real
a
about what's
ship.
happening here.
Everything's a
Um,
ship. I love
it was
shipping.
it was Ares Zag, so it
It-
was fun.
it-
It was a good one.
Oh, you writing
Rereading-
about Ares? Shocking.
Ha ha ha.
Aries is so good, but they're all so good. You know what, guys?
They're all so good. Ares is
if you're-
very Alex Core.
Yeah.
If you're ace, if you're bi, if you're pan, you guys, we win. We win
Yeah.
everything.
Fucking Hades. Everyone wins with Hades. Just it doesn't matter.
Everyone,
Everyone.
everyone in Hades is hot if you're ace slash bi slash pan.
Yep.
It's amazing.
I mean, I would say that everyone is hot, even if you are not, because everyone's hot.
Yeah, because everyone's.
Everyone's hot. That's
Yeah.
You may want to like
Get more
not
out of
want
it
to-
if you.
Yeah, you may not want to fuck all of them, but like they're all hot.
Well,
Except
that's
Juice is
different.
cute.
When you add aceness into it, I'm like, well, I mean, it's all kind of the same to me. So it's like, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
We've been asked for top 3 Hades characters. So
In
go.
in like,
Zagreus,
what are we
Thanatos.
Void Mummy. I can't remember her name.
Nyx.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah,
Nyx.
Nyx.
But like, I don't understand in what.
I'm pretty much a main character girl, so I mean, like, I'm gonna say Zagreus, and I say Thanatos, and I'm gonna say Thanatos
Yeah.
in a second,
Okay.
and
Clearly, we're answering just favorites.
Favorites.
Yeah.
When people ask you your top 3 things, they are asking for your favorites.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Right. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't know,
like
because we were talking about hotness, and I'm like, well, are you top physically attractive, top combat, like
what makes your
combat
heart
skill?
go badum? You know?
I always
Beats are
like
the
meeting
same.
Patroclus.
I
Like-
get knocked down because that's like the name of the artist who does thumb by thumb.
Right.
But thumb.
Thumb Wumping.
Okay, so hold up. I'm thinking. So
Zag, Nyx, and then I don't know if it's controversial. Persephone.
Yeah.
Oh no, I Persephone.
Love her.
Yep.
Unusual, but not controversial.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
No, definitely Artemis is a top pick of mine.
Artemis is so good. I gotta say,
Not
one,
Zag,
no
not
one in this,
Thanatos.
no one in this chat say that fucker who's in the Elysium fight. Who's that guy?
Theseus?
No one said Theseus.
Theseus.
I have
No,
read
no,
that.
definitely not.
He's classically handsome, but he's such a bitch. Don't
Well,
say
yeah,
him.
he is such a
That's the
Yeah.
Asterion,
My top.
Yes, Matt, we're
cooler.
ranking Hades.
Well, I think
not
we're saying
gods,
We're giving
Hades-
top 3s.
Hades
top three.
characters. Hades
I-
characters.
Hold
top
up,
3.
I need
Yeah.
a refresher on like.
I gotta change my camera
Hades.
angle here. real quick.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
I have not played Hades 2. These are not Hades 2 thoughts.
Yeah.
These
No
are
Hades 2
1.
No,
spoilers.
Hades is
No,
not-
Hades too.
This is just Hades 1. I'm gonna buy it when it's like 1.0. Okay, I know a lot of people are playing early access, but I'm not that girl. I'm gonna be a 1.0 girl.
Okay.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
Thanatos, Ares, and
Thanatos. Perfect, Matt.
Yes,
There you go.
Can you
Good
put
answer.
Perfect.
in your Discord name Gray, just Gray 1 point in parentheses 1.0 girl?
1.0.
Like
Girl.
that'd be hilarious to me. Please
Let's
do
do
that.
it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm so glad I can persuade you for things. It's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Just
okay.
to quickly answer Punny's question, I think the fight equals sex stuff is like it's a combination of the physical being very similar, but in a way that involves clothing, but that similarity kind of hints at, is there more? Like, is there something behind this? And at least for me, most of the stuff that I read is like, there is a point to a scene. Like, we don't have a scene that is just there for no reason. Like, why are we having a fight? What is this fight achieving? And to me, a fight is emotional as much as it is physical. Because if you are physically fighting someone, what is the emotional reason behind it?
I think it's like, I totally agree, because it's like, it's the same thing as like these two characters are taking the two center stages, or the two center positions on stage. And you're like, the entire point is, why are these two characters interacting? It's totally, I just, everything I say is in support of like, not a replacement of what Jess said, sorry, but what, a support of what Jess just said. It's so much of like it's about these two. So what ties these two together in a fight or in sex? It's kind of like, the draw is not like, oh, one is sex and one isn't. It's about what the same line is. What's pulling these two together? What's connecting these two together? What's the line?
I've got a
A
slight.
lot of the time,
Eric, you can open up the chat. There's a question in there. For
I
you.
cannot open that chat, Rosemary.
Oh, you can't open the chat.
No, I absolutely can't. I'm streaming.
Okay.
I pinged in content creation. I cannot open that chat.
No,
okay. Basically, Stink is asking.
No, I know. I answered it.
Okay.
It's fine.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I have for me, it's like the passion and like intensity is like it's like if you're having a passionate hate or passionate conflict, for me, I really easily translate over that to like a passionate, like intimacy or passionate, like love. I'm like, I can see that. Like for me, it's like that to me is the bit that like is easily transposable to different emotions.
Yeah. And like
and
even when you have a situation where like it's with a stranger, a lot of the time it's to do with power, right? Like
Oh my
you're
god, it's
having
all
a
about
fight with
power.
someone
Yes.
to
It's all
show
about
that you are
power.
more powerful than them.
There's
Which
so many
in that
dynamics.
situation, maybe it isn't sexual in particular, but that can then in a later point lead to something. And I don't know, in my mind, those just kind of go together, that it's like, it's to show about this character and like what could happen. But yeah, sorry to like jump in with the conversation. I wasn't expecting this to actually be an ongoing thing. I thought it would be like, here's a quick answer and continue. Because I was trying to write something out. And I was like, this is not working.
Go, Ian, go.
Yeah. So like another like aspect of all this is that structurally scenes can be very similar to one another, even though the flavor of the scene is very different. Like this kind of gets into the whole Bridge 4 is an underdog sports story, where like it's they're hitting the same beats, but like the stuff on the page is very different. Yeah, but like fight scenes and love scenes can hit the same beats.
Yeah,
while
I think
being
better
dramatically different.
A better support for that, because like Bridge 4 is another like, but like individual Bridge 4 scenes are not, they don't necessarily mimic or mirror like a sports scene. I think there are, and unfortunately I can't think of any right now, but I feel like there are dialogue scenes that have a similar rhythm as like fight scenes. I think that's and that's the same kind of thing, right? All right, y'all don't want me to talk about Artemis, who is Bae, so we'll talk about Lotus's question.
Yeah. So Lotus asks, fuck, marry, kill, Palm, Milan, Tensoon. I instantly know my answer. I don't need to think.
I instantly know my answer.
Like,
yeah.
Yes.
I'm killing Milan.
Let's go in the video order, like, and Eric will carry us through like it's a short cast.
Yeah. Evgeny, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
Yeah, let me just. Why don't you start?
Okay. All right. Easy. Fuck Palm. Obviously, my type. I need crazy bitches.
It's good to make that crazy. Get everyone.
I need the crazy. It'll be good. It'll be great. Marry Milan. She's amazing. Easy choice. Sorry, Tensoon. You gotta die. You're like, you gotta die. I'm sorry. Sorry, Bob.
Is there any other answer to this question? Is there any other answer?
That's how
Yes, there definitely is.
Kill Palm, because I don't care.
She's hot.
Fun.
I don't care one solitary fuck about Palm, but I will marry Tensoon because I have an emotional attachment to him or whatever.
Yeah. I would,
and I'll definitely fuck Milan because she seems like she's gonna be a really good time.
I am with Ray.
It's like her entire deal.
My answer. It's like,
thank you. I knew there was a whole proportion of people like I was going to be representing it.
Palm is too scary. No.
Rosemary, you may want to reconsider your words. Because you said F-bomb, and you meant it one way, but it's the rules of this game.
Before you said marry Palm.
Lowering my language.
Who died?
No, kill Palm because she's too scary for words.
So
Fuck Milan because that's going to be a good time.
It's going to be a
no
good time.
matter what body she's using.
Yeah.
And marry Tensoon for the cuddles.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a fair point.
That's
Hey, listen, that's totally correct because listen, I'm not straight and I'm not necessarily gay, but I'm like cuddle time. That's the perfect marriage.
Marry a dog.
Okay,
right.
Matt, I need some.
Alex.
What?
Alex, did you?
Yeah, no, Alex, you should go.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Oh, I am fuck Palm, marry Tensoon, kill Milan.
Wow, kill Milan? Why? How could you?
Oh, yeah.
Milan is just not really my type, and she's into Wayne, who I hate. So, you know,
that's bad. Yeah, but
bad taste, girl. Sorry.
She
Honestly,
ditched him.
I'm with you. I just see Milan as like a tragedy. Like the fact that she's into Wayne is like not her fault. Like she just got trapped by
This is
Brandon's
her
writing.
character flaw.
She
She's
just got
into
trapped
Wayne.
by Brandon's writing. Brandon's the one at fault for that.
We can
She's
fix
not in
her.
love with him. We can fix her. I'm not. She's not really in love with Wayne. It's fine. Brandon's wrong. It's okay. It's okay.
Which
Wait,
apparently
Matt
some
would
of
marry
us.
Palm?
Yeah.
I
Matt
think- no, I
wants to
think that's-
marry Palm. I think we
I
need
think
to
that's
talk
fine.
about that.
No, I think
Here's the
that's.
thing.
Oh, Paul,
Everyone-
sorry, never mind. Yeah.
I could marry
Everyone
Paul.
who's
We can do
saying
that later.
You could marry Paul.
Everyone who's saying
Marry
that
Paul.
Tensoon is boring, I'm so sorry, but like I have like a little thing for like the boring guys who are like, I like
He's
who's
so
this guy?
responsible.
That's not surprising to me at all,
Like
Gray.
I have a little bit of like about like Wendell. I have a little bit of that feeling of like about like who is that dumbass
Cassandra.
like asshole
Cassandra in Era 2.
Cassandra in
Vendel.
Vendel.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wendell is great.
I fucking have like a little like romantic sexual thing for Vendel. Like you would be so fun to deconstruct and like
Oh,
ruin
I mean,
in
he's a
bed.
Condra. You
Didn't
could
check it.
deconstruct his body. You know, you could.
You would be
Easy.
You would be so
Mm.
fun to have, and I'm like, okay, yeah. I just have a thing for that kind of guy. It's like you would be fun. I would enjoy you.
I think you're the villain of Toy Story 2.
I mean,
Like
I'm
the
kinda right
little
there with
fucked up
Shannon about
child.
Vendel. It would be absolutely fun to just.
Do you
drop
think? Are you
Vendel.
talking about 3 or 2? Because 2
I don't
was
know.
Al.
The
Two
weird
is the one. Two is
the
the best
psychopath.
one because two has Jesse in it.
2 is
the,
Jesse.
the,
Watch
the,
that,
the
Jess.
psychopath. Maybe
We
it's the
watch
first
that.
one.
When somebody loved me.
Has
oh
any-
my God, no, you will set everybody off.
Has anyone not answered FMK for Palm Milan? And
I like
Tensoon.
Ben. Have you answered?
yeah, Ben agrees with
Eric.
me. Ben agrees
Same
with
Eric.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paleo.
I'm with Ray.
Okay, I haven't had, but I might
Okay,
be
go
with
for it,
someone.
Jess.
I would kill Tensoon. I would marry Palm, and I would fuck Milan.
Okay, why would you
with
marry
Matt?
Palm? That's
Yeah.
the controversial pick.
Yeah.
Because I think she's gonna be a great fuck, and we're gonna fuck anyway, and then she'll just fuck off.
So okay, let's talk about the
You're
rules. of the
marrying
game.
her under the assumption she's going to leave immediately anyway.
I'm gonna
You are
Okay.
cosplay as Wex, and then
Besides the fact that she was kind of like, psycho, she did seem like a pretty good person up until the point that, like,
You went psycho.
I think it's like
God.
unfair to judge her by the time that she spent in the time when she only had one spike. That's unfair.
like-
I agree with that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the times that she was thingy. Leslie.
Yeah,
She had
I'm not interested in Palm
times
then.
before
I gotta
that.
be honest.
Yeah.
One
Listen,
spike
the
Palm's
most
what I'm into.
interesting, the most interesting Palm is the Palm we never actually get to see,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
when she was the
Yeah.
Lord Ruler's personal
Yeah.
Chandra, who was
Yeah.
exempt from
Yes.
the rules and got to kill people.
Yes.
You know
This is the
what?
most
We
have-
interesting Palm.
Hey, let's say I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I,
it's
I
in the
said,
book.
I said kill Palm, but like, listen, if we ever got to see Palm as like being like the super cool assassin, like that we usually see the male role in, it's like, listen, we'd all be fucked.
that'd be so
Why-
cool.
We'd all be
Matt-
so over the moon for her.
Matt, can we do can you DM a thing where I can play a character that's actually Palm? That'd be great. Thanks. I would love that. I would love that. Oh my god.
what if she went by?
We do also have to go back
I
and
would
have
marry
people rank their favorite Hades gods.
Yeah.
'cause we did not
We'll
finish
get
that.
to Joff's FMK as well. Well, don't worry, Joff. We will.
I don't know that I got to answer the Hades question, but
You
I
did
can-
not.
Yeah. That's why we
You
gotta
got
do this.
interrupted
Yeah.
halfway.
That's because half the people didn't.
Yeah. Go for it, Alex.
Alex, you
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yay. So yes, I am Than. I am Ares. And it's the third pick is hard because I'm like, do I go for like if I had to pick a girl, or do I just go for Zagreus? Because I do really like Zagreus.
Zagreus
He
is a
feels so
great pick.
default, but he's so good. I gotta pick
Zagreus
Zag.
is like a creep.
No,
I
like
think Zag.
I think you should go for main characters when you can, because so many people think they can't pick main characters, but like if you have a main character that is interesting and appealing, they succeeded for a reason. Lots of people like are just like, no, we'll never pick a main character because they're boring. Zag isn't boring. Zag is not boring. You correctly assessed his character.
I will also say really quickly to Punny's question, since I was kind of one of the ones who originally brought up an example of like a fight scene that is sexual, even though it does not actually contain any sex. Part of what was really fun about the Hades setting is like death doesn't have to be as traumatic because people come back. So you have like, you have a fight to the death between Hades and Zag that can be kind of like a bonding experience. And so, especially for a character like Ares, who's like the god of war, who gets a lot of satisfaction out of fighting people and death and killing in general, you can it's easier to cross those wires than you can in maybe like a real world setting where death kills people for real and it's not fun.
A little more permanence.
Immortals let you have fun with things that are not good for you in real life.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll go.
Go for it.
Number 1, Zagreus, because Zagreus is
Thank
hot.
you, Zagreus.
Number 2, Thanatos, because Thanatos
Thank
is
you,
hot.
Thanatos is my number 2.
Number
Thank you.
3 is Hermes. I really liked Hermes.
I haven't decided on
I
number
liked
3.
Hermes. I thought he was hot.
Oh yeah. He's kind of like boyish. Yeah.
I like the like speedy vibes.
Yeah.
The quick I'll help you buy.
I'll help you buy. It's flirty. It's cute. I get it. Yeah.
I really like his voice as well. Like just, I don't know.
I think I gotta pick a woman. I don't know. I gotta pick a lady.
I'm on the Hades characters wiki.
I know. So am I. Yeah.
Same.
So I have controversial picks. Yeah.
Can I think I do think Zagreus, Thanatos, and then my third. Like I've been third. I never answered my third, so I think my third is gonna be, what is the lady who gives shields?
Athena.
Oh yeah, Athena's good.
So no one's picked any of my picks.
Is it because they're women? Is it because most of the people?
I want to try to.
Yes.
Okay. Artemis.
Meg.
Artemis. Meg.
Yeah.
And I was gonna Aphrodite.
So I know you want to pick Aphrodite, and I considered Aphrodite.
I would almost pick Aphrodite, honestly.
It's actually I did consider, and it was a tough call.
Like, is it another Fury?
No, the other two Furies are done.
Murder?
No. It's Dionysus.
Oh hell!
Dionysus is
Dionysus.
He's a bro. He's a bro.
I am not into his personality.
I love his personality.
I mean, like, it's kind of fun, but not in that way.
What's up, Zeg? Let me give you. It's also voiced by Zeg's voice actor, right?
Yeah, no, he's having so much fun with the voice acting.
Hey, what's up, Zeg? Let me give you a little bit. Hey, Zeg, baby.
I cannot argue with his character portrait of just like the extremely bold, leg over leg with a massive quad.
Yeah, baby.
It's like there is a primal instinct waiting to happen there.
I think it's something about wine, which I have to admit is like what's killing me right now is like wine and like I get it.
I have not played Hades, but I have been looking, and then yes, my top is Meg, which obviously for me, like that makes.
I wish I could do her voice. Her voice is.
I know her voice.
Sexy.
Yeah, I watched. I'm into it.
Her voice is so.
It's good.
Her voice actress. So she had a thing for a little while where you could. I'm not sure if you had to like send a little bit of money or if you could just DM her or whatever. But
like a cameo?
she would read lines in Meg's voice.
A lot
Mm-hmm.
of voice actors are on this program where you can do this, and it's like I love it whenever they are on there because it's like, thank you.
I also want to make a quick shout out of how shitty fandom is. Let's have a shout out for how garbage fandom wiki is. It's trash. I can't scroll down on this fandom page because it's bad. Nice.
So I actually thought you were talking about like, general fandom.
No,
and
no,
not
no.
just, like,
Cosmere
fandom the
No.
wiki.
Fandom the
because
wiki.
like our fandom is pretty
Wiki,
good,
yeah.
I
It's
would
pretty
say.
good. It's pretty
Like,
good.
whereas a lot of fandom is trash.
Yeah, but the fandom wikis, they're all trash.
Oh yeah, the fandom wikis are all trash.
Hey,
Especially on
what's
mobile.
up, guys? What's up, guys? We rule. We
MKBHD.
kick
Back at
ass.
it again.
KBHD.
Coppermind, we kick ass.
We're so good.
Very good dating service. Highly recommend.
It's worked
Hey,
twice.
everyone else, I have a talk page.
It has worked twice.
Has worked twice.
Who's the other pair?
There are smaller couples that are not really on the shard, so probably not go into it.
we just-
There was another
Yeah.
like couple who met.
It happened twice.
the Coppermind.
It did
Hey,
happen twice.
just
No, we just
saying,
count
third
Eric
time?
and Jeff too, you know.
I mean, that's a fair way of counting.
Or if you're European, third time. Get it? Third
Mm.
time versus third time.
And has anyone not answered Hades Gods? Anyone?
I mean, I haven't played the game, but I kind of watched James go through it.
Okay.
So
do,
I
do you want to
mean,
go?
Yeah, go on, Rizri, go on. Rizri.
Zagreus is fun because he's always, like, well, this is happening again.
Yeah.
He's a great MC.
And
yeah.
and Thanatos is sassy. Damn it! You're making me be nice. Why
Yeah.
do you want to be nice? Nonsense. And then
Yeah.
Dusa is just so cute.
Dusa is so
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah,
She's
she's
so
cute.
cute. Hey, you know what? Shout out to the Aces because that's a fucking Ace
Yeah.
at Ace relationship where you're
Oh.
like, yeah.
I
Well,
remember
It's
when
like
we were
it's committed but not sexual, which I appreciate. Which is like I ship so much, like I don't usually go for those, even though I am Arrow Ace. It's like one of those things where like I'm bad representation in real life because I love shipping. But it's one of the,
I remember, I can't remember if I was speaking. I can't remember if I was speaking to you, Gray, or if it was Alex. But when I was talking about Medusa, and I was like, "Oh yeah, no, she ran away from me the first 2 times I tried to speak to her, so I never spoke to her again." And one of you were like, "I've never had such a fundamentally different reaction to a character," and I was like, "I just didn't get it."
Yeah.
I was like, "I literally never spoke to her again." She was
Because
like,
my
"Oh, you're gonna
reaction
run
was,
away."
no, don't run away. Let me talk
Yeah.
to you.
And then she did a second time. I'm like, "Well, you've made your decision, so have I. I made mine." And literally never spoke to her
That's
again.
relatable. That's relatable. Ben.
I don't think it's necessarily about Medusa, but it's also like I have had the experience where it's like, you know what? If this is real life, if you were giving this to me, I would respect that, and we will not talk again. But also, like, I get that.
All right.
I think I haven't really answered.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes,
Give
please.
us-
Please.
Thanatos, Zagreus, and then I'd probably put Patroclus, but more for like because I really like that tragic and sort of
Yeah.
wholesome vibes that he gives off with the like
I
either him or
was-
Achilles. So
He's
I
a
I was
was like,
thinking about
bit-
Patroclus and Achilles, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
he's a little bit fatherly / unclely.
Yeah.
There's a word for unclely, which avuncular, which I use for Sigmar in my group because I think he's got an avuncular vibe towards another.
And
of our
Achilles has
PCs.
such paternal vibes.
oh, for
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
You know, some
Yeah.
people are into that. I appreciate.
Which I wanted to call daddy vibes, but that has an entirely different implication.
Avuncular vibes.
different, yeah.
Hades is the daddy vibes.
Hades has the daddy
Hades
vibes.
has the
daddy
I'm like,
vibes.
I
Yeah.
was about to bring up that like Hades is that, guys.
I was wondering if it was a good
Avuncular.
Gray,
It's avuncular.
Avunculus.
Yes,
who
hello.
does Sigmar have avuncular vibes with?
Reyna, who is Grace's character.
Okay, yeah.
Because
That
she's
makes
she's the youngest, and like so he's like is in no way interested in her. But it was like, sorry, Grace, I don't know if you wanted to share this yourself, but like she had this flirtation with this other young person around her age, at a party we were at, and he was like, he listened to her at 6 a.m. the next morning, like, and I think he felt like really like, oh, I don't have to worry about you. You're just a young lady who's in love and has all these other feelings. And I think he felt like really safer around her at that point. And I think he's like, I'm your uncle now. I'm your equivalent of uncle now.
Reina didn't want to hit on my character. Sad.
Yeah.
I had to double check for a moment, like what avuncular meant, because I remember you saying at one point, Gray, that like Sigma like felt close to Zafina because of like the way Zafina had like helped out and like was motherly to the group.
But like ant-like,
what does that what does that
mean?
mean?
It's like the equivalent, the female equivalent is like Sigmar is one of our D&D characters in Ian's game, and like he's a tiefling cleric. Yeah, and I think like he feels like specifically it's hard for him to feel like affection towards his direct line, but he's like, oh, my god is my favorite aunt, and Zafina, who is Jesse's character, is my favorite aunt. And it's sort of that sort of situation where it's like,
whereas Zafina is like, you're all
not
my
directly
children now.
Yeah,
I will protect you with my life.
You're not directly responsible for me, but I appreciate that you feel like some sort of protective aura around us, and like he appreciates that.
We love each other.
We love each other.
It's time. We need to ask Joffs questions. No. Fuck, marry, kill. Syl, Pattern, Stormfather.
Okay, I got it.
Got it.
Marry Syl.
Okay.
Yes.
Kill Stormfather, and by like just process of elimination, fuck Pattern.
Yes.
I mean,
okay, great.
I do agree. Stormfather is
different. Sharing the same brain tonight.
I think
kill the Stormfather. I want to say fuck the Stormfather, but that is like kill the Stormfather. He's so grumpy, but in a way that I'm not attracted to.
I feel a little bad about it because there are definitely times, especially in Oathbringer, where the Stormfather is the only thing that gets me through the Dalinar points of view.
Oh, really? Fascinating.
Okay, I appreciate that point of view. Yeah,
fascinating.
It's still kill the Stormfather, fuck Pattern because of the buzzing. And
okay,
Pattern would be so bad at sex. There's no world in which Pattern is any good at sex at all.
But he's gonna be so enthusiastic.
It's enthusiasm. It's enthusiasm. I'm gonna have a great time having sex with Pattern once.
He'll learn.
I'm gonna have a great time. I'm gonna have a great time having sex with Pattern once. But that's all I need. Is like you're interesting. Whereas like Syl is like I can have a relationship with you.
I'm marrying Pattern, guys. Pattern is consistently the funniest character in Stormlight.
Yes,
he's also math incarnate.
The best like side humor character Brandon has ever.
Like every single line is killer. I'm marrying Pattern. Easy. Stormfather's dead.
Is it the math? Yeah. Tell us it's not the math.
It's not the math. I think he's hilarious.
It's definitely not the math.
I actually don't think Brandon does math spren very well. I'll be totally fucking honest here.
It's just I think Pattern's very funny, but I also think Syl is very funny, which
Syl's funny. Yeah, I don't know. She's too nice. She's not crazy enough.
Okay, I think with
I don't agree, but I get it.
Very straightforward, where like he genuinely doesn't. It's not that he doesn't even understand. He just says things as they are and as they appear, and doesn't realize that that's a funny thing to say.
So good. Just every single thing. And
are we doing the FMK of spread patterns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. Also, Arjun has been trying to say something. So.
Yeah.
Well, so I was, and then I realized that I would have been wrong in saying that thing, and so I decided not to say that thing.
Okay. Do you want to go?
I was going to raise a concern around fucking Pattern because of like the anatomy of a cryptic in Shadesmar, which is like you wear this like rigid surface and like a horrific face of non-Euclidean
I just had
geometry.
the worst response thought to that I'm not sure if I even want to like actually say.
Look,
and so I'm like, how are you?
Okay.
Well, yes, the thought did cross my mind. And so I'm like, there's no like entry point into that. But then I remembered that I am thinking about it from the perspective of someone for whom sex is like in my mind. When I think about sex, it is
You're thinking about entrances.
I need a hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not the receiving partner.
Thank you for saying it.
From a woman's perspective, we don't really need anything going into the
So,
hole.
and yes, and so I remembered that it is a fact that other people don't need holes.
How many people have watched Bridgerton season 3?
No, I haven't watched it
You can't do any
yet.
Bridgerton spoilers. It's too
No,
big.
don't do Bridgerton
You can't ruin it for
spoilers.
anybody.
I won't.
haven't
There's
even
just
watched
there's
season
a
1.
really great scene
Okay.
that
Also, I did a funny thing in the chat. Please laugh at how funny I am.
It was really funny, yes. But it was genuinely fun.
Oh, that's God damn it.
You should
I
everyone
wanna
should
click
definitely
on
click
this?
that link.
Yes.
In chat. That's
Anyway,
really good.
so I'm struggling between fucking Seal and marrying Seal because I love her, but I
Yeah, it is hard. Yeah.
So
I
am
will
I.
go forward with I will totally marry Pattern for the mathematical reasons. But not like not
What
Pattern
chat?
as in
What chat?
as
What chat?
as like
The YouTube chat.
YouTube chat, the stream
yeah
chat, stream
YouTube chat. But not like for the way Brandon portrays cryptic. Like in my own
for
head,
the
they're
idea
more,
of a cryptic.
Yeah, they're more mathematically. Like we
You
don't care
haven't
about
even
numbers.
watched Futurama. What's the fun?
Brandon does not understand math well enough to actually
Yes.
do a math friend
No.
actually
True.
well.
Yeah. So like I in the ideal world where math friend are actually like mathy, that sort of pattern I would marry.
Yeah. One that's actually does the math well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I've settled on actually killing Pattern because I don't care about him that much.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay,
Okay, so let's do a revolution against Argent now.
Yeah, you're banned actually. You're banned.
I'm on the side.
You can't.
No
you can't-
admin for Argent.
You can't ban me because we never transferred the server ownership.
That's true. I can't. That is a true statement.
And
what are you
I
doing
think
to the
I would-
Stormfather then?
I'm fucking the Stormfather.
Wow. He seems so
because-
boring. He seems so boring.
Because I
Arjun, you
think
can't do this because this is my answer, and we're not allowed to agree about it.
shit. Fuck.
Okay, I have a question about this.
Dick. So well,
Please
so I'm
continue.
imagining. Let me see if I can. The
That's my
entire
question.
the entire sky is the hole.
whole sky.
I'm taking the Stormfather.
It's
Let's
like-
be real. I'm the
there's no,
receiving end
like-
on the Stormfather, and it's a size difference thing, and I'm into it. All right.
Hey, you know what
You
size?
guys are cowards. I can handle him.
AO3 look up size difference. It's amazing.
Do
Have
not-
you guys ever
do not
seen
look it
that
up.
pic? Have you guys ever seen that picture of like the hamster with the banana? That's exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what that is.
No.
No. So I'm imagining the scene from Rhythm of like the Mercy chapter, right? The Stormfather taking Eshonai on a ride across the shore.
Right. Yes.
That, but a different kind of ride. You know, you get to see, you know, the Aurora Borealis was a big thing a couple of weeks ago. We're gonna like go around.
He's riding you all across our shore.
Well, who rides
Attitude?
whom? Who knows?
It's like one of those bicycles that just has a tilt on it.
You,
what?
you finally like.
Yeah, like there are literally bicycles out there that just have dildos on it, and you can just ride them.
one
off
of
down.
those. Okay, yeah. No.
Like I
No,
hate to break the news to you guys, but I asked Brandon, and that's actually what the center beat of the storm is. That's just when the Stormfather comes and all the spirits light
I
up.
mean, that is when
That's
the
how
storm
all
light
the iridescence is meant to be.
Yeah.
Actually,
yes.
That's why the spren get rejuvenated.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, that's
It's
a great
the-
one, Joff.
It's
Love
the
it.
it's the pulse clarity.
Hey guys,
I've literally
I'm
already
so-
answered that, Joff, on a Shardcast. They made me answer that one.
Hey,
Oh,
guys.
we could do it again.
Yeah.
Yes.
but like, listen,
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
really drunk.
Yes,
We
we
know.
know.
Yes, we know.
Tell,
I'm
Gray.
pretty drunk
We
too.
couldn't
You
tell.
Not.
know that you're really drunk.
You've seen me in the other chats because I can try. I'm
I
trying to
can't
type
look at the other
really
chats.
hard.
I'm doing stuff here.
You're the producer.
I'm the producer.
Hey,
You know,
hey, Eric, you take on such a sacrifice and burden and heroic.
Yeah, I can't click on things on my desktop. If I'm looking at my phone, it's because I'm
Heroic
looking at chat
effort.
on here.
Heroic effort for being producer.
I'm
Thank
just-
you.
Evgeny,
I'm
I'm
also
just saying.
like a single screen that's like away
Okay,
from
what are you
everything.
just saying? Talk to me, buddy.
Tell
You
us.
can't. To fuck a thing, you need it to not be too wide. Okay,
I'm
like
gonna get
I'm just
fucked
saying.
by the thing.
So,
That's
like,
the that's
I-
the different thing.
No,
That's
so
fair. That's a fair point,
there is-
Alex. That's a
there is
very
the-
fair point.
There is the Alex answer. That is not my answer. I think
You're mounting the Stormfather as he goes across.
I
Nobody
think
can find
look.
the Stormfather's hole because it moves.
you got.
So I legitimately
joke?
thought someone just knocked on my door. But I don't
It's the
think they did,
Stormfather.
but they might have.
No, I didn't get a notification. No one's at the door.
Okay.
What
Sounded like someone knocked on the door.
So I think
How does that work?
What
Most
is
chunk
the
has web.
fucking
What is the fucking thing? Yeah, hilarious. So
Oh
I
my
think
God,
I think by
Eric.
putting so here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Eric.
All right.
Shut up. Here's the thing.
You got it. Don't worry.
By putting the Stormfather or like any character in an FMK round,
Yeah.
I think you have
Listening.
to suspend enough disbelief and like assume that all of the characters are fuckable, marryable, and killable.
Okay.
Solid,
I don't know like that.
Does fuckable mean having a hole, or does it mean like we can have sex?
I mean,
See, I would say fuckable. Like
Fuckable for
Either.
you
you.
can walk away from like lesbian sex, and it's still fuckable.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Religion does
Thank
not
you,
mean
thank you.
fuckable. So
Yeah,
I
it
don't
has
think,
a
like,
lot of
in this
objects
case,
in his
that's what it
storm,
should be.
okay?
Like
So I
it
don't
shouldn't mean penetration.
Justin is so right. It's like, what does it mean to be fuckable?
That's
So,
the title
I
of the
don't-
stream. Welcome.
I don't necessarily need to be able to answer what does it mean to fuck the Stormfather or to get fucked by the Stormfather. It's my choice for the F option is Stormfather, and that's a valid answer, even if I can't explain what that looks like.
It may be an indescribable experience.
My essence
Okay.
is merging with the storm
I'm
as
just say
sure,
that as an
sure.
as an ace person, I'm totally on board because my idea of sex is like very vague and like, yeah, I'm sure we merge in some like
Yeah,
idea
it's a
of like
trans-
what is
yeah.
fuck? What is fuck? I don't know.
Yeah.
To take
Everyone?
the idea of, say, the shards, shards of, let's say, Laris and Atty, who
What is fuck?
definitely were a pair,
Someone
and
help
I
me.
refuse to believe otherwise. Like, and they're in
Hey,
like that
Justin,
weird,
come
like non-buddy,
Do you think any of the
thing, and
patrons
they just like become one. That could be fuckable.
Yeah.
That could count as
I
fuckable.
totally believe. Before Arjun gets back to his point, can you believe that
I've
like, the
definitely read
patrons-
fan fiction about that.
Yeah,
What?
fan fiction.
What? Great.
Love fan fiction.
The patrons are probably like, oh my god, why are they enforcing rules that they clearly like are breaking all the time? Because we love
What?
swearing and we love talking about Hall. Like, so let's like
What?
go.
Yeah,
No,
like the
I'm-
I don't
viewership
think
count
anyone
is
wonders about
decreasing. It's decreasing
Anyway,
for sure.
Arjun,
No, it's because it's been 3
FMK.
hours. People were, I mean, Mary still, because I think she's cute and she's fun to spend a lot of time with.
She's cute and she's fun. She's cute and she's fun.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
I'm sure that she can manifest a very hot form that we're gonna have a great sex
That's
for. Like,
true.
but like,
That's a
I want
fact.
A great
more
sex.
out of Syl, right? I want the therapy that comes with her as well.
God. You let her do the emotional labor for you.
Paladin can be part of our marriage. I'm also marrying Syl. You know, it's fine.
Okay.
And then kill
Three-way
pattern because
four-way marriage.
I don't care about him that much, and that
Kill
leaves.
pattern because Matt.
And I think there are benefits to like a fuck with the storm, a storm fuck, if you will. There's like storm blowing and stuff like that. That also it's thematically appropriate. But I'm imagining like an Ashnai scene where I get to see the world, like I get to explore all the different crevasses of the world, if you will.
Yes, we love crevasses and fucking holes.
Shalon has
Shards
2
cast
cryptics.
2024.
That's greedy. We can get rid of one. She has a spare.
Sorry, what are we getting rid of?
I was saying Shalana has 2 cryptics. She has a spare. It's fine. We can get rid of patterns.
Okay. I had foolishly assumed that we were still talking about hulls, and then you went and talked about Shalana, and I'm like, she does.
Very limited. Alex, you're so complicated right now. All I can think about is Hull. So that's
just like the thing is, I respect Argent having this very like metaphorical sex with the Stormfather. It's extremely literal for me. There will be penetration involved. You have to be a radiant because you need the Stormlight Healing to survive the experience. And that's what I'm looking for.
Listen, I am the
Alex
most
is here to destroy a person.
I'm the most single
She's here to
track
be
mind about
destroyed.
something that I'm not even interested in. You know what I mean? I love Hull, but I don't love it. You know what I mean? Like it's so difficult.
Alex,
What do
I
do?
need you to expound a little bit. You don't need to
Please
expound.
expound.
You need
much.
more than that?
Yeah, I do.
Expound.
I do.
What are you confused
are we still
about?
talking about sexual Hull?
Hull is always sexual.
Well, so
well, if we recall
What is
our
a
previous
hull?
conversation,
if you want to go, wait. So it's if you really want to go there.
Yeah,
are you
Yeah,
going
we do.
to?
We gotta
Marvin,
say Marvin.
Marvin,
you
I
gotta
know what
go
you're gonna.
topologically.
Yeah,
and then you gotta
I
go
knew
look
you were
at
gonna go there. You fuck.
the fundamental group of the manifold.
What are you talking about?
Sorry,
It's really complicated. What a
Sorry,
hole
run
is.
that by
How
me
many
again,
holes
Marvin.
does the scroll
People
have?
are talking
So-
over other people. I can't hear. And the stream can't hear.
I mean, you gotta go at it topologically and then like look at the fundamental group. And so
Oh,
that's
okay.
like,
Okay, boo.
Yeah.
we need like
It wasn't
Sorry,
fair.
this is a
It
math
wasn't
joke,
fair.
everyone.
It was
This is,
not fair.
yeah, if
It
you're not
was
a math
very-
major, you don't know what he's talking about. Yeah.
yes, no.
I mean,
I don't think it'd be a-
Talking about.
Actually, Marvin is very, very smart. We depend on him every single
That's true.
fucking day.
That's
I
true.
mean, if Marvin wasn't here, we'd be
this
fucked.
might-
Marvin
Yeah.
was what keeps the shard going, and
At
his
this
definition
point,
of Hull
I have delegated
wins.
most of my duties to Marvin.
Marvin
And
is
also,
what keeps the
non-math
shard
majors
going.
can understand topology.
And
Yeah.
also,
Well-
we love watching
Yeah,
the up and down numbers.
If you go to fundamental groups, you need abstract algebra and everything like that.
Yeah, it's
Marvin-
pretty mathy. It's pretty
Marvin, you're so
This is why
smart,
pattern
and I
has to
don't
die.
follow
I
what you're
can't do
saying
this.
at all.
It would take a long time. It doesn't matter.
It's fine. It's fine.
If you
You're
know,
so
you know. That's
smart.
great.
I just need you to know every single one of us is in awe of you every single day because you're like our hero.
That is
You're
true.
this-
He
you're
is our
this-
hero.
You
Thank
guys
you
gotta
very
I
much.
know Gray
all
is
of
very
you-
drunk right now, and like
all of
I know
you-
she is also very authentic in what she's saying right now.
I am.
But like, literally, what you do for us is amazing, and we wouldn't run without you. So
I can't
So,
even
like, applause,
explain
everyone.
some of the internal tools. Not trying to make it about holes here. Internal tools.
I mean, we can like talk about how
They're
we like
usually not that
build
kind
a
of
jet
tools.
Men have an
tower and,
internal
like,
tool
them
up
in
the
and, like,
hole.
Marvin's very good at knowing how to like take out the different Jenga blocks and like put them into different places.
Is there anyone else, by the way, just out of curiosity, who is listening to this conversation and thinking about how humans are essentially like one big hole with like
yeah.
meat around it?
Man. Oh man, do you know?
I mean, there's multiple holes.
That is not how I
Yeah.
think of humans. I think of humans in a
Tube. I wanted to say not.
I think about
Humans
sex
are
so
donuts.
much. I think about sex so much for someone who is aro ace, and I think like it's like human, even though it's a
donut.
It's a human experience. I don't feel like I need to partake in, but it's like I still love it, and I think it's beautiful. I think it's awesome and beautiful.
We're really homeomorphic to a cup, so yeah.
Yeah. Humans are donuts.
Humans are
I just like we're just a bag of
isn't it 2 holes?
We're just a bag of meats and
technically
liquids
7 holes,
that
I think, if you count like.
I corrected myself.
all
I said a tube,
the
not a
orifices.
hole. Yeah.
Hey,
oh yeah,
you
no,
guys-
I would agree with that one. Yeah,
But
no, I
tube is
totally
just a
agree with that
hole,
one. We're
really.
cheap.
I'm
We
just
are
saying
cheap.
it can't be a cup, right? Multiple holes.
Yeah, no, I think
No,
we're like
it can't be a cup.
Well, be a
the
cup.
Vsauce hole.
It can be a
is-
tube. It can be a tube. Argent's right.
But a tube is a
Literally,
donut, topologically.
Yes.
If we were a cup,
Yeah.
this
I've done
right.
too much
I am
biology
correct.
to not agree with this.
Hey.
Has anyone not answered the FMK song pattern?
I haven't.
Go for it, Jess. Lead us in.
So I would kill the Stormfather. I
Yes.
would marry Patton because that would be the funnest marriage ever. And I would fuck Syl because I think like that would be fun for us to like explore together to begin with. And then like, she would be a great lesbian lover.
Yeah.
I
mean,
like
that's
how we
because she
have the
would be a
same
great
She would
response.
be down to
Jess.
like continuously explore things. Like she'd never be like stuck in one thing because she's so curious.
I
She
think
does
she's
seem
so,
very curious, yeah.
I think she's queer, like in a way that is like I mean, like in the sense of like I'm not defining her as a lesbian or whatever. She's queer in the sense of like she's open to everything. She's unconventional, and she doesn't have any confirmed idea about like what is really
Yeah, I mean, she's a
sex,
spread.
Yeah,
what is
like-
really intimacy. Yeah, it's like she's always, by the fact of being a trans, she's always redefining what is like real sex or real intimacy.
Like I call
real
her
romance.
like
I love it.
lesbian here largely because it's
Yeah.
like I am a woman and she is a woman in the book, but more I can see it much more like she is someone who is very happy to have sex with women, but doesn't necessarily define herself as someone who only has sex with women and only sees herself as a woman in the end.
Yeah.
And, like,
Exactly.
ends
That's
up
queer.
being very
That's queer.
curious. Yeah, that's queer. But like
That's queer.
like, see,
She doesn't define herself as Janice from The Good Place. Not a girl. That's in my username right now. If you guys want to check right now.
okay,
I did see
so
that. Not a girl.
I have like a thing though. Is to me, queer is like a much more broad term. Like I would consider myself queer, and like I'm bisexual, and like that's kind of it. Like there's
Queer
not
is
much
the
more
first
than
word
that.
in my mind as well, Jesse. That's exactly it. It's like when people
Yeah,
ask,
it's a bit of everything. Like it could be anything.
yeah, it's like, do I go through all my labels and be like, oh, I'm XYZ plus 1 plus 2 plus 5 plus whatever.
You just don't want to tell all of them at once.
It's not even that I don't want to tell people. It's just like, oh, this is so fucking long. I might as well just say, hey, I'm some kind of queer, guys. That's exactly it.
Here's a grouping.
Yeah,
and like
it's
the
really
grouping makes
fun.
sense and people know what it means.
It's really the outside of the cis hetero
Amateur
circle,
normativity.
right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Everything else.
It's the
outside of that is
compliment.
queer.
It's the compliment.
It's the compliment.
Boom. Math things.
I
Let's
am
go.
so attracted. I'm so attracted to some people who don't see in this binary, who don't see in this hierarchy, who don't see in this.
You're very drunk.
rigid.
Ooh.
I
Yeah,
am
like-
so happy right now, and I love all of you guys.
I am very happy
love
for you. I am being responsible and did not even hit tipsy, but that's fine because I can be
I
filthy
love
without
17 Shard.
Marvin,
You
that
guys,
is so Gen Z. You don't do that.
I
That
love
is why I
the
did that. I would
server.
normally do this, but like, yeah.
I love our server. I love our community. I think we're the best, and I think we just have like the greatest people around. And it's like it's not like in some ways it's not even about Brad and Sanderson anymore, but it's like about who we are as like a group.
It's about community.
I love
Yeah,
us
like-
so much, and I tell people that in Patron Lounge and new people and stuff.
Like the thing I find,
so much.
and I feel like most of you in the chat, and sorry, in the call and into the chat. When you reach adulthood, it becomes so much harder to make friends, right? Like,
Yes. Oh my god.
you no longer have groups that you are just around all the time where you can see people. And
except
definitely
for
once
work,
you
but that's weird.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
not the same.
work is kind of weird. Like
Matt's
sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Hi,
Hi.
Matt.
Hi.
Marrying calm. Matt here.
Yep. We uncles.
And definitely places like this where you share something, anything, it often leads to you sharing other things as well. Like, we all like Brandon Sanderson, but we, by virtue, also adhere to a lot of the things that he is also in line with. Like, to just go with the conversation that we're talking about, like, he is very pro LGBTQ plus, and because of that, we are also a very like okay with those like pride. Sorry, my words are kind of going. Like, I've also kind of hit the point of like
queer
yeah,
people.
thank you. Yeah, like we are also like very queer positive, and I think that helps you make a community. And it's trying to find those communities when you're an adult that is really hard. So when you finally do find it, it becomes less about why you found it and more about who you found. And I think that's what we've found here is we've found a group of people who we firstly like, but secondly, we all have similar thoughts and opinions, not to the extent that we don't disagree with each other, but to the extent that we can get along with each other and then also create a group that is more a friendship group than just like random people we've met online. And that's real nice.
Yeah,
because like that is becoming harder and harder to do in real life. Like,
yeah,
I don't know about other people, but I don't go out. Like, I am
we
not
need to
a
go hang out
person
with
who
some
is-
in-world friends, Jess.
Yeah, like I have
The
never been
IRL.
someone who likes to go out and hang out with people in person. The only
Jess,
reason
you're
that
so
I had people.
Oh my god.
The only reason I had people I knew when I was in Australia was because I went to university. And
That's why I
like-
might be going back to school, honestly, is like I need more IRL friends.
To meet people.
Yeah.
Go to
But, like,
school, find the other queers.
It's like
I
I've
need the
gone back to
queers.
school and I haven't even made in-person
Hard.
friends because I'm so much older than them. And
I know
that's
because
really
it's like, what if
hard.
there's? I keep thinking like,
I don't
if
know,
there's another mature student in the class, I'll probably make friends with them. But I'm like, what if there's no mature students in my class? If I go back,
It's sometimes hard to tell. It's like they look the same age as me, so I'm like, oh, cool, you're the same age as me. And then you find out that they're 18, and it's like, cool, I'm 12 years older than you.
Yeah.
Let's.
I can see why that
Okay.
happened to you in particular, Jess.
I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna be about 15 years.
And it's really no more than the punchline to a very drawn out joke. I mean, once you get to a certain point, like everyone who's an adult is an adult.
Yeah, and like I think that's the thing is like it depends more on where you're at in life than your actual age. Like when you're just finishing high school, going through university, college, you're in a very specific time in your life. Like you are learning to be an adult, you're learning what it's like to live alone, you're learning what it's like to have to depend on yourself and make decisions. When you're 30 years old, you know what to do. Like you've gone through 10 years ish of that. Like you don't need other people generally to get through those easy things. And
the hell were these
the difference
floating?
between
no, don't
I was
do that.
raising my hand.
40
No.
the difference between 30 and 40 isn't always that different, because at 40 you kind of also know what to do.
I keep
You
thinking
probably
I'm just
know what
gonna
to do
keep
more than 30s,
more
but like
confident.
yeah, like you've got more confidence. But and like because I'm turning 30 this year, I've been thinking about that a lot for the past 6 months, and it's like I do know a lot more about how to deal with the world and what it's like and the difficulties and like how to do all the things that I really hate to do, that are like cleaning or just looking after myself, that I sort of did when I was
Yeah.
like when I was a teenager, I did a lot that was just me looking after myself, which was totally fine. Like I was happy to be independent. But at the same time, it wasn't until I moved out that I realized how much I still relied on my mom to not be independent. And like now I'm like, oh yeah, I know how to do this thing, or I know how to Google to figure out how to do this thing.
My best friends are my siblings, and it's kind of embarrassing.
yeah. So yeah. Anyway, that's a really long rant. I don't quite know where I was going with this, but yeah, I love you guys. You guys are great.
We're loving.
So many of you get your shit together so early on compared to me, and you know, I
let her go. Let her talk.
Has things together, and I'm just like super impressed. But I mean, I was also playing, you know, teenagerhood and early 20s on hard mode for being, you know, totally undiagnosed, undetected ADHDer.
Yeah.
I finally just embraced the idea that I am almost certainly autistic alongside the ADHD, and I'm probably not going to go searching down an official diagnosis for that, because if I thought getting the ADHD diagnosis was hard.
Yeah.
And
Whereas now it's very different, because people actually recognize that these are things that people have, and we can't just ignore it.
It was up until 2013 where they were still considering autism and ADHD to be mutually exclusive diagnoses.
What? Okay.
Yes.
That's crazy.
And,
I grew up in like when it was called
fact
Asperger's, and it was like when they
Yep.
gave up on Asperger's, and it was like it's just all autism now, and it's like that's kind of a relief.
I had to explain to my mother like 6 months ago the difference between ADHD and ADD. And the difference is there is not a difference. They are the same thing.
Yeah.
There is, in fact, a silent slash in the middle of that, so that you know the first D and the H have a slash between them, because it can be you know.
At this point, it's all ADHD, like as like the official
and
like
you can
terminology
switch
now,
types,
but
you know, partway through life. Most kids who are hyperactive just wind up growing up into being the inattentive type. Whereas, you know, I was the inattentive type my entire life. It's just knowing what we know now. There were so many things that just weren't even on anyone's radar when I was a kid. It would not have been physically possible for anyone to ID all of the weird wiring in my brain when I was a kid.
And I think the current like the generation I grew up in and like going on forwards is getting much better at seeing those things and diagnosing those things. So people do have a better childhood and a better like teenagehood so that they can get the help they need. Whereas in the past, they've just kind of had to deal with it. And like there is a spectrum is the thing, right? And like personally, I think there's also like much more of a spectrum for like queerness than people like to realize or like to think. And everyone's kind of on that spectrum. Like you might not be all the way at the end, and that's okay. Like you don't need to be. Being on I don't know how many people have ever actually like looked at the criteria of things like the DSM, but one of the criteria for pretty much every diagnosis is it has to negatively affect your life to the point that you are like don't want it to happen. If you're fine with what it's doing, if it's not causing you problems, you don't necessarily have to say, oh, I have ADHD, I have OCD, or like anything else. Like you're allowed to just live your life as it is. But I think there's a lot more of a spectrum than we currently see, and we're getting a lot better at seeing that spectrum and like giving people the help they need.
I just want to say, I don't have a long thing to say, but like I am so jealous of people who are 14 and know the word asexual is out there, because I didn't.
Fair point. Yeah.
Because I didn't know this word until I was like 22, and
I'm glad you finished that sentence, because I was like, why would you be jealous of a
Why would anyone want to be slapped?
There are people who are 14 and know that they're asexual, and I'm like, I'm so happy and jealous simultaneously. It's kind of like this weird, like, I can't believe.
I think that's very understandable.
I really want to kind of rebut a little bit of what Ruletica just said here about diagnoses and identities. So there is something about being autistic that means that my brain is just wired differently. So it very much is a part of my identity. I look back at some of the difficulties that I had as a teenager and with communicating and understanding how other people communicated, and I've worked out how my brain works differently, but it means I'm in a constant mode of translating human to me to back again. And I do embrace autism as an identity because it is so ingrained. It's a part of how my personality is built. And I don't want to, I don't like the idea of anyone pushing back against that just because of how integral it is into my thought processes. I don't know how to be anything else. So,
just to clarify, that's not what I was meaning to say. It was more like, if that's how you like your lived experience is your lived experience, and nobody else should be able to decide what that is. And that's more what I mean. Like if someone says I am straight and I am not interested in the opposite sex, like I am just interested, I am interested in the opposite sex. I am not interested in the same sex as me. Like I am not interested in people who exist kind of in the gray area that is kind of in the middle. I am only straight. I think that that's fair, but that is also, I think, on a spectrum of where people exist. Like, I don't think that's necessarily a box that they've been put into. Does that make more sense? I think
so.
people,
I'm
I think people should be able to decide who they are, and it's not that it's it's not like there's boxes that people have to decide where to put themselves. It's that people decide where they are, and that's it. Like, they get to decide where to put themselves if they were to compare themselves to other people.
Alex.
I know some people in the chat have mentioned parasocial relationships. And I just wanted to shout out, I think parasocial relationships is something that has had a lot of focus online lately. And I think a lot of people say that as though it is always a bad thing and it is always a negative thing to have like parasocial feelings.
Yeah.
I think it's something to be aware of about a relationship you have with like an online personality. Like, there are many online personalities that I feel very warm and deep feelings about, and I care about their friendship.
Run and leave again.
And there's people I watch on YouTube that like I love seeing how happy they seem to be and how much they seem to love making content together. And I think if you are someone who's especially in a setting like this where it's like we're talking to patrons, we're talking to our supporters, we're hanging out as a group of friends who love doing things together. And if you feel like warm friendship feelings about the Shardcast crew, that's awesome and it's cool, and I'm glad that we get to be like a positive part of your life. I think the only thing to remember is just like that there is a parasociality to the relationship, and that just means like, hey, if you see a celebrity or a YouTuber or one of us in person and we maybe don't actually know you, just understand that we don't know you. Like, just being aware that that is what the dynamic is and not being weird towards the person. There's nothing wrong with like having parasocial friendship.
We're gonna meet a lot of you at DSX, and we're gonna have never
yeah.
met you before, but we're gonna be very happy to meet you, even
I'll
if we don't know
say,
you.
I know the gist. You have your hands up. That has
There you go.
that has never been a concern. Like, everyone that I have met from the community that has approached me has either been just lovely and respectful, or just kind of awkward in this kind of fun, cute way.
We're
of
nerds and introverts, and so we're all kind of awkward. Yes.
Yeah.
We all understand. We promise. We've all been that person, either in the past or still now. It's fine. We get it.
Yeah. And a lot of us, I think it's different for like a group like the Shardcast crew, because we aren't just behind like a content creation platform. Like, we are part of a community that we moderate, and we take part in these discussions. We're hanging out in the channels, a lot of us, and are actually interacting and talking to people one-on-one. Like, that is a different relationship. I have genuine friends on the Shard who are not staff and who I have not met in person, but I do consider them my actual friends. So it's not just, that. So
it's similar to, I think, like when we started doing a lot of the content creation, we talked a bit about that. Are we going to be a content creation organization that has a forum or like a Discord, or are we like a fan community with a forum and Discord that does content creation, right? And I'm not even sure where our balance is these days.
We haven't talked about that in a while, that's for sure.
I think the community aspect is still like very set.
Also, you're on the wrong mic, Matt.
Oh, that's my bad.
I know, like, to the like adult friendships conversation, I was never somebody who was really able to make friendships in person after I left high school, unfortunately.
It's
like,
so hard. I never it's so hard.
And that was something that I felt very insecure about, because it was something I tried hard at. I left undergrad with amazing online friends who have become my social circle that I care deeply about. Like I met a lot of you guys online while I was an undergrad. And I remember like going back to grad school and having this thought of like, oh, I'm going to be back in school. I'm going to be having classes with people. I'm going to get to make cool real life friends. And it didn't happen for me. And it was really sad. I had a really tough time with it because I did have this thought that like I could socialize. And it was like, oh, nope, everybody got to socialize with each other and they all clicked off into circles that I'm not in. Okay, cool.
Yep.
And it was really, tough. And then the pandemic came right after I got out of grad school. And it was like, cool.
March 2020, we all fucking crashed and burned, didn't we?
Extremely isolated. But, I mentioned like, hey, was not kidding about going to therapy can be really helpful. And I get to do stuff where I'm being more active in my local community. And I'm finding events and things where it's really weird because I'm going alone and I don't know anybody, but I'm chatting and saying hi and making connections. And that can totally be a thing that you do in your adulthood. You do have to put effort into it and introduce yourself when it's scary, but it does work.
Yeah.
It can work.
And
I mean, I think in a lot of ways we got each other through the pandemic.
Yes.
All right, enough wholesome shit. Let's talk about holes again.
Yeah,
wait,
I mean,
I want to talk
we're
about
at the end.
friendships.
Yeah.
We're at the end. Do we want to wrap? I have one more FMK that I saw. That was be funny.
Yeah.
So I think we could do one more.
So
and then
long
we're
ago.
All right.
We got to go quick. No long-winded explanation.
All right.
Everybody just rapid fire.
We're just giving the answer, no explanation.
No, I have.
You can get one sentence.
I can do
for
another
your
15
most controversial pick.
No, we're not doing
All
Zach Cosmic Character.
No, we're not doing his cosmic character.
Sorry, George.
Not with
Sorry,
10
George.
people.
Yeah,
I
it is
can't
a
do it.
disaster. All right. Here's
You
the
don't know,
FMK. Here's the FMK.
It will take half an hour. You don't know how long,
All
how
right.
much we edited.
Crow.
What's Eric?
Captain Crow. Windle. Warden Leune in nightmare form.
This is the easiest thing.
Mary Windle, because I fucking love him. I love Windle's.
You would, Gray.
He's Sigmar. I base Sigmar on him. Mary Windle. Who were the other two?
Crow and Nightmare Leune.
Who is that?
From Yumi and the Nightmare
Yumi.
Painter.
I
Her,
think
like,
I
super
have to
strict
fuck.
mentor.
I think I have to fuck Leune because I think she has a sense of self-control and kill Crow
Okay.
because she's so evil. Like I don't trust her in bed,
Mm.
even like in any kind of way. Like even though she'd be
Okay.
fun, I think I can't trust her.
Okay.
So that's my
No.
answer.
But I think,
agree.
but if you give her liquids, that helps her.
No, it's like I can't trust that I give her liquids. You know what I mean?
Right.
I
We're not
mean,
getting
you
too
would
deep.
be
We're not going to
She
get too deep.
died.
I can't.
Right.
I can't give you any more specifics of that without getting like crazy personal and like.
Okay.
Evgeny, you can't do this to me in this state. Like that's
I am-
bad.
I'm not asking. I'm not trying to do it.
But you challenged my answer. I can't do that.
I
Can I
right.
fuck Crow
Don't
from
accept the
Destiny
challenge.
instead?
No.
I answered.
Ben, go.
Fuck Crow, because fuck Crow.
Yes.
Marry Windle and kill the Union
Yes, and
Nightmare
yes.
Form.
Thank you,
Yes,
Windle.
yes.
Windle.
That is my answer as well. Ben, we're vibing highly on
we're
these.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think
weird.
I'm with
Parallel
Ben.
line.
Like, fuck
Yeah.
Crow, marry Windle, kill the other person.
Yeah, I think no. I think Crow.
Yeah.
I think Crow is good for like a hate fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
100%.
Yeah.
Or just like a rough fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, every time I read
can.
when I was reading the Spore book, I can't remember what it's called. When I was reading the Spore book,
Stress.
that every time that Brandon would describe Crow as ugly, I just ignored that. I was like, nah, she's hot. She's a hot captain.
She's hot.
I mean,
She's
it's like
hot.
he described her as ugly, and then like there's
Hotness.
that picture of her. It's like, dude,
Brandon
she
doesn't
is fucking
understand.
hot.
Brandon
Fucking hot.
doesn't understand that hotness is personality too. And she's really hot. in
Yeah,
personality.
like oh my god, her personality is just
I mean, go look at all the Dalinar fan art. We're like, oh yeah, he's ugly. His nose is broken. His face is misshapen.
He's so hot. Everyone on Tumblr
Daddy
ignored that.
Yeah.
Everyone on Tumblr is like, yeah, we know Brandon. We know.
He's a zaddy. He's a zaddy.
You know that artist on Tumblr who always draws Dalinar as like extremely like daddy hot person.
Yeah.
No.
All of them.
All of them.
All of them. Yes. All of them.
All of them. No. There's one that's like extremely like this is 140% daddy energy.
Okay. Okay.
Literally, Tumblr doesn't load for me right now. So
Wow.
I will patrons if you.
I'm giving you really bad swears in Quebecois to the French patron chat right now. So if you want to be a patron and learn Quebecois,
I don't know.
Everyone
what the
here
fuck
is a patron.
any of
Everyone
you
here
are
is a
saying.
patron.
To see this.
This is the
I
patron
know.
stream.
I know. There's a string of French that is being directed in my way. I don't know what the fuck is going
The
on.
only question is if they actually have Discord.
Skill issue.
Oh, how much time do we have left?
However
as
much
much
you
as
want.
you want.
as much as you want.
I need
I don't
Ben to
Yes?
explain the French thing.
Like omelette du fromage.
Okay,
The like
continue- let's-
asterisk French thing.
Guys,
We gotta
let's
finish our
the
FMK.
topic we're on before moving to a new topic.
Yes,
we should-
yes.
That's how
Before-
we will
yeah,
never
like
get
after
away
we've
from
done with
it.
this, I need
What
Ben
is-
to explain that
Which
Oh,
before
God.
we finish.
Yeah.
Who has
All
other
right.
FMK answers here?
So
I'm another
this
one chiming in.
series of FMKs has not had any characters that are like legitimately sexy to me. Nightmare Leon is the closest
Marita.
we've gotten, so we're fucked Nightmare Leon.
Yeah.
Really, honestly, like as a human, really not my type. But nightmare monsters, I'm into. So,
That's kind of interesting because I would
Even
have
if they're
assumed
woman.
I would have assumed Crow to be your type.
No,
Crow's
well,
a
I can see.
lady. You guys keep picking ladies. I'm not
Well, like,
into
the thing
women.
is, like,
I'm
if you're gonna be a
tragically
lady,
straight.
you might as well be like a monster.
If
about
Crow
it
is a
because,
dude, like maybe.
Okay.
We're
I guess it's
closer.
because
but-
Crow is very similar to like the type you're kind of
Well,
into.
that's what I'm saying,
so it's
right?
assuming like that, like
You know, the
we're just
plant
putting
tentacles
Crow in
maybe.
that
tragically a
same box.
1 on the Kinsey scale. You guys
Like,
don't even
Can't
is it-
I'm like
know.
extremely a 1 on the Kinsey scale. Like
Is
don't
it a
even know.
vagine problem?
Don't look at me because I don't know if 1 is the right number. Maybe it's 7. I don't know.
I'm not
it's one.
femininity does not attract me at all. I like being feminine. It doesn't do anything for me.
Okay.
I'm
So,
reminded
okay.
of Sunny Book, a person on YouTube who is a femme for Butch, and I'm like, I appreciate you. You're
yeah.
my-
So I'm going to
Who are you marrying?
probably kill
Book.
Crow, and then I'll
Wow.
marry Wendell. I don't think it's a very happy marriage for us though. So
Hmm.
it would be less bad than a marriage to Crow though, I guess.
Yeah,
So.
Window feels like
I love
like
Wendell.
out of
There's lots of
those
Vine
know.
people in this.
out of those three, you gotta marry someone, and Window is
Wendell.
like
Safe.
Both
He's
marriable.
safe.
yeah.
I'm gonna put matron.
He'll
in
make you
patron
feel
lounge.
safe. I feel like.
Matron
Yeah.
You
Lounge.
know, like
You
we
know?
had Tinsoon was the only dude option in the Kandra one.
Gotta
you know.
kill
Yeah,
him.
You guys are
gotta
you
kill
guys
him.
are giving me crumbs. All right, I
Yeah.
need
Just
more
saying,
than the crumbs.
Cassandra can
hey,
appear.
We
If
need
I-
more
with you,
men
Ali.
in these.
if
Yeah,
I
we need
if
more
I
men.
gotta work with dudes, you gotta work with women too. That's
We
I'll take an
gotta-
Amaram at this point. Like,
I
come on.
Wow!
Listen.
Damn!
I'm
like-
desperate.
for you
Well,
right there.
Listen,
Easy
it's
one,
so
though.
hard. It's so hard to hear men talk about women because I'm like, Yasna, yeah, but then I hear a man talking about Yasna, and I'm like, eh. Well, that's not the same character, is it? Is it?
Matt, do you have some different answers?
I had Alex's answers, but for slightly different reasons.
Explain.
But very similar.
Okay.
Wendell is the safe choice to marry, like house husband, I guess. Like I feel like there's something
He'll
very
make you
distinct
chairs.
I
You
love-
know?
very
You don't
He's
human.
have
making
nice
so many
chairs.
chairs.
about Wendell, but he's definitely a husband I'd be having an affair on because I have no interest in him.
Literally, we
Um,
just
You know what?
an
will
open
say-
relationship, Matt.
I
Wendell
love
is
frumpy
fine with
men.
that.
I love frumpy men. They're so cute.
Wendell is persnickety enough that he might take enough. Like, if he
Persnickety.
had a human appearance, he might be like well groomed enough to be like adjacent to my type. I could see him being very fussy about his own appearance. And
I
wanting
love
to be very
fussy
neat.
men.
I'm
I
into
love
that.
fussy
I can do that.
men. Yeah.
Gray, you have learned so much about your taste in men in this stream. It is incredible.
No, I knew this before.
Yeah,
was
I think you
thinking
knew
so,
this.
like,
so
later.
funny
Or-
listening
or-
to you
Wendell,
like talk
Wendell
about
and
things.
Wendell I've known for years.
And then
Yes.
I would do, I think fuck Nightmare Leone, because I
Yeah.
find nightmares super hot. Like the like it's
Fair, fair.
aesthetically very cool magic system,
Okay, all
creature
right,
things.
interesting.
And then kill Crow. I don't know. Crow just
She's fine.
No,
she's
she's
whatever.
bad.
She's
She's
whatever.
Yeah,
She's
fuck,
whatever.
You're
fuck
can do
Crow,
that,
but like,
like-
don't fuck Crow, you know?
yeah.
Dementor soul
Like-
eating thing, that might be kind of sexy. Getting your soul eaten out of you is probably pretty hot.
I mean,
right?
there's like
Every time that came up in Harry Potter, I was like, this is dark, but this is also like, are they having an orgasm?
No.
I think there's a
me
verdant
to what I'm saying
tentacle
right
type
now.
of
Don't hold
thing.
it.
I did consider the verdant tentacle thing. That was
Don't
like
hold it.
Yeah,
Crow's
she
only
can tie me
appealing
down.
trait
I
here
think
for
it'll
me.
be good.
It's just that one portrait of Crow that's in Tress that's like, was this meant to be that erotic? Because it kind of is. Like every time I look at it, I'm like, what were you going for? Because like, damn, this picture, man.
Hold up, I'm checking it out.
Yeah,
Tress,
same.
you know what? I'm gonna say
Tress.
Tress feels
Tress
like
of
a
the
very
Emerald Sea
sapphic.
/ interior art on the cover by.
That's where I'm going.
Next person with their answer.
Go.
All right.
I know
so
I'm like
I'm
one of the
I'm on
few
the
sober people.
kill Nightmare Leone because I genuinely think an encounter with her is the one that I'm least likely to survive.
Sure, fair.
And I enjoy
That's what
being
makes
alive.
it
Yeah, I
sexy.
think that's fair.
Hate fuck
Good
Crow
answer.
and get the hell out of there before I fall asleep. And marry Wendell because I guess that's the only choice left.
Yeah.
Wendell, my guy.
Yep.
So long
I
as
love
we
what
can
a
switch that marriage.
I-
It'd be best if we could switch that marriage to a hell bond, and then I could just be an edge dancer. But
Well, I mean, Anna Hellbound is essentially a
It's
And a
more
hellbent
intimate
could
than
be
a
a
marriage.
It could be a marriage.
Yeah.
And a hellbent could be a marriage.
Ooh. That's Calden, am I right? All right, next person.
Hashtag Silladin.
Hashtag Silden. Marvin.
You guys,
Alright.
all of this shit so
Marvin, have you
So,
answered
the
this very important
surface is-
question?
I haven't, but I'll agree with Ben, I think, who said like Mary Wendell, fuck Crow, kill Leone, because
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Nightmare Leone is not giving me bye to Mishram vibes. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I feel
mean,
so bad,
nightmares
but I
are more
don't
wishy
even
for
remember
anyway,
who
right?
that is.
Jess is just like, I'm killing this person
You
because I
be
don't remember anything.
abusive lady.
No,
who
I'm
was
hitting
The
taking care of
warden. The
Yumi.
warden, Nimi.
Who mentored
Yeah.
Yumi,
Mm-hmm.
who is a nightmare.
Yumi's
Look,
terrible.
I read
Really
I
strict
read-
teacher person.
I know,
Yumi multiple
we can't-
times,
can't talk
and I
about
don't remember
Aragorn.
most of the book
Wow.
because I didn't like it that much.
Wow.
Wow.
I need to try and reread it again. I want to give it another
Wow.
chance.
Good thing Joff is not in the
But-
chat anymore.
Yeah, he would flip out.
It's the
Look,
worst
I-
secret project.
Joff, you're
Look.
here. I know it. I know you're here, Joff. I know you're
You can
here.
watch it.
I
Josh,
know you're here wiping a baby ass.
Josh,
Yeah,
I
it's
know you're
probably
here
true.
and you have opinions on what we're saying. I get it.
Any other FMKs I have not been keeping track? Ian.
There were more,
No.
but I don't think I can. Yeah.
Like, there's no. We're not taking any more things.
No, we're not
because
doing that. Yeah, agreed.
I
Any
can't.
more
I
answers to
can't.
be
I
given.
can't.
It's dark
I'm trying
out
to find
now
the
for
daddy
Ian.
Dalinar that I'm thinking about.
Yeah. No
Uh,
Zaddy down there.
Hit us, Ian. Ian, what's your choices?
Oh, it's Mary Wendell.
Yeah.
F. Leune because Nightmare.
Yeah.
Like I'm 100% with Matt on this.
Okay.
All right.
And Alex.
And me.
And Alex.
We've got a good team.
Boo.
Good.
Join my team. Fuck
What
that.
was your team?
I was on the Kill Crow because I'm
That's the
no,
same
I'm
team.
I'm a Woollowwa, but like I'm not a Woollowwa who's into mean woman. Like I know a lot of my
I'm sorry, you're a what?
A
Woollowwa.
A Woollowwa.
A Woollowwa?
A Woollowwa.
A what?
Goes to a mlum.
I'm sapphic. But I know-
WLW. Okay.
Right.
I'm a WLW.
This is one thing
You
where
have the
it's like
shirt on. You're
pronounced,
doing
it's
the shirt.
weird,
You
but
got
written, I got it.
You gotta pronounce it. We all pronounce it Woollowwa.
You guys gotta market yourselves.
What does
better.
it mean?
WLW. And I know so many of, especially like the younger Woollowas, are like, oh yeah, we love mean woman. That's not me. I'm so sorry. I'm a little embarrassed because it's so like common and popular.
I don't explain what this is.
I'm a boring person.
Uh,
I'm a homebody.
Women love women.
Woman who loves
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
oh, okay.
Woollowwa.
See, I'm used to just like W-W.
Yeah.
Like I'm not used to like it like
With an L.
phonetically spelled
Like,
out.
and honestly, MLM, men who love
Yeah,
men, is like
MLM.
blem.
Multi-level marketing, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Multi-level marketing. We're all into that.
Multi-level marketing.
Yeah,
scheme.
yeah. Okay,
We
I
like the
understand now.
You know, it's like Woollowwa and Mlems is how I was taught to pronounce.
So
them.
I have a experience confession that I need to share with some of you guys
Please
tonight.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So some of my fun community event experiences that I've been doing, one was that last night I went to a it was a safe for work experience where you can try like different kink experiences. So you could like try getting tied up a little, and you could try different like impact things. It was very fun. It was very interesting. But I immediately went to the person who had knives because I was like, I'm very excited about this. But probably this is relevant because to the nightmare conversation. Because the best thing at the table was he had these little like metal claws that you could put on your fingers. And he was like, here, I'll just, you can like hold your arm out and I'll like do the claws down your arm. And I was like, this is an extremely fun experience. But the girl standing next to me was like wearing a crop top. She's like, can I see what that feels like if you do it against my stomach? And I was like, I immediately need to see what that feels like too. Hold up, give me a second. Like all of us in line were like, no, wait, I need to.
That sounds amazing, legitimately.
Yeah,
Like,
I had like two friends who like really are not into the like sharp side of things at all, and they're like, I don't understand the appeal. And I was like, okay, but you imagine that it's like a big scary monster that's coming for you, and they're like, oh, okay.
But I
if that's
don't
what you're-
understand the appeal.
There you go. I was like, giant monster with huge claws. That's an extremely
I
fun
thought you were
experience. and I
going with
kinda
like
got
the
to do-
little knife thing. You know.
I mean, I did also enjoy the guy.
Did they have the little like wheel thing? I don't know what it's called, but it's like the little spiky wheel that you can like run along.
One of the desks did, but yeah, I
Like a
was
pizza
like
cutter?
seeing one of the.
like a piece together with spikes.
It's
on it.
like a
not
little mini
quite
pizza
like it's like
cutter,
a
but it's
spiky one. You actually can have one for baking as well, but this one is like much more sharp and like not like super sharp, but like longer and sharp.
Surprising overlap between baking and sex.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
Every fight scene sex and
Yeah,
every
don't
sex
put
scene's
people in the
baking.
oven for
Used
sex,
for
guys.
transferring patterns.
Easy.
It's like
It's very fun. It was a very fun event.
That's a very
Did you
fun
have
event.
fun?
That's great.
I had
That
so
is
much fun.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
On
Trying
that
new
note, perhaps we should conclude the stream.
Well, Jess had a
We've been
question for
going
Ben.
for 4.5 hours.
But if anyone wants to go, that's perfectly fine. But,
Yeah. Just wanted to know why the English people don't like the French people, and so we consider the word
Like
French.
a billion wars. Right?
There's like it's like a billion
Oh, my
wars.
camera
I'm like,
died.
That's nothing complicated going on there.
You're looking
Thanks,
great,
Elgato.
Alex. You're looking great.
Thank you, Elgato.
So sexy.
Ancient
I'm just gonna
legacy.
unplug
Question
it.
for
and plug it back in.
Elgato
Yeah.
on the stream.
Yeah. Sponsored by Elgato. It sometimes works. Boom.
I never have problems. I think that's an Alex problem, not an
I
Elgato
think it is
problem.
also an Alex problem.
I think maybe it got a little bit too toasty. I don't know. What's it's just
Maybe
dead
you didn't
now.
warm
I
up your
think it's
camera.
just died.
You didn't warm up your camera. Yeah,
My camera
bringing
has
it
been
way
warmed
back.
up too much.
Yeah. Well,
Either that or the software crashed.
I
Yeah.
think this is indeed a very good time to end. I think this was a lot of fun. We talked about a lot, that's for sure. We appreciate all you patrons. I'll shout out the whole parasocial stuff by just saying that you're all awesome and you should come say hi. Everyone I've met at Dragonsteel and stuff have been super lovely and just as awkward as I am, and so that's great. So that's perfectly fine.
I will vouch that not a single person who has come say hi to me has smelled badly.
Yeah, true. Great smelling fandom.
Or at least neutrally smelling fandom.
Listen, I just remember on the Reddit for the DSX drama, it was like people talking about going, and I was like, do we need to wear, like, what's the vibe and temperature? Wear deodorant. Let's all wear deodorant to this place.
Good idea in general.
Jess, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that, like, yes, there is the whole sorry, there are too many things open on Eric's computer, so it's really hard for me to figure out what to put up where.
I'm shocked that Jess would have that problem.
My feet are so numb right now.
There is this parasocial relationship between like us and you guys, but like as you can see, like sometimes that can be breached because like Eric and I didn't know each other, and it just happened to be that I listened to Shardcast. I worked on the copper mine, so we started talking, and like we got past that point of the parasocial relationship and ended up in a real relationship. So yeah, if you see us at Dragonsteel, Nexus, Con, whatever it's called now, come up and say hi.
Like Cosmere,
where we want to come talk to you guys. Like we are really interested in it. We might not know about your lives, but
we'd love to.
You can always still come tell us about it. Like, feel free to come do that. Like, let's hang out. Like, let's have some hangout fun times.
What panels we're on? Come to the Hoyd Jam session for whenever it is we wind up scheduling it.
Okay,
me
Ben
and Lotus and Cash are going to be doing stupid stuff with music.
Ben, we gotta practice the heart. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Give me.
I can't straighten these fingers when these are curved.
Okay, so I'm not asking you to straighten fingers. Okay, my problem is your heart looks like an apple.
Yeah.
So we can have gay fingers.
Let's focus on that. You can teach me about gay fingers in a moment.
What is that?
No. Let's do a normal heart. Okay, let's do a normal heart. Okay,
millennial heart.
So dip those fingers a little further down. No, okay, you've given me a peach. There we go. That's a heart. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sober.
Okay.
I'm giving you a heart.
This is the K-pop heart.
This is the K-pop heart.
It's just
What
in your little fingers. That's the heart.
What are gay fingers?
What are gay
fingers?
You just said you wanted to get away from the straight finger.
I needed a minute to teach Ben about hearts, so I put gay fingers on hold. Now you can talk to me about gay fingers.
You were just telling Ben not to have straight fingers. So I said, "Oh, so gay fingers."
Oh, you thought this was a thing, and you were being made fun of.
What's
a gay heart?
No, let's get the fuck out of here.
But you come say hi to us. I think we will have times where we will specifically be at the booth, because that was definitely a thing that people wanted last time, and I was too busy and I didn't know what I was doing. So
if you are of the female persuasion, you can hit on me. That's fine.
I can't promise I'm gonna look at anybody with the same like glazed over love vision that I have right now, but like
get
I
Shannon drunk. Don't do that. Well,
we will only do that as long as we have like people around Shannon who will take care of Shannon.
And don't use
I'm sticking around. I'm sticking around the other staff for safety reasons. It's not because I don't like you.
I think this is a good point to end the stream.
Yes,
before
we can get
you continue saying,
and then everyone else can like benefit from drug
on it.
Yeah.
And don't use my line that I used on Jess, because that's where I think I asked how old she was.
Hi, Kieran. Hi, Kieran.
Look,
Happy belated birthday.
That is an important piece of information to know.
I will say that was not technically Eric's first line, because we talked about copper mine stuff like at one other point beforehand. Very briefly. And then at the point that Eric's like, oh, I should probably get to know her more, he's like, so how old are you?
Hey, baby girl, you old enough to edit the
I'm very smooth.
Anyway, please don't be 18. Yes. No,
worked out great. So
if you are 18, please be in contact with at least one other person.
Yes.
To like help mitigate anything that might potentially be going on, because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But like, just have at least another person involved, so it is not just you and the person who is older than you.
Threesome.
So we are going to wrap
Not what
here.
I mean.
No, not like that. So we will see you all for additional episodes of things at some point. We have C2, E2, Wobs, and reading.
What's
then,
coming up next?
Mistborn Era 3 predictions, and that's what's coming out this month. Oh, and Span Reads will return as well. So stay tuned.
People's DMs right now.
Okay, all right. Well,
what are
you can
doing
continue that in people's DMs, I guess. So
I don't even know.
Oh, man.
I will see you all next time. Bye, guys.
Bye. Party hard, my dudes.
We love you.
Hardy heart.
Hardy.
There's the
Stream's ended.